the experience today. Just a quick show of hands, who has seen Pane present before? Yeah? Maybe half, third, yeah? 3/5? So those who have not seen Pane present before, just fair warning, there is a lot of content. A lot, and I'll keep going, a lot of content. So,
how do we cope?
How do you cope? You don't blink. Because quite often, having done these sort of events or events in human performance, personal growth, potential for many, many years, when I first met Pane, when we presented, not together, but both at the same conference last year at the Paradigm Shift Summit on the Gold Coast, I was immediately struck with Pane's attention to detail, the level of depth, the level of confidence, and most importantly, his conviction and commitment to this area of research, personal exploration over the last 30 years. And so, whether it was divine guidance or whatever it is, I just said, after the event, I'll connect with that guy and we'll have a chat, and here we are today. So I'll do a little bit of a backstory on Pane for those of you who have not experienced Pane's work before. As I said, keep your eyes relaxed, not fixed on the screen, but relaxed, because from a conscious mind perspective, you can only receive and consciously be aware of a few million pieces of information a day. Your subconscious mind receives billions and billions of pieces of information every day, and it goes into your subconscious mind. So you're here because you feel connected in some way or in all ways to this information, whether you're a personal contactee, whether you're on a personal or spiritual conscious journey yourself. I can see, the average age is not 12 to 18 in the room. So there is there's life experience, and with life experience comes a little bit of know-how. And with that know-how, using the tools and the information that Pane is going to share with you today, you can change your life. You can evolve at a much more rapid rate, and that's what we're here for. And that's why the title of the event is The Big Picture of the evolution of human consciousness. Because that's where we're going. And the Great Awakening is well and truly upon us. You'll see from global events, you'll see from media disclosure, undisclosure, you can hear in the very being and feel in the very being of people all around the world that there's a real hunger for change, and the change is upon us. It's not coming, it's already here. And so when we think about dimensionality, we think about third, fourth, fifth, and plus dimensions. It's not that we need to jump in a hovercraft or in a light vehicle. We are that, okay? And so the information that Pane is going to share with you in 3 specific chunks throughout today is going to move you from the ancient past, revealing our ties to the ancient Lemurian cultures, right into present day and where we are headed as a conscious community, okay? Global citizens or galactic citizens. So let me just do a little bit of reading about Pane. You ready? Not cold mouth, just thinking about it. So among many other things, Pane Astral Andov is an author, publisher, public speaker, remote viewer. He's an astral traveller, instructor of the psionic arts, and a contactee of a rare type. As you will soon discover, his knowledge and in-depth research about what we truly are, what we're capable of, and the purpose of all existence, about the hidden reality that we are all a part of, the ways how we can improve our current human condition, and how we can establish contact with positive extraterrestrial species, how the evolution of human consciousness will take place, and how we can prepare and assist in the process. That's the key, how we can assist in the process. It's not down to one person. And about many other related areas as well. It goes way beyond the limits of average human understanding. And you'll get an appreciation of that, okay? Because there's just so much information. So with 30 years of experience behind him and thousands of students worldwide, He had brought valuable information about the parallel worlds, what lies out there, and what to expect, what to do and what not to do on the astral plane. What not to do on the astral plane. In his recent published books, The Awakening, which are available here for purchase, volumes 1 and 3, and you can do those in the breaks. In his recently published books, The Awakening, he gave the entire humanity a beautiful gift, how each one of us can tune into altered states of consciousness, how each one of us and depart the physical host and visit the immaterial part of the universe and find a purpose for your own existence. Pane's extensive out-of-body experiences while he was in the best form, while he's in the best form, I like that, lasted over 8 hours, which led to direct contact with non-human intelligence. The contacts became frequent and he practically underwent a teaching about the world we are living in from completely different teachers. Pane was shown what the complex messages embedded in crop circles means, and based on those contacts, he decoded more than 250 crop circles and crop circle diagrams, which he'll go through today as well. Okay, you may have heard that the truth is hidden in plain sight. So learn as much as you can, and then do your best to apply that knowledge to your world. That's the key. That's what we're here. So his approach about this subject is unique, and so far nothing similar has been observed or achieved anywhere else in the world. It is sad to announce, though, after 3 decades, 30 years in this space, this will be Pane's last public appearance.
Oh no!
So he's going out with a bang, and he's got the best people to help leverage that as well. Yeah, good. So today he is with us and he will share so much information about, as I mentioned previously, our ancient, forgotten past, our present and our future, from the times of our glorious Lemuria and the involvement of extraterrestrial beings in the ancient times to the modern era, the hidden reality in our solar system, that's really interesting, and the glorious future that lies ahead of us. Please welcome Pane Andov.
Appreciate your kind words. Thank you everyone for coming. And we have a long day in front of us, and I have a lot of information to share, so I better start. So we'll try to stick to the schedule as much as possible. So we will do the first part from 10 till 12. We'll make a 30 minutes break, and then another 2 parts where I will actually conclude the material which is needed. So as every other talk that I have done in my life, this is just information purposes only, so whatever is going to be shared with you guys is just my personal experience and understanding of the hidden reality that we are all part of. So when we go outside and we look at our society nowadays, we are pretty much confused. We don't know how things actually got in this state, and pretty much we wonder what is this place that we call universe. So the fundamental questions like who I am, where did I come from, what I'm doing here, and where I'm going are bothering each of us. So I've been into this journey for a very long time, and I found really good answers to those questions. So please allow me today to share my understanding and what I consider there are some missing pieces in the puzzle that we are actually need to understand, so we can see the big picture in more clarity, if you will. So today I will be talking about many things. First I will address certain things that we need to be aware and we need to improve, and what the situation is, and then I will actually take you back in time to the ancient civilizations and from what I was shown, and just chronologically go back, actually go towards the future, to the present time and to the current situation which is happening. So since you're here, it's crystal clear that we are not alone in the universe, and considering how huge and how vast the universe is, we are only one species of probably trillions of species that exist out there. So comparing the fact that those species are a lot longer in the universe, if you will, their technological capabilities and spiritual involvement is far more greater than ours. So I will just quickly share how it all started for me, if you will. So I was born in 1973 in Macedonia, in Skopje, and from there everything actually took a strange path after how should I put it, event that took to it. I was only 7, and then I started to train these arts. I became one of probably best astral travelers in the world at the time. And this is the place where the first contact actually appeared, and actually in 2018, together with my family, we back to Macedonia. We were seeing just the place where everything actually happened. At the time I was living with my mother and my brother, and my brother, he used to train martial arts, and he used to actually go to very close to the river nearby, and sometimes he was actually taking me with him, and one evening there was a strange occurrence very close to the full moon, and it was a glowing orb of light, if you will, emanating orange, yellow, red, pulsating light. And when I asked my brother how come there could be 2 moons, I didn't get any response, but after a few seconds I actually looked at to him, and he was just staring into the plasma fire that was approaching literally very fast. When it got to the distance of about 50 meters, it started to ignite very fast, and there was a flash, a white flash, and the only thing that I remember was the difficulty of breathing and weightless. Actually, like gravity was completely cut off. For a few moments it was like that, and then all of a sudden the dead whiteness started to disappear, if you will, started to become more clear. You can just imagine, 7-year-old boy when seeing silhouettes, recognizing that those silhouettes are not human, if you will. Everything inside the spaceship, if you will, was different. It was made of some form of authentic plastic, if you will. There were no hardware or no wires, no keyboards, no screens. Everything they actually controlled in a certain way through their minds, and they can actually put the holographic screens and similar things and control and get the data and readings, whatever they're doing. But they said clearly in Macedonian language that not to be afraid, that they are not here to hurt me, but they want to just do certain tests, if you will. And I was actually taken into one chamber, if you will, and then one of the beings, regarding to the beings, they were with four fingers, very, very tall. Some there have a different structure. For example, it's like a vibratory elongation, if you will. Their eyes was changing. Sometimes they were black, sometimes they were white, sometimes like a neon light, like a green neon light. It all depends what they were doing. In example, sometimes when certain type of radiation bothers them, they put the black. When they're utilizing the psionic force, they start to glow, When they're doing certain stuff with their super advanced brains, if you will, the color of the eyes also change. But nevertheless, I actually I lie down on a certain platform, if you will, and then a certain radiation was applied to me, and I didn't feel any pain. It was just like a warmer or colder sensations, but in later time I understood that what they were actually doing, they were scanning my DNA signature. So regarding to the DNA signature, I'm not referring physical DNA, I'm talking about a storage, if you will, of information that exists into our immaterial part of the DNA, which stays with the pure essence or the consciousness, whatever incarnation or whatever body it takes, it just remains. So they were looking for certain qualities, certain profit, certain, how should I put it, abilities or certain aspirations, so to speak, And then from there, the sensations stop all over the body, and they move to the brain, to the right part of the brain. And that's when I started to feel that they're literally rewriting my part of the brain, and they're putting some small device, because as soon as they put that small device, I was able to register them very, very, very clearly, much clearer than before. And then it all took from there. For you who are not familiar, there are 3 types of implants, if you will. One is metallic, other one is non-metallic, and the third one is biological. The one that it was placed inside my head, if you will, it was biological, and I knew pathways to the object and out of the objects were created. And I fully utilized this implant, if you will. Many people complain and said, look, I have an implant, you know, and it's bad, you know, what they're gonna do, and that's very sad because they operate on the fear factor, if you will. But on the other hand, I utilize this device to profound levels. And I explained the entire encounter into my books, in my books, so you can check in them. But long story short, when they returned me, I was actually different. I started to experience, you know, that I can feel sharp objects. For example, if I come close to this, let's say, table and it's sharp corner, without touching it, something was cutting me, you know, like a sensitive auric field, if you will. And then I was able to hear voices in my head, which were the thoughts of my mother, brother, and other people at the time. But the most extraordinary thing was the so-called astral projection, or out-of-the-body experience. In other words, during the night time, they induce a certain state of sleeping paralysis, and my consciousness went up. And when I actually turned back and I saw my small physical body lying on the bed, I freaked out for 1, 2 times, 1, 2, 3 times, but I got used to it. I went through the ceiling and I started to literally observe the neighborhood from above. But quite interestingly, there was always an orb of light that was following me, if you will, what I'm doing, like babysitting, if you will. And then there was an incident that took place with my mother, and I had to actually stop doing all that stuff. So pretty much nothing strange or paranormal happened for the next 7, 8 years. And then when I moved, actually when we went on a visit in Lepoglav in Croatia to visit my uncle, he was very, very skilled into all this stuff, and that's where I started to meditate. I started to practice Tai Chi Chuan and similar stuff. And actually they changed completely everything. And it was not just the astral contact that took place afterwards, but also in many occasions it was a physical contact, if you will, where there was a certain DNA checkup, upgrade, and similar stuff. So things that helped me in learning about the hidden reality and understanding of the big picture. So it's remote viewing observations, fifth system communication via holographic transmissions, astral traveling observations via direct astral contact, physical contact, and of course 30 years of extensive research studying various fields and aspects of life. So out of those, the astral projection was the most effective, because when I was starting, there were very short astral projections, like 15, 20 seconds, a minute or two, and my concentration broke and I had to walk up in the physical body. In time, with practice with ESP cards, I literally pushed to the point that it is 2-3 hours, and then over 8 hours when I was in top form. Literally, I was not losing consciousness for weeks and weeks. For example, physically I was aware, and as soon as I went down to bed, like every other person will do, will just fall into darkness. I just departed my physical body, and my consciousness was fully aware. And that was a huge learning curve for me. I was observing what is happening on the astral plane, especially when I started to utilize the even higher vehicle, if you will, than the astral body, the so-called self-luminescent body. So from this place, which is called Novo Lisice, which is a suburb in Skopje, I took thousands of astral travels. I used to literally fly parallel with Boeing 47. So many other stuff, you know. Sometimes I was flying above the surface of the water, probably 2-3 Max, you know, Mach 3 or Mach 4, you know. It was just amazing stuff that I was doing, and I put all those experiences into my diaries. Unfortunately, as soon as we came to Australia, some people actually went through. They didn't steal anything valuable, neither money, but they took the diary. So unfortunately, that was lost. During the astral travels, I met the positive ones, and I saw the neutral ones, but also encountered the negative ones, unfortunately. So it was a kind of a struggle since that with them, because they were not really happy what I was actually doing. And the beings that I was in contact with, and that they were protecting me, if you will, you know, they showed me a different reality, a different vision. There was so many stuff that they have shown me about the ancient past, about us, you know, what we are, and where all this is going. And thanks to the implant that was inside my brain, that make a lot easier. And every time when they were around, you know, I was starting to hear like a humming sound or a buzzing sound, and sometimes even the sleeping paralysis state appeared even in the awake state. I never had any issues with that. In only one occasion, when I was actually drinking a water, I just, straight it up, and then the Kundalini actually kicked in and I fall down. But that was the only part in so many years. All the rest was just a very good quality. And in a sense, there are different levels of communications. The basic level, it doesn't actually provide much, but when you go into the fifth system, which I described in my books, The Awakening, it goes very powerful. It's a lot more improved, if you will. So I'll just show you the amount of information that your brain gets when you have an implant, if you will. The communications is rarely with words, because they don't use words, they use emotions, they use holographic pictures. When you pick up emotions and holographic pictures, you are actually getting a lot more information, if you will. Like a few others out there in the world, the contacts were so persistent, and they were using a certain plasma orbs, if you will, to communicate. And we use phones, mobile phones, the standard phones. They don't use that. They are so advanced that they're using plasma technology. This plasma can be actually utilized in so many ways that we can think of and then we cannot think of, if you will. And during my meditation and astral traveling, this is me just before departing the physical body, there is a huge orb which is coming. And from there are all communications that appeared. But the astral projection was the one that was quite extraordinary. As soon as the contacts intensified to the point, they start to project certain, how should I put it, geometrical diagrams. And in a sense, I started to learn the language of what they are actually trying to say. And they were talking about a special field which is forgotten. It was active in the ancient times, if you will. And they were referring about the energetic plasma field which exists around every living thing in the universe, if you will, or due to lack of terminology, we call it aura, if you will. And they were saying there are certain things that we can actually apply to this auric field. We can actually extend it, reshape it, and with the power of will, if you will, we can move the chi energy in a certain way and create something very, very powerful. So there are some few examples, about some instructions. Like I said, more than 250 crop designs are decoded in my book, The Awakening Volume 3, and how the energy needs to go from one level to the second level to the third level, and why it has to be a star tetrahedron. Why tetrahedron itself? Because tetrahedron is an isolator of charge. Like in electricity, we have plus and minus. You have to have two polarities in order for the field to work. And once when the field, the first actually what appears is the germ of life, if you will, what we are actually experiencing now to some degree as a division of cells, they're referring that this can be done astrally, if you will, on an energetic level, and that's where the potential of the DNA will reactivate. And the Kundalini awakening does play a major role, if you will. So all those, they were talking about some special fractality. Again, due to the lack of terminology, we call this vector equilibrium, especially the one on the bottom left is a 2D representation of it. And this is something special because it occurs when 64 tetrahedrons come together, which can be embedded into the so-called flower of life auric field. This geometry appears, and that's where the magic literally comes, and that's where the chi energy manifest in our dimension. They were talking about the genuine crop designs that they are making, that they are interconnected, they are like acupuncture points, and they create like a ripples into the astral dimension, which is disrupting something which exists there for a very, very long time. And all that dynamics were completely explained. So chronologically, I started to make notes of what they were saying, and I was exampling a very, very simple system how to understand. For example, when 19 spheres come together, there are 30 petals which are generated inside. So very same like in this crop circle on the top left, which appeared in Germany in 2004. And they were talking about a flower of life field around the entire Earth, if you will, the entire planet, which will actually disrupt the negative software which exists. And from there, it was just quite amazing. Sometimes, after hours of astral traveling, I was literally staring into the ceiling, trying to process all that information that I saw, if you will. I saw what is happening in the solar system. Actually, when I was in best of my form, if you will, I reached 33 light years away from here. So I really traveled a lot. I understood their protocols, their dynamics, when they appear, how many there appear. Is there any connection? Because day after day I was learning when certain lights appear on certain place and then they appear on other places and other similar stuff. And I understood that quite of the occasions, probably more than 80% of the occasions, we don't see the fine structure, we don't see the metal or the mineral or whatever the UFO is made of, but a plasma shield which pulsates around the object. And literally the contact with the extraterrestrial, positive extraterrestrial intelligence changed me completely. It showed me a divine picture, if you will. They awake me to a point that I can only feel gratitude for all that they have done for me. And they said to me that they will do something to me that will trigger for me to experience certain things, and the experience of those certain things will actually lead to the point that I will understand those dynamics. And as soon as I understand those dynamics, I will be able to pass to the other people, and that's how the process of awakening, they mentioned that should be, and that's exactly what it happened for the last. They actually opened the door to the universe for me, if you will. So in my youth, I tried my best, I understood that the 5 senses are not enough to understand the bigger picture, so I started to push, beyond the 5 senses. Hours and hours of training. It was more about adapting the consciousness to stay longer, if you will. Without those ESP cards, I would probably remain the same as most of the astral travelers, probably 20-30 minutes out of the body travel, and nothing longer, nothing more extensive. But with these ESP cards, they really change the dynamic. And it was meditation, a lot of meditation for me. And I actually experimented with the inner chi energy, experimented with the outer chi energy, and the stronger the outer chi energy is, the more you can actually stay separated from your physical host, if you will. During the years, I had thousands of students. I tried my best to transfer valuable knowledge so they will actually learn how to tune into meditative trance, to change their brain waves, and with certain dynamics to depart the physical body and stay there longer. And in a nutshell, how it works, the ESP cards work in a certain way that when the thinking process is excluded and there's certain type of breathing and concentration which is applied, the pineal gland starts to produce dimethyltryptamine biochemical compound, and that immediately activates the mental screen and the vision starts to come. That's the first stage of what people refer as a remote viewing. At first, those visions are just randomly. You cannot control, like someone is actually projecting a movie to you, but in time and in practice, people can be taught how to actually change that reflection of the astral space, if you will, to more closer ones, so they can pick up colors, numbers, simple objects and so on and so forth, until they can actually see blindfold. And as the results come with people, they get motivated and they train, they pass the knowledge further. So it's about special gene that every one of us has, and it's called the meta gene. So during the years, I tried my best to literally reflect what I was actually seeing on the astral plane and learning, and it's been a really long journey. For over 3 years, I was the chief editor-in-chief of a magazine that really made a difference in the region when I was living at the time in Macedonia, and it was called Sixth Sense, where I literally was speaking about all the controversy. Many occasions, there was a secret police that were following us. In one occasion, they actually canceled the entire edition, if you will. When I spoke with the publishers, they said, look, people from the government came, they just stopped by, and it was about the underground tunnels and bases with coordinates, with everything else, and they actually withdrew the entire edition. So my phone was typed, if you will. After spending 15 years in telecommunications, I can actually recognize. Doesn't matter, it is what it is. It was part of the journey. In 2007, I published my first book, Extraordinary Powers in Humans, where I actually described some of those basic first contacts with the extraterrestrials, Recently I published 2 new books called, that were supposed to be from the serial from the Awakening Life Force Energy and the Awakening Key to Extraterrestrial Messages, which are really, really recommendable. Since this is my last appearance, whoever wants to take this further, she is most welcome to check them out. The first one deals, the volume 1, Life Force Energy deals with the entire training manual, how to tune into remote viewing, astral traveling and similar stuff with Kundalini and Chi energy practices. The other one deals with the UFO subject on a solar system scale. It actually talks about crop circles, it talks about many other stuff which are happening on the astral plane. But mostly the most important accent is the flower of life. So before I actually go towards, how should I put it, back in time, let's just address a few things that I really consider and that we should really look into it. So when we look at the night sky, we are kind of, let's say, lost, if you will. We don't know how things actually got in this stage. Like we have a state of amnesia, you know, we are living on a small rocky planet that we call Earth, and at the moment, unfortunately, the current condition is that most of us, we are limited with only 5 senses input, which actually brings amnesia, confusion and ignorance, and unfortunately that's what is happening. And we are born, and as soon as we are born, we are taught certain dynamics. We go to school, the society is teaching us what to do, what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, what is normal, what is not normal, and so on and so forth. The same when you go to the uni and you finish your degree, and then you start to identify it with your profession, doctor, construction worker, nurse, whatever the case is, and we pretty much are forgetting about true essence. We are identified with so much with our physical bodies and our careers that we don't understand that our potential is far more greater, if you will. And at the end of the day, we really don't understand so much or very much, if you will, even about our home. For example, the surface of the planet is approximately 71% of the water and contains 5 oceans. And in 2018, from the Ocean Service from NOAA, it says more than 80% of our ocean is unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored, which means we don't know what is officially, at least, what is happening. We live on a rocky planet with a diameter of 12,756 k's, which is a very small planet in the universe, if you will, comparing to what lies out there. And recently they start to pronounce information that there's so many different cavities in the mantle, if you will. But in reality, it's not just the mantle that has caves and caverns and similar stuff, but the entire region, what the modern science is pushing forward, or the academia more likely, that the outer core and the inner core, you know, are like that. They are not. There is a plasma shield which exists on the region where the outer core is. So I will extend more about this as we go. So in a sense, a lot of UFO activity is observed that goes into the active volcanoes, and especially on the hydrothermal vents, and it's going into those cavities which are going very, very deep. But in the center there is a different type of civilization which exists, which I will talk about later. So everything that we see in the night sky, we think that it's a comet, but actually it's not. You know, there's so many things that are flying out there, if you will. And as I mentioned, there's so many things that are literally pumping into the volcano. So, for example, here you can see that this object which is coming is gonna making a like very sharp turn, and from here there is completely object that just come out from the sun. So the civilizations that we are actually are also present in the solar system are far beyond our understanding. But nevertheless, we are used to, from very, very small, how should I put it, age, to follow just the norm of the society, if you will. And here we reach space again, and unfortunately, without our understanding what took place like at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years ago on this planet, and how the extraterrestrials were involved in the ancient human history, we cannot actually understand why things are as they are at the moment. So that's why I tried my best to literally assemble some of the missing pieces, if you will. And obviously the type 2 civilization, which it's also present in our planet, uses certain types of plasma shields, if you will, which provides protection from the very deep pressure in deep ocean and also from the lava. This is officially the ocean deepest point, the Mariana Trench, as you can see, and in few occasions from the recordings that were there are objects that are recorded are coming out from it. When they come out from it, it's not a problem with the science because they refer them as a bubble of air. But when the object starts to go from up down, or they're like two objects go down, then in parallel they make a U-turn or whatever, then things get very, very, very strange, and then change the subject. And as I mentioned, many of those UFO crafts or unidentified flying objects, if you will, are just utilizing the portals towards the inner Earth, if you will. Sometimes even there is a high speed, let's say, which means anything that we know as such in our technology will get melted by the lava. But they have the plasma shield around the solid object, which actually penetrates deep inside into the inner Earth. So the case is that most people do not see their beliefs. Instead, their beliefs tell them what to see. This is the simple difference between the clarity and confusion. And most of us are actually seeing, unfortunately, only through the five senses, and they think that everything is just firing of the brain neurons and there is no life after death or similar stuff, which is not the case. Well, in reality, we are all consciousness and we are all connected. And the more we actually tune into these outer states of consciousness, the more in tune we become with the cosmic consciousness, if you will. And the protocols, if you will, if I may refer it as a method, is like astral projection, is just giving us a more glimpse into the immaterial part of the cosmos. So this is something that we also need to understand. So the first thing that I will do, I will just try to explain as much as possible what our current condition is and with certain things that we need to address, and then I will develop from there until the ending part. So we are immaterial, intelligent living forms attached to biological hosts that we call physical bodies. Most of us are trapped in thousands of years long reincarnation cycle from the time of Atlantis, moving from one biological host to another without any recollection of past incarnations. That's the case because the recollection has been cut off, if you will, by certain forces which exist. Believe it or not, planet Earth is actually under full control of few extraterrestrial species, which doesn't only control the physical plane, but also the few immaterial planes that are above the physical plane. This circle of life, if you will, has been controlled from the time of the colony of the Atlantis, which is the ancient Egyptian, if you will, the so-called Ka, or the bird, which is representing the soul, if you will, has been fully controlled. Many of us are literally lost into a system which we cannot get out of it, if you will, with limited awareness, disconnected psionic potential, and only five senses input, living in an artificially maintained complex prism matrix with no visible bars, deceived and exposed to all kinds of subtle manipulation, experiencing constant suffering in various forms and shapes. We have reached a critical point in history. In my opinion, we need to act now before it's too late for our generation and for the generations to come. If we maintain at least most of 80% of the humanity just following a different path from you people, if we maintain the present course, if we don't change the current model of social lifestyle, our current false perception and beliefs, political delusions, intolerance, and artificially created conflicts and wars, the time ahead of us does not look too bright. So things that we cannot no longer ignore. We become disrespectful towards each other, towards all other species around us, and we selfishly abuse all planetary resources. Most of the humanity literally cut everything or destroy everything that they touch, from fuel pollution to green stuff, and the level of ignorance that had reached is just critical and really need to be the bridge to change that. The powers that be are deploying the military industrial complex, if you will, to create artificial conflicts, and it produced a lot of suffering. Many of the so-called light workers, they said, I don't want to bother with any of this, it's not part of my reality, but this is our home, planet Earth, and it's the same boat that we are actually flowing to the universe. For example, this small girl, if you will, say, what's your name? I don't know, where is your father? My father died. Have you had breakfast, lunch, supper? Tell me. And for example, every year the war spends around $1.7 trillion on weapons, which is $249 for each person in the world every year. And 1.4 billion people live in poverty out of 7 point something. And if you are a very advanced culture and you start to do space traveling and you visit a planet and you see that certain species is doing this to the same species, sort of same members of the same species, you would not consider so advanced at all. So that's pretty much the picture of the more involved of races around us, if you will. So as Albert Einstein said, war cannot be humanized, it can only be abolished, and John Kennedy mentioned mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Latest statistics points towards conclusion that there could be 8.7 million species on planet Earth, out of which 2 million are animal species. So 60% of all mammals on Earth are livestock, so we slaughter them, and due to certain disease, if you will, which is called carnism, we actually treat certain animals as pets while we slaughter everything else. Over 58 billion farm animals are killed every year by humans. So those are all killed just as satisfying our taste, if you will. So when we start to observe intellectually those animals, they have intelligence, they can think, they can solve problems pretty much like we can. Pretty much like we can, they can sense pain, they can say it's love, you know, when they lose a loved one, they actually struggle, you know, and their sadness, you know, their tears. So they are lost pretty much like we are. Most of this madness regarding to the abuse of or consummation of the dead and tortured tissue came from the ancient Egyptians, and I will soon explain. The same brutality that they were actually applying in the ancient times pretty much is applied. You know, they were actually wearing, you know, the skin of the tortured and traumatized animals, if you will, and similar stuff. And pretty much for them, if they can cry, they can feel the emotions. So we have to be aware about this. Not even one person can be called spiritual, in my personal opinion, as long as it continues to do this. I've been vegetarian more than 10 years, and I can tell you that literally it's possible. There's nothing wrong if you just, there are plenty of other delicious food. The PhD, Melanie Joy, she actually addressed this quite profoundly with her carnism, the hidden belief system. We all been fed, and due to cognitive dissonance, we are literally ignoring. For us, it's just a meal. For them, it's life itself, and they're turning most of the humanity into Mitsu persons, if you will, just watching the television. As old good Morgan Freeman once said, television is the monster in your home, and it's called a program for a reason. Your television is nothing more than an electronic mind-altering device. It has been designed to psychologically change the ways you view reality. It tells us what to wear, what to eat, what to think, what to love, what to fear, and it's a huge manipulation. And what do you expect when the kid, the parents are at work and the kid is alone, and the only input that he's getting from the television, and pretty much it doesn't how should I put it, shape that kid into anything good quality, if you will. So those people that understand through deception, they start to separate from those that input, and they start to research more, if you will. While in parallel, as they are asleep, if you will, there are so many phenomena which is going on around us, you know, and it is happening everywhere. And pretty much they're observing our every move, and they're exploiting us in so many different ways. So certain establishments of power, if you will, because I cannot call it government. They are not into the frame of the known government, if you will. Though probably the better option or better term would be shadow government. They are literally engaged into contact with certain negative type of extraterrestrials, and they are getting technological means, if you will, or technology from them. And in a sense, what they're actually doing, the powers that be, they're actually putting economic slavery, and they're putting us into like a robots, and that's why they're utilizing their arms, if you will, the army and everything else, just to protect themselves from us. So just to conclude this part, if we want the truth, or at least something closer to the truth, we have to stop relying on the input that we are getting from the news on the television. We have to research the internet and seek every side of an argument before making our own mind. And there is a plenty of good quality data which is still available, if you will. In China, there are certain websites which are forbidden, so that goes in the future, so we have to be aware not to allow that. So pretty much, and there is another side in us, which is the most precious one. That's the one that we need to actually focus on. So if we awake, open our hearts, and become aware of our true spiritual potential, we can change things around and free ourselves from the alien deception and suppression, if you will. and transform the current prison planet into a true heaven that once was during the time of Lemuria. And everything that I actually saying, I will back up during today's program. And those people are literally tuning into higher awareness, if you will. They understand that the consciousness is the answer, not the violence. They understand that if the animals can think and everything around us, there is a consciousness. And we are the same, and we have equal rights to this planet as every other creature, if you will. So these people are separating from the old element, you know, and unfortunately the powers that be are trying their best to keep us into the five senses limitations, you know. So our five senses limitations are giving us the impression that we are all separate and alone, but well, the truth is that we are all connected and we are all one, and that's how it is. And pretty much what the extraterrestrials are doing, they're keeping us into the reincarnation loop, if you will. You know, as I mentioned, we are born as humans, and then we grow up, we experience love from our parents, if you will, become teenager, and then eventually we get married, start our own family, get old, and pretty much in the process there are many beautiful moments, but there are also much of a suffering, and then it's the end of the road, and then the same dark tunnel with the light at the end, if you will. So in a sense, a normal human understanding would say there is nothing bad with it, but when you repeat that for 30, 40, 50 times, you get attached to certain, let's say, spirits or whatever, and then you have to let go, and then you attach to a different one. And for example, we are literally operating here, and our potential is over the roof, you know. That's how it is. And the longer they're actually keeping us into this state, those creatures, if you will, they can do their abductions and similar stuff. And I will in this part I will just quickly go, because I will cover this more in the third part. But the civilization which is in control in this solar system, it's not type 2, it's type 3. But type 2 are the workers. They actually do all the hard work for them, if you will. They deploy those ships, if you will, and they actually release plasma balls. Those plasma balls, they multiply, they go around, and they can influence people. They can reprogram an implant. They can do many stuff which are going. And this part is literally invisible to the five senses and to the naked human eye, if you will, and they're always around us. So certain animals that have not went through a vaccination, they can sense orb. Some dogs that actually went through the vaccination, those vaccinations like in humans, there is specific the reason why certain type of vaccinations are given in the chemical. As a matter, I cannot actually talk much about this, but what I can say is this is a small example.
Oh, did you see that? This is upstate New York. There's this orb comes out of the forest and scares the hell out of this fox. Keep your eye in the background. Here it comes. And he goes shooting off into the woods.
So there are many things that are happening. Sometimes we start to feel the angers. We sometimes start to feel different emotions, or we are encouraged to do certain things which are not our own, if you will. And this is another example of what this type 2 civilization is actually doing. Take, for example, this, which was referred as an entity from the Popocatépetl on April 15. It's huge, and it's actually deliberately slowed down with frames, so you guys can actually see how big it is. This is live camera, by the way. Sometimes those plasma creations, if you will, they are huge. As they go into volcanoes, they actually visit our homes, if you will. Sometimes they can even influence the human health. They can cause heart attacks and see similar stuff. Sometimes they're huge depending on what they're doing. What we are referring as a rods. They are different creatures. It doesn't necessarily that they are fully alive. They can be controlled, because through plasmic emanation, everything is controllable for those. And creatures. Another thing which is important about this thing is that during my astral travels, I noticed that in certain occasions, those orbs that are collecting the emotional energy from humans and other species on planet Earth, they are actually fused to certain sheets of plasma, and those sheets of plasma are actually absorbed. Sometimes there are specific types of orb that are literally eating the sheets of plasma, if you will. You know, for example, in this case, we can actually see. I just found few slides for you to see how it's actually happening. So those emotional energies, if you will, it's about life force. It's not so much about the genetics nowadays. And then the ships come and they start to release certain spheres, or eventually a beam of light is actually released, and those plasma sheets that I just show you literally are literally absorbed and taken to other places for a consummation, if you will. So I call those dividers. They usually released, and they divide into high numbers. And as I mentioned, they are pretty much everywhere. What I call this is a plasma bug, which we need to also be aware. The picture on the top right, you can see that's the programmer. That's how I call it, because it literally programs a certain type of plasma, if you will, like we are using drones pretty much. So you can see here this plasma appearance, if you will. It's very close to the dogs, but obviously those dogs went through the vaccination. They cannot sense it, if you will, and it's pretty much everywhere around. Sometimes, as on the bottom left picture, you can see the orbs just right above the head, and they are pretty much doing the same dynamic as they are doing to humans, and they project certain, let's say, projections or holograms. So the consciousness in the astral body, which is not aware of the astral plane, starts to produce certain emotional traumas, if you will, that they collect, and sometimes they're actually, those plasma entities are literally energizing, if you will, and that's another example on the top left about what I was actually talking about. And the one with the dog, also with a human, you can see how much plasma energy is interwoven into that stuff. So they're also about the metagene, as already mentioned, and there's so many different stuff. Cats, for example, they don't go through the vaccination. They can literally detect pretty much whatever is out there. And sometimes when these energetic forms, if you will, or plasma forms are around, you start to feel that it's like a colder sensations or similar things, you know. And this is what officially was explained like a rocket launch, you know. But it's not. It's actually a plasma shield around it, and those like a donut type of crafts were very observed around moon and also around the sun. And this is the example that I was talking about, that they are utilizing orbs to influence us during the sleeping time, because the entire astral plane has been hacked. Sometimes they have literally mastered the plasma as a fourth state of matter. They can actually do everything, and even surveillance, if you will. In a sense, what our technological capacity is at the moment, we're using drones in order to see certain things which are far away or very, let's say, unreachable for us. But they are so advanced that they're using like a plasma drones, if you will. What we are using as internet and cables and surveillance systems, they can literally tune into every plasma, if you will, or influence, and they can see through it, if you will. This is from Cape York, on account outside the Aboriginal massacre, unfortunately, from 2008, is showing that literally there is a creature which is observing whoever is filming. So the reason why I show you this at the first place is that there are so many things that are going into the invisible part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which we are not aware. So that's why the human generations, the future generations, they have to improve this. They have to understand the astral science and what is happening there, because without understanding what exactly is happening on the astral plane and how that transfer and manipulation is actually occurring, we cannot understand why those UFOs do not show up. Because let's be realistic, if they want to show up, they will land on every city, hundreds of them, and it will be all over. Why are not they doing that? Because they want this, most of them, that they want this condition to remain. That's why they are actually keeping secret. We think that shadow government will stop them if they want to show up in thousands. No, shadow government cannot stop them. So the real reason is because they are here for a different purpose. So as we are used to going into zoo and playing that we are actually in charge of everything, you know, in reality, planet Earth has become a zoo for someone else, and unfortunately there are so many things. So how did we got into this mess in the first place? So I did a lot of research into this, a lot of information that was given, I had to process, if you will. There are so many different secrets out there. So naturally we make a conclusions based on a assumption that the Asian civilizations were far more primitive than us. Nothing can be further than the truth. The generally accepted geological record is wrong on purpose, and its guiding principles for dating rock layer and fossil finds are deliberately misdated. In other words, all of human archaeological record is wrong, and we are missing huge swaths of ancient antiquity. Based only on academia's chosen approach, the sophisticated human societies only began a few thousand years ago. Unsurprisingly, many folks have a vested interest in suppressing the finds that prove otherwise. It would render their life works, careers, in some cases entire profession obsolete. History will have to be rewritten. If the fundamental beliefs of the generally accepted human history are proven wrong, everything will start to collapse. Everything will come into question. For instance, what would become from the New York City Museum of Natural History if the geological dating record came into question? So here we start to move slowly towards the forgotten ancient history and what I was shown, the cosmic engineering. So what we are seeing today, or the current situation, it wasn't like that before. So from what I was told and shown, that around 10 to 7 billion years ago, a really progressive cosmic engineer started to take place. In other words, a very advanced races, if you will, started to terraform the systems for compatible biological existence. So in other words, places or the planets that were missing hydrogen, oxygen, helium, and other building blocks of life, if you will, they were brought and engineered. So nothing is actually random in the universe. That's what they explain. Everything has been engineered in one way or another. And we are living in a huge universe, you know. Just our supercluster is around 150 million light years across, which is a big place, and those are the neighboring stars. So it's quite amazing. So, and they were explaining to me that every star that we are seeing on the night sky is interconnected through certain cosmic metro system, if you will. The ways that they have traveled is just magnificent. And when I asked who built those that metro system, and they said it was built by the ones that were very old, and they were gone long before the ones that I got in contact with appeared. And they're literally using a physics of the wormholes, which means every star is interconnected through the time-space continuum, if you will, and it can be traveled by opening a sun gate on a certain star and then opening another sun gate on another star in a different part of the universe. So not just from one part of the galaxy to another, but from one part of the universe to another, if you will, just traveling to more bus stations, what we would refer nowadays. So this is from 2014, just a quick one, that they are still using pretty much the same dynamic as always. So this is to give you a glimpse how small we are in the scale of the universe. So the Milky Way stellar disk is about 100,000 light years, which equals 30 kiloparsecs. 1 light year is the distance light travels in 1 year, so it would take light 3.26 years to travel 1 parsec. 1 kiloparsec equals 1,000 parsec, which is 3,261 light years, and 1 megaparsec equals 1,000 kiloparsecs, which is 3,261.563 light years. In other words, what we are seeing here, the Milky Way is not even on the full line, so that's how small we are, if you will. So when you start to compare that to the galaxy, we are nowhere close to the center of the galaxy and nowhere close to the observable universe. So pretty much we are on the outskirts, of the universe, if you will. A long time ago, the colonists, if you will, they were utilizing those sun gates, those portals, so they were opening different gates, if you will, and they actually colonized the system. So here we start with the Lemuria, the oldest civilization on Earth, the extraterrestrial colonization of the solar system. From what I was shown, that the first colonization appeared, which contradicts to many other, let's say, so-called channeled information or scientific approach or whatever. I can only just share what I was shown. They said that it was like 50,000 years ago when the first ones arrived. The planet didn't look anything like this. They actually terraformed the entire planet. They actually brought the H2O. Everything else was literally created, and eventually some colonized the planet and the solar system. Not just Earth, but the entire solar system was literally engineered, if you will. The technology that they were using was just magnificent. And as I mentioned, be aware that when this happened, as far as I was shown, the setup of the oceans and the continents that we are seeing today were not the same. It was just one land mass, if you will, and all the rest. So all the technologies that we are knowing today, like nanotechnology, like nuclear technology or similar stuff, they were literally in abundance. They actually combined the technological and the spiritual knowledge to the maximum, to the high divine, if you will. So as far as I was explained, around 20,000 years ago, Lemuria was one of the centers of the solar system, where there was a huge interaction of species from the cosmos, if you will, and the descendants is just those creatures that we are seeing today. Believe it or not, those creatures are the ones that have genetic resemblance of those Lemurians, if you will, and I will soon explain as I come. So all those circles that I make are where the so-called Buddhistic Asian statues are found. It goes even far to Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, pretty much all that region, but this is just part of the story, if you will. So those Lemurians were able to tune into meditative oneness, to combine their consciousness, to do many stuff which are important, especially for the part 3, as I will explain today. So there was a center which in the legends and forts still remained as a term known as Shambhala, or the White Island. This is where the main center of Lemuria was, and at the time this was all surrounded by water, if you will, and it looked something similar to this from what I was shown. And inside the island there was like a tunnels which are going to the center of the earth, directly to the so-called inner sun, if you will, because that's where it still is. And what we are seeing today as a polar lights literally coming from it. They usually say, look, when there is a coronal mass ejection, that triggers, the magnetic reaction by our magnetosphere and disappears. But the problem appears when they appear and there is no coronal mass ejection. So then they just state, on space.com, look, it appeared, but there was no solar discharge, if you will. So this is from 2005 satellite. If you will, it's clearly showing you that this polar light is going directly into some form of hole. During my astral travels, I noticed that this hole sometimes shrinks, sometimes expands, depending on the radio signal of the sun, if you will. With a Google Earth, if you will, they sponge this area, but it's obvious that it's there and it's hidden. No commercial airplane is allowed to go nowhere near. As soon as they go somewhere close to this area, the military airplanes are intercepting the aircraft, and they have to depart, if you will. And even the International Space Station has a route which goes, how should I put it, away from the polar openings for a purpose. So, for example, in 2017, there was around 4,635 satellites, which is the bottom picture on the right. One of those satellites is flying above the polar openings, if you will. They're saying that it's not safe. When they say it's not safe, there is an electromagnetic radiation which could disrupt the equipment. That's the official. Otherwise, during my astral travels, I saw fleets of UFOs going directly into those polar openings and out. So it's quite amazing what is happening. Nowadays it's just a desert Gobi in that region, if you will. This is before something happened, which I was explained shortly, which caused a huge tectonic disturbance and split of the crust, if you will, into continents. So from what I was able to observe and what they were showing me, that what we are seeing nowadays with a satellite is pretty much accurate. So pretty much this is what they have shown me, that looked like something similar in those days. And even the other one, as you can see, it's clearly evidence where some land was at the time. The Eastern Island, if you will, is just one of the ones that were connected with bridges. they show me tremendous technological achievements, the bridges which connect one part to another part that goes, let's say, underground and then comes out. There is nothing that we can actually even imagine with our science fiction movies that we have nowadays. For example, the Rapa Nui, it's quite interesting because it was the place around 12,000 years ago and prior for the long years, if you will, because there are certain legends that are still remaining out there in the world, which are mentioning the war between the long years and the short years, if you will, you know. And we can see there are still scars out there. The academia is just telling us that many of those are just volcanoes or actually dormant volcanoes, but actually something else happened, which I will, soon explain. And the Asians were very advanced. They were using plasma weapons and other stuff. They have a full alphabetic communication, a language, everything. So where the Easter Island is and the bridge that I was referring, it goes directly towards the Nazca lines, which was connected at the time before the continents actually split, and it's quite amazing. And obviously in the Nazca line we are seeing advanced society, which were, from what I was shown, certain pathways that were glowing and just going on and off, if you will, and there was a huge technological civilization at the time, if you will. So all those connections from the ancient sites, ancient temples are interconnected and put on a specific location, if you will. So around 50,000 years ago, a fraction of Lemurian society, if you will, they started to separate, and they were a bit different, if you will. They wanted a different lifestyle. So the industrial concept of it started to progress, and they were very, very powerful, very intelligent. And as it was a communication between the extraterrestrial worlds and an exchange of technology and knowledge, it was really good for a beginning. But after a while, certain entities, if you will, started to put certain negative ideas into those cultures, that they have the right, the Atlantis has the right to rule above all other cultures on planet Earth. And it took a while until this idea progressed to the point of a conflict, but the ETs were responsible for bringing the debalance on planet Earth a long time ago. And also there was another celestial body which was orbiting between Mars and Jupiter that was literally a flourishing civilization at the time. Even Mars, what we are seeing today, it was unlucky in the conflict, which I will soon explain. And Richard Hoagland tried really best, and he really did a huge fuss at the time when NASA actually published this photo. And the official NASA explanation on the image from 1976, was that it's just a play of light and shadow. You know, how can you actually make a human face on Mars? You know, and then all the rest, the so-called scans were produced like it's just a random rock or similar things. And this is just a small example to give you of Mars as seen through a telescope with a 90 millimeters aperture. As we can see, it's identifiably visible, but not in great detail at all. You know, and obviously the Mars was a huge culture at the time, and still there is a life there, which I will soon explain. And they were literally visiting the entire solar system. So those are a few things that I can actually give you for a reference. Many people search for Atlantis in the deep waters of Atlantic, if you will, you know, and recently we saw the Aquaman, you know, and the legend grows, if you will, and continues. But in reality, it was a bit different, and the capital was, believe it or not, in the region that today we call Africa, and I will soon explain. So in a single day and night of misfortune, the island of Atlantis disappeared into the depths of sea. That was actually written by Plato in 360 BC. Plato's description of Atlantis matched to a very high degree with the Rihad structure, or the so-called Eye of Sahara, located in the remote region of northwest Africa in the country of Mauritania. The similarities are so numerous and so precise that it is obvious the information was given by the ancient Egyptians and written by Plato are actually describing the actual Atlantis. The information originates from the ancient Egyptian, as mentioned, and the Greek lawmaker and poet Solon recorded this information while visiting Egypt some 2,000 600 years ago. Solon was told that the event that led towards the destruction of Atlantis occurred around 9,000 years earlier. Considering the fact that the Solon was visiting Egypt around 2,600 years ago plus 9,000, that leaves us with an estimate time frame of 11,600 years ago. This information was passed to 6 generations to Plato, who published the account of Atlantis in Critias and Timaeus dialogues around 2,400 years ago. He also stated the king of the capital of Atlantis was named Atlas. Atlas was the firstborn son of Poseidon and Pluto, and appointed to be king over his brothers, who in turn ruled over 10 provinces of Atlantis. So there were 10 literally islands of Atlantis. Quite interestingly, that there was a group of people referred as Maori people. In the modern times, they are referred as the Berber people, which inhabit the region of Northwest Africa, a region that was once referred as Maori and now known as Maghreb. Maghreb consists primarily of the countries Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, and Mauritania. So this is where Mauritania is. So the name Mauritania comes from the Maori people. Interestingly, another coincidence, the first king of Maori people was also called Atlas. So Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian who lived around 2,500 years ago, is also known in the world as the father of history. He was the first historian to collect his material, systematically test their accuracy to a certain level, and arrange them in a well-constructed and vivid narrative. Herodotus was born nearly 75 years after Solon had died. He also dies when Plato was only 2 years old, so he never knew either of them. Since he visited Egypt and the Giza pyramids, he also spoke with the ancient Egyptian priests and possibly got the information from them or simply through their higher ranks members of the secret societies at the time. This is quite interesting. One of the Herodotus' noble achievements was developing what was then the most accurate mapping of the known inhabited world at 450 BC. We can see the known regions we know today plus the Atlantis. So this is interesting because that's exactly where he is actually pointing. Another map that is made at 430 BC also shows the same name and the location that matches the modern Eye of Sahara, if you will. And on the map that Herodotus actually made, it's also noticeable the details about the mountain range south of Gibraltar, today known as the Atlas Mountains, which is also happens to be the home of the ancient Berber people, again another coincidence. The mountain range was named after the first king of Mauritania, or Atlas. In other words, after the conflict, when there was a huge water disturbance, if you will, we just went through and actually flooded everything. So just briefly here some facts about the mysterious and incredibly unique structure in Mauritania known as Riha, the Eye of Sahara. So this is the coordinates where it's located. And the Plato mentions, which is, I'm completely convinced that he wrote the right stuff, there were alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which were turned as with a lot, each having its circumference equidistant every way from the center. And pretty much that's what we are seeing. So the Eye of Sahara is made of concentric circles, just as he mentioned. It consists of precise amount of rings, 3 of water and 2 of land. Pretty much this is what it looked after the devastation and the ancient world. This is what it is. This is another interesting coincidence, so to speak. He mentioned that the circular island of Atlantis is actually matching the so-called 127 stadia. One stadia is 607 feet. 127 times 607 is 77.089 feet. When you translate that to Ks, it's 23.4 kilometers. Pretty much the diameter of the capital of Atlantis was 23.5 kilometers. So it's also another match is that the opening at the south also matches Plato's description where Atlantis was connected to the sea. And another thing, the country immediately surrounding Atlantis was a level plain. It was surrounded by mountains which descended towards the sea. This part of the island looked towards the south and was sheltered from the north. So indeed, the mountains to the north that contain rivers are again perfect match to his notes. In other words, the Eye of Sahara is surrounded by a plain sheltered by mountains towards north and opens towards the south, just as he actually described. And on top of everything, in the parts where water was supposed to be, we can actually still find the mud or the remains that this was underwater. The mountains to the north contains rivers, and again perfect match to his nose. So pretty much this is what the modern science cannot explain the Eye of Sahara. This is actually created according to Plato's notes, as I mentioned, and it's actually showing the entire island, if you will, where the capital of Atlantis was positioned, if you will. So when you start to do the satellite imaging, if you will, you can see that it's pretty much the same where the Eye of Sahara is, if you will. So again, the mountains, from one side, and you can see the mountains there, and pretty much what we are seeing is that I actually drew a map, if you will, from what I was shown. This is how the entire structure of the ancient Atlantis looked like. But there is one problem. In those days, the continents were not split, if you will. Something happened that appeared, if you will. And they were so advanced, they were actually underwater, they were also on the surface. But unfortunately, the Type 3 civilization literally orchestrated the Type 2, their workers, to start to influence the Atlanteans. They implanted the idea that there is no reason why to share the planet with less involved species, and that eventually, as I mentioned, it took a while, led to a complete conflict. So the conflict was somewhere around 12,000 years ago. So the thing is, after the technological weapons that were used, the Earth was literally devastating, and I'm using just random images because I cannot actually do anything about that time. There is no reference regarding to the photos. Some of the Atlanteans, they were very skilled magicians, if you will, what we refer to as the magicians. In other words, they were utilizing the force, but this time the dark force. And from what I was shown, they were utilizing certain devices that we actually refer nowadays as a virtual reality to control all those drones that were very, very deadly, if you will. In many cases, plasma weapons were used, sound weapons were used, sometimes even nuclear weapons were used. In so many cases, as we can see here, there are unexplained formations of craters or holes, if you will, like targeted. So wherever most of the valuable centers were at the time, that's where the target actually went. So again, we can see as much as possible. That's most on the surface plane, if you will. There are so many different found also in deep ocean, if you will. So pretty much what we are seeing today is just the remains or scars from those ancient conflicts. So the interplanetary conflict for dominance in the solar system that occurred around 11,600 years ago was fought on different levels. It occurred between various technologically advanced Asian domestic humanoid parties and various Type 2 plus extraterrestrial parties. The Asian humanoid parties fought between each other using technological and mental weapons we still do not have today, not realizing that it was all engineered by a very clever, deceiving and dark advanced Type 3 plus extraterrestrial civilization. This invading civilization had different plans for the future of this solar system, and to achieve its goals, the interplanetary war was implemented. In other words, they were watching while the Asians, the humanoids, were literally slaughtering each other, because in those days the entire culture was different, and the beings that were living at the time, they were not looking like we are looking today. So this is what actually lead from what I was explained, to the demise of planet Earth in the ancient times. So the planet that exists between Mars and Jupiter literally was destroyed by a single weapon, if you will, and it was so powerful that literally disrupted the gravitational pull of our star, if you will. And since what we are seeing today is the asteroid belt is the remains of the body that once existed in that region, if you will. One of those larger pieces of the planet, if you will, literally scattered Mars, and there is a huge scar that we are seeing even today. And there was a huge dust from what I was shown as a visions and similar stuff. So since the planet that was destroyed was orbiting around 2.8 astronomical units from the Sun, the Earth experienced a short absence of gravity from the Sun. In other words, it broke loose and it flipped over. So whatever the academia is saying or whatever the science is saying, it's up to you guys, but I can just tell you what I was shown, and they said that due to this incident, if you will, literally the pole shift occurred. And there are legends that are still told by the Eskimos that there were times when the earth and the sky switched places, if you will, and there was a huge dust. So there is a point of reference, if you will. The water in the oceans flipped over, which resulted with a few kilometers tsunamis with a force to destroy everything on their path. Due to gravitational imbalance, the planet became chaotic, and pretty much when the water started to overflow, it just literally destroyed everything. And we're still seeing the evidence today. For example, the Yonaguni monument is just something which is around 12,000 years ago, and it's pretty much showing us that this was real. So the unbalanced planetary forces caused the continental plates on either side of the planet to experience extreme pressure. This is very important. They were torn apart and created gaps in the Earth crust. Pretty much the only powerful earthquake, as Plato explained, that could destroy civilization of that type, that was so advanced with technology to protect themselves, was described because when the crust of planet Earth literally cracked, it literally created the earthquake, and the water actually went everything. So pretty much this is where it cracked from what was shown. So the submarine mid-Atlantic ridge was formed around 11,600 years ago during the planetary cataclysmic pole shift, if you will. And these are just few examples of what it is. Many people probably will say, look, how is this possible? It takes millions of years for this to occur. But let me just tell you this. The crust itself is just lying on the mantle, and then there is a molten lava. Once when the molten lava actually goes through, and this crust of ours, it can just split either way, if you will, without any control. And please don't forget that we had a gravitational disturbance. And this inner Earth, if you will, that I was referring, is literally populated, and even nowadays it's different, the system that is positioned. So this is the largest recorded tsunami in modern times. It's 524 meters, believe it or not, and it appeared in Alaska in 1958. And this is with comparison with the earthquake that actually struck Japan in 2011, and it's only 40 meters of tsunami. And you can see the damage that 40 meters actually can do. And not to mention that it shut down the 5 nuclear reactors in Fukushima, leaving the nuclear roads exposed. And while I'm at the Fukushima, they were without the extraterrestrial influence, we would not be able to breathe nowadays, because they deployed certain UFOs, if you will, that were sucking most of the deadly radiation. Otherwise, most of the fish nowadays would be dead. That's how huge radiation actually came from those 5 nuclear reactors, if you will. And those UFOs were actually filmed on the live cameras too, if you will. So this is pretty much the best that you can actually get in the public domain. This is how the Atlantic floor looks like, if you will. And take, for example, the tsunamis that I was shown. They were over around 3,000 meters, high. And as I mentioned, I just show you what 40 meters actually can do. This is Japan before the earthquake struck and the tsunami actually went through, and this is after. You can see the mud and everything else, pretty much everything that was found in Egypt and other places after the tsunamis that I will soon explain. So all these spikes that we are seeing, literally most of them are like islands, small islands, but that's where most of the disturbance is when it's split. So the tectonic disturbance resulted with the epic earthquake, which further put the water balance in the oceans out of order, and a whole hell broke loose, if you will, broke loose. So just to support what I'm saying, for example, take a look in Namibia. There is a geologic faults in the lower Urap Valley, vertical faults are displacement. And so it's not just that, but even let's say in Nazca, in other places, we can see that the entire flat areas that had roads and similar stuff was completely, like sinkholes were appearing, and the entire topography of the regions were completely changed. And pretty much we can see the disturbance that it caused. So for Atlantis, it was all over in less of a day. And from the Atlanteans who survived the Great Flood, actually they became occupied by the dark type 2 ETs, and they became the new rulers, unfortunately, and everything was literally flooded. So this is what we are seeing nowadays. Some of the Atlantis actually evacuated, were able to, with really move away from the destruction, but most of them, they were devastated. So after the terrible war, using technologies that are beyond our understanding and our current technological reach, it is cleared most of the debris and the radiation. Similar like witnessed in Fukushima in 2011. They actually cleared the debris, you know, and to back up also this is the case. This is the Bimini Road. In 1968, the underwater rock formation was found near North Bimini Island in Bahamas, as we can see. And again, it's a interesting formation, and it's almost 1 kilometer of road, which consists of long north-southwest liner feature, if you will, composed of roughly rectangular and rectangular limestone blocks. So pretty much when the continents split, if you will, this is something that was also pushed aside from what I was shown. July 2000, Caribbean Sea off the coast of Cuba. Here, marine explorers probing the ocean floor discover something completely unexpected deep below the surface. A video evidence taken from unmanned submersible robot at a depth of around 700 meters. 700 meters revealed 3.1 square kilometers expanse of ancient stone structures of a vast underwater city, complete with roads, buildings, pyramids. Explorers were stunned by their discovery, now known as the lost city of Cuba. So you can see pretty much this region where this was discovered is 700 meters deep. And take a look at the structure inside, you know, pyramids, and it's unreal. And again, in 2013, a sonar imaging identified a possible 60 meters tall underwater pyramid. So there is so many stuff which are in deep ocean. And the Olmecs were around 12,000 years ago, despite the academia is telling us differently. So the entire region of Mexico, especially Valley of Mexico and Veracruz, and also the Yucatan Peninsula in Guatemala, Nicaragua, there's also, when I will be explaining about those areas, it will be very, very, very interesting. So this culture that existed there obviously was very advanced, but unfortunately the devastation on the planetary scale, it was all lost. So nowadays we can still see some scars here and there, you know, even the Google Earth cannot literally, how should I put it, hide all those stuff. So in many occasions you can even see from the topography of our planet where the water disturbance actually went, and in many occasions there were like fish fossils that were found. And this is pretty much the sphere of influence of the Asian Atlantis. So the satellite images are showing the entire area in Western Africa was blasted by the strong force of flowing water, gigantic tsunami, if you will, from the Atlantic Ocean. So that's why everything that we can see around is desert nowadays. So if we would go back 12,000 years ago and the land in today's Mauritania was 300 meters lower, the entire area around the Eye of Africa would be underwater. In other words, it would be an island in what we call today the Atlantic. And interestingly, the countries that border Algeria are Morocco, Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Libya, Tunisia, Western Sahara. So another interesting parallel is that the Dogon are an ethnic group living in the central plateau of region of Mali in West Africa. So this is interesting about them because the Dogon people knew the location of the Sirius star system B hundreds of years before the modern telescopes could locate it, citing a visit from an Asian alien civilization, because the Sirius A outshines the Sirius B to the naked eye, and on the picture on the right are their depiction of the so-called nomos that they visited in the ancient times. So this is pretty much what is happening. The Sirius A is so bright that it doesn't actually provide any sight of the Sirius B with a naked eye. So another interesting parallel is that around 3,000 kilometers away in Congo, you can see the same depiction of the creatures that were present in those days, if you will. And once again, we have to understand that the Asian conflict was so advanced that the specific areas or the cities or military locations were targeted. So wherever we see those, many of those volcanic remaining or actually craters, you know, it's just part where all those Asian centers were targeted, if you will. This is from Algeria, if you will. It's quite amazing piece of evidence, because you can see on this so-called crater, which was literally discharged from the plasma ball, if you will, but I will soon explain. there is not even piece of evidence of asteroid or a meteorite find nowhere close to this. It just like something happened, created a hole, and that's it. You know, it should be some remains. There is nothing there. But from what I was explained, that certain stone balls, if you will, with certain elements inside, they were literally able to connect them with a plasma connection, and a certain destructive energy was applied in order to melt, to produce, you know, because plasma can be thermal or can be non-thermal depending on the thermal equilibrium, and they were able to utilize any of those types, if you will, to melt stuff. So that's why we see so many the ancient temples, if you will, that are completely melted, you know. And in certain occasions there is a strange and mysterious glass, if you will, pretty much similar like we are seeing today with our nuclear test sites, and even vitrified layers, which again showing us that in some occasions the nuclear weapons were utilized. So even from the ancient structures like the Sphinx, we can see that it was underwater. Obviously, we can see a lot from the satellite images how the water actually went in those days. And this is another interesting parallel. For example, the Libyan desert is 133 meters below sea level, and on the other hand, the Gulf of Suez, if you will, is 2,626 meters above the sea level. So it's a bit tilted, if you will. That's why all those pyramids, if you will, along the Nile survived, because this area was most inundated by the tsunami, if you will, that passed in those days. And again, many of those pyramids were there, and the modern archaeology is calling them unfinished pyramids, which is quite interesting. They are not unfinished; they are just destroyed. They were devastated, if you will. So we can see a lot of evidence. This is another good one. This is 6.5 km off the coast of Alexandria. The sunken ancient Egyptian city is located within an overall research area of 11 by 15 km in the western part of Abu Bakr Bay at a depth of approximately 10 meters. And pretty much all as I mentioned, the ancient Egyptian was a colony of Atlantis, and as the water disturbance actually hit in those days, as far as was explained and shown, it was completely flooded underwater. So when you start to observe further from Africa, you see the Black Desert in Egypt, the Hogar in Algeria, the Valley of the Whales. In Western Desert in Egypt, we can see that it's all, and even those creatures that we call as a dinosaurs and similar stuff, which the academia is pushing us, that are millions and millions of years back in our history. That's not the case. They existed less than around 12,000 years ago and prior. So the Western Desert in Egypt, there are so many different varieties that are still staying, you know, as evidence, if you will, from those ancient days. And much of the sand that how it's all inundated with a mud, if you will, we can still see from the satellite. And many pyramids are still under that mud, if you will, that was produced by the tsunami. They're still waited to be unearthed, if you will. But nevertheless, the controllers took over whatever survived from Atlantis, if you will, you know, and their control was limited. And as I will soon explain, they had a different culture, you know, different body sizes and similar things, and they were utilizing flying technology to some limited degree, while they were using, let's say, boats and similar stuff, because they were not allowed. So the controls that the ancient Egyptians had to give presence to were definitely prohibiting any kind of further progress, if you will. So as far as I was explained, the space station that we today call as Moon was brought here, if you will. And despite how innocent it looks every night that we are seeing or during the day, it's connected with a huge controlling system, and the so-called alien implants are literally information which is transmitted from them. You know, it's through the Moon, and it's holographically influenced, if you will. So, and the reason why the Moon is like that, because it's abundance of chemical compounds and minerals, what they're using for their technologies, and they're using plasma discharges or whatever. So it was a planned conflict, nothing that was a human error at the time, if you will. So pretty much regarding to conclude about Lemuria, Shambhala, people were different. They had a different hair, you know, different also body sizes and longer ears. Well, the colony of the Atlantis, if you will, they had a shorter ear, if you know, more elongated skulls and similar stuff that we can see in Atlantis. They had a different genetics from the Lemurians, if you will. Lemurians were more into meditative oneness, into consciousness, into evolution, you know, and they were very close to that, something especially that I will explain in the last part. So the Lemurians had glorious technological cities where almost everything was adapted to be utilized and controlled via thoughts. They were literally using their minds to control everything. This is the giant landmass Pangea, what is referred as a Pangea, which is a very important piece of the mosaic, because when the earthquake actually struck and the continent split, this part that we call today India, if you will, from Madagascar, split it and actually crashed into Asia, if you will. And this is another example which I picked up on the way, just to show you. And it literally crashed into, and the Himalayas were formed. And when we see the entire region around Tibet, nowadays there are like 787 lakes, you know, and many of those are salt lakes, which the modern archaeology cannot explain. There shouldn't be salt lakes at all, but they are, as we can see, and we can see the evidence how literally it all actually happened, and that's from the nowadays. So as far as I was explained, the Lemurians didn't went down without a fight, you know. They literally had help from the other planet, from Mars, you know, and but nevertheless the negative ETs were just keep on coming, and the water disturbance literally destroyed everything. There are stories that even Lhasa, the portal in Lhasa, it's interconnected with underground tunnels towards Saqqara, if you will, because most of the Lemurians literally retreated underground, and that became what people today refer to as the garden or the subterranean world, if you will. You know. So it was quite amazing. Admiral Byrd was touched base on some of those during his polar expeditions, if you will. And we can see that certain type of, let's say, of vehicles are utilized. So pretty much they were pretty much very powerful because of their mantrika, of their other forces. They were able to combine the energy and create a force field which doesn't respond to violence, which actually rejects evil, if you will, something which Atlanteans didn't use. Atlanteans were using brutal force. There were some cultures that already originated from Atlantis. They were very brutal, very violent, while the other cultures which were originating from Lemuria, they were very loving and kind and compassionate. So comparing to the ancient Egyptians, if you will, who were actually into the violence, the Lemurians were very peaceful. They're tuned into the oneness, into the consciousness, into the peace, if you will. So it's quite amazing what is happening. So after the major planetary conflict, which happened around 12,000 years ago, which resulted with unimaginable devastation and great flood, it took some time for Earth's living environment to recover and for daily radiation, toxic dust and debris to clear up. The cultures that survived the devastation rebuilt a new world based on the principles of the old one. Different cultures continued to exist for another 7,600 years, observed and influenced by the heavy presence of controlling ET cultures in the solar system that had only one agenda: full control and exploitation of planet Earth, its resources and all biological living forms. Another planetary conflict appeared that wiped out the entire Asian world, which I will soon explain. So just to move further toward the next stage, so this is something about the history that I was shown for the planet Earth after the Great Flood, which appeared from 11,600 to about 4,000 years ago, and I will explain why I'm saying 4,000 years ago. So after the devastation, most of the people take shelter underground, if you will, and then when it was clear up, they rebuilt the world, if you will. It was still limited comparing to the old one, but it was still very functional. And we have some remains that have left, if you will. This is dated to around 10,000 years old rock in India, which is again showing us certain entities which are not human. So for example, if you take on the top left picture and the one which is showing the same vehicle on the Egyptian Sphinx, so pretty much those entities were around. And we can see the columns which are actually inside the ground, which was literally muddy at the time, if you will, when the tsunami actually went and created the mud, if you will. So pretty much we can see those spheres everywhere around the Bosnian pyramid, about other structures, as I mentioned, because they were usually levitating and they were combined together, as I mentioned, especially around Costa Rica, they're found in abundance. So this is the nowadays stone cutting, the top middle picture, and also the top, the middle bottom picture, the stone transport. So when we utilize our machinery, that's what's happening, you know. And this is over 1,100 tons, as you can see, you know. So just the one on the left is 880 tons, and the one that was placed in on the right side is just amazing. So pretty much I always laugh on this joke, you know. Of course, it's still a complete mystery is how the Asians were managed to move these massive stones, you know, which is there. And obviously the technology existed, and some of those beings were far more greater in size that are nowadays, as I was going to explain. You know, this is from Brazil, as you can see. It's quite amazing piece of work, and obviously they have the metallurgy, they have the advanced technologies that we're utilizing at the time, and nowadays we can see the ancient primitive world facing the modern and advanced world, which is not the case, of course. Obviously the Asians knew what they were doing, and now we're trying to discover as much as we can. And for example, the only original monument left of the so-called original 7 wonders of the world, the Great Pyramid of Giza, was created with applicable mathematical precision as a unique, mysterious piece of construction and engineering. So pretty much it was quite amazing. So just to conclude this 15 minutes from this part about the Asian drama culture. This is important because it will conclude on the last part. So this is where the Lemurians, you know, were living, and there are some areas which you can still find, you know, from their technologies. As I mentioned, they were very loving, very kind beings. They were able to tune into like outer states of consciousness, deep part of the physical body. They were able to do many stuff. So this is mentioned. This is shown because another thing that took place when the conflict appeared, the atmosphere of the planet itself was a lot bigger, which means the bigger atmosphere means more prana inside the atmosphere. More prana means DNA abundance. Nowadays it's very shrink, if you will, but in those days they were able to utilize that prana and that energy which flowed. You know, some people call it chi energy, some people call it prana energy, and so on and so forth. But they were utilizing devices that what they were showing me, which today we call pagodas, if you will. This is a very rare picture from a cave. There's some description actually written in the Khmer language, and it's showing that the top of the pagoda is like a Tesla transformer. First is a receiver and then a transformer, and they were able to literally connect with those devices. You know, it's quite amazing, and the energy which was generated through these structures were tuned towards the meditative places where those beings were sitting. You know, and it's quite amazing what they were doing, and this is what is actually visible nowadays. And what we actually have today as a normal as a fontanelle, you know, which is usually closes sometimes between age of 7 and 18 months. This was different in those days because there was like a spike that was growing with the beings where the Kundalini energy was active, and there was like a female energy and a male energy, if you will. So there was standing grounds where the females were actually, as you can see on the bottom right picture, were charging with that energy, while the other ones. This is not everywhere, but in most of the cultures from Lemuria, if you will. So this is from Gobi Desert. As you can see, the genetics was different. You know, they had like a half fish, half human, 4 or 6 arms or similar stuff. You know, they were able to symbiote with sea life. You know, they were able to do many stuff. You know, and even the so-called Nagas, if you will, very intelligent beings that came from the subterranean world, if you will, are fully explained. And what we have today, like a one body and 2 heads, you know, it's just a genetic resemblance of what once was in full glory when the genetic was fully activated, if you will. So those ancient Lemurians, if you will, they were able to levitate. They were using the force, if you will, the consciousness. It's quite amazing. And Borobudur, for example, in Java, it's interesting device. So not to bother you with technicalities, this device was actually discovered in 1815. It was in really bad shape, but it was recovered to a high degree. One restoration happened around 1907, and the other one was a bit later, from 10 years, from 73 to 1983, and it's still protected by the UNESCO. But it's a device. The scalar waves that existed in the ancient times, they actually went through here, and they were generated by this huge bell, if you will. As the geometrical form was transferred here, then it was literally amplified to those bells, if you will, through mantra yoga, and then the energy literally went through all those meditative places that I will soon explain. You see here, all those places are where the ancient Rama citizens were literally sitting, if you will, and the geometry of space of the structure itself is designed in a certain way just to produce that energy, if you will. They were able to combine their consciousness into one group consciousness, to combine astral traveling and many other stuff, you know. And here we can see a very rare stuff that they are charging with their chi energy flows, which the structure actually generates itself. They knew completely which mudra, if you will, produces certain altered states of consciousness, if you will, what kind of things produces, you know, what kind of sound certain mantra will manifest, you know. They were masters in consciousness, and the way why they actually, the quite obvious reason is why they resisted the negative influence so much is because they were able to tune into divine source, and they were able to protect by divine energy, which actually all their technology from the negative type 3 was useless against this type of force. And obviously those ancient Lemurians, they understand about the powers of chakras, if you will, the energetic centers, you know, and it's quite amazing. This symbol here, as you can see, it's this. I will just show you quickly. Just give me a sec. You see on some places, this is what they have shown me. You see here, there is no spike, and you see here there is a spike. When they were part of the devices, they didn't need the spikes up. When they were only charging from the pagodas itself, there were spikes, and they were collecting the energy and uniting the energy. I will soon explain. As you can see the difference here. And when they are not part of that structure, which is a device, and similar things that I will show you, those spikes were used to connect like antennas, if you will, and to generate. This is a very rare picture from one of the temples in India, as you can see, with a triangle. Those are actually, again, descendants from Lemuria, and the Atlantis is depicted to some degree on their very ancient picture, if you will. So what some Veda is actually saying, that the knowledge removes the darkness of ignorance and thus helps even the most ignorant man to become knowledgeable, you know. And it's quite amazing. So this is the symbol that I was wanting to show you. You see that the dragon, if you will, that's the energy which they were tuning into. It's quite obvious on many Asian worlds, if you will, that were descendants from Lemuria. You see, they were also utilizing very similar, like Egyptians were utilizing obelisks. And again, you can see the symbol of the same structure there, you know. And this pillar in India, if you probably have heard about it, you know, so in Maharuli in Delhi, there is an Asian iron pillar, and this pillar actually doesn't rust, if you will. And the question is how the Asians, if they are primitive, as the academia is telling us, were able to find the right ingredients and the percentage to mix the surface of the pillar not to rust for so long, if you will, you know. And obviously, as you can see here, the students, they don't have the spike, because the Kundalini energy needs to rise in order to activate the pineal gland that to grow, you know. That's at least what I was shown, you know, and it's quite amazing piece of evidence, you know. And nowadays we are seeing, you know, that stuff, and all written on the, as you can see here, the posture, you know, the left palm up, you know, and the right, you know, they're all in the same posture, and then they have a different posture. They're all tuning into meditative oneness and combining, and that device is here. This device here, as you can see with the wiring here, is literally connecting the consciousness together. So they found the way how to fuse the consciousness of individual to a group consciousness. This This is another example from India, if you will, again is showing us the same, that they're using those devices to tune into meditative oneness and then to take, let's say, astral journeys, not just to different parts of the solar system, but through the immaterial cosmos, if you will. It's quite amazing what they were able to achieve, and what we refer today as a out-of-body travel, you know, they were utilizing to high degree in the ancient times. You know, it's quite amazing, and even people nowadays that they're utilizing the force, they were using the force in abundance in those days, if you will. You know, it's quite amazing, and I try my best to understand. You know, luckily we went to with my family in Thailand in 2018, sorry, and it's quite amazing experience. You know, just visiting those Asian temples, if you will. Another thing which is important is the Angkor Wat, you know, which is quite astonishing piece of work, if you will, from the Asian world. If you draw a line from one side, you will end up directly into the North Pole. You draw a line to the other side, it will end directly into the South Pole. So how, without GPS, they were able to know the exact location? Obviously, they were not primitive at all. So this is important. Perhaps a big step forward towards the true archaeology was made recently when a new laser technology uncovered vast medieval sites in jungles near Angkor Wat. Scientists flew over thick jungles covering almost 734 square miles and captured what was beneath them using a special laser scanning technology called the LIDAR. So what is the LIDAR technology? LIDAR stands for the light imaging detection and ranging. Makes use of laser pulses to create a detailed ground map of the surface below. This is done by measuring the differences in wavelengths and return times of each pulse to map out what the target area might look like. So pretty much this is what was used, and this is very interesting. It says, just when archaeologists thought they knew everything about the very old temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, a groundbreaking new study revealed remains of a huge cities deep beneath nearby forests, somewhere as big as New York City. The images revealed huge cities with houses, waterways, and roads. The new discovery seriously questions the old scientific view of the Khmer Empire, proving it was more advanced than previously thought in urban planning and irrigation, making the archaeologists wonder all over again how this mega empire thrived and how it suddenly collapsed. It appears that many of the ancient sites were suddenly abandoned by their inhabitants. They were not abandoned. Those people were wiped out. Why? Estimated world population through the recent history, abstract. 8,000 years old, from the estimated 5 million population on planet Earth to 345 million in 1 AD. It's not 8,000 actually, it's 4,000, and I will soon explain as we go. So for example, in 1000 AD it was 340 people, that's all the human population that existed. And then between 1900 and 2000, the increase in the world population was 3 times greater than during the entire previous history of humanity. An increase from 1.5 to 6.1 billion in just 100 years. Not to mention the extraterrestrials, but nevertheless, huge cities were discovered everywhere. They were just completely advanced, so advanced that it's just mind-boggling. Amazing, amazing stuff. And the people that are actually involved into the translation of the ancient scripts from the Khmer language or from the Sanskrit language, they always tell you just the basic village stuff. They don't explain the techniques about meditation or yoga or whatever, you know, because it's not allowed. So this is one temple from Cambodia, as you can see, but it's showing, one is showing actually the Stitchter's dinosaur in temple ruin. You know, it's quite amazing. So if those creatures were millions and millions of years ago in the ancient past, how come they are actually depicted on the ancient temples, if you will? You know, it's quite amazing, and the genetics was different with this Asian Rama culture, if you will, and there were what we are seeing as elephant due to the genetic fault. Literally, they were very advanced in the ancient times, and that's why we see those like spikes. They were literally controlling the energy. That's why the structures, they have spikes. As soon as this energy, those like scalar waves are cut, if you will, you know, they're just directed to the sitting platforms, if you will. So even the Chinese pyramid, so-called, you know, are quite amazing piece of work, which the Chinese, they don't want us to talk about them too much. Yeah. So another thing which squares question mark, it says pyramids in India, and this is a temple Jaisalmer in India, where it's actually showing us again the same stuff as you can see here. Like in the Chinese pyramid, there is like a flat surface on the top. That's the same one, and as you can see here on the middle part, there is the same wiring which was depicted on the other places that I just showed. So they were utilizing those like devices to combine their energy. That's why they were so powerful, you know. Unbelievable. So in India epic, the Ramayana and the Bhagavad Gita are two most famous texts of India. The Ramayana tells the story of the great avatar Rama. The Bhagavad Gita tells the story of Krishna. The Ramayana describes Rama as an emissary from Agartha who arrived on air vehicle. This is quite extraordinary that both the Buddhist and Hindu religions separately refer to Agartha. So it's quite amazing, but nevertheless the extraterrestrials, they were pushing, and eventually everything was destroyed. Nowadays it's just what we can see. And they also have different body sizes, like the ancient Egyptians had, like I will soon explain, and because of the different genetics, you know. And it's quite amazing. The bigger their body sizes was, the bigger those pagodas were behind to generate more energy. And the same gigantism is found in ancient Egypt and also in the Mexican cultures and similar stuff. And despite the negativity of the colony of the Asian Atlantis, you know, they were completely more loving and non-abusive. But nevertheless, the controllers were there. They were observed all the time by the Dark Ones, unfortunately. And nevertheless, you know, they stood as much as they can. So I will have only a few minutes more to just wrap about the forgotten human history. Actually what we can do, we can actually make a break. So thank you so much for your attention this time, and then the next time, next part, I will definitely cover the Asian Egyptian culture. So in the first part, I tried my best to understand, to share my understanding regarding to how things actually start on this planet, about the Lemurian culture and how part of it separated and became Atlantis, and how the Atlantis actually got influenced by the extraterrestrial forces, if you will, which eventually resulted with a global conflict around 12,000 years ago, and how the ancient Rama civilization that survived actually coped in those days. So in this part I will be covering the ancient Egyptian culture, which existed between 11,600 and 4,000 years ago, the ancient pre-Columbian culture, which is quite also interesting, and the Second Asian War and the disappearance of the Asian advanced civilizations. So let's start with the ancient Egyptian culture. Social structure. So obviously when we see the colony of the Atlantis, they had a different body sizes. They were actually tuned to violence. They literally lived their life in the archetype of hierarchy, if you will. You know, they were brutal to other species, if you like. And obviously, whatever the academia is telling us, what is left on their temples and pyramids is telling us something different. So, for example, we can see here a giant, which is depicted, which is over 7.5 meters tall, you know, and all the rest of the stuff which is happening. So it's quite amazing. So just comparing with our human size, it's really astonishing. This is how the compression should look like. So the similar depicted height is on the top left one, and it's also showing us that they were a lot taller than the other ones that they were actually abusing, if you will. You know? So another snapshots from their cultures, if you will, how they lived, and even in the ancient Sumeria, it has the same symbolism, if you will, you know. And for example, this is the size of the animal and the foot of this giant, if you will. And as I mentioned, in those days, the atmosphere was huge. You know, the pressure was different, and the oxygen had there was abundance of oxygen, which actually provided that DNA expansion, if you will, or to flourish to the maximum, if you will. And the question why all those pyramids and ancient temples are built in such a way, and all those like doors doesn't actually resemble our human size nowadays, have never been actually properly explained. And obviously, because the humanoids that walked the earth in those days were a lot taller than we are, if you will. You know, you can see that by most of the Asian culture, which is left. You know, so you can see that's why it's actually built to be so high. This is from Temple of the Goddess Isis, and they were using certain devices, which I will go a bit further in today. And wherever they were living, they were literally rewriting everything that they were doing, if you will, which was completely different from the pyramids, which served as a different purpose, not as a living quarters, if you will. So, for example, this one is from Urcan ruin in Peru. There are huge steps, and obviously we can see that the ancient Egyptians also depicted huge people. This was on the internet for a long time, and people tried to debunk this, but so far in 2019 no one can actually do, and it's about this guy. So one notable find was in 1988 when Swiss archaeologist Gregor Spory was allowed to photograph and examine 0.8 centimeters long mummified finger that was found by a grave robber. The grave robber was never heard from again after the encounter, and the location where it was looted still remains a mystery. But nevertheless, it's a huge one, and it resembles what the ancient Egyptians were literally creating. And it's quite amazing that comparing to our human size, you know, they had a different, literally giants, what the Asians were saying. And those are different ones where you can see 4 smaller, let's say, humanoids that are carrying a huge sarcophagus, if you will, or the bigger giant is actually pushing a boat, or even the ones that we are seeing, the obelisks, which usually are very tall, they were actually created and assembled by the giants, if you will, because to the best of my knowledge, there were 5 body sizes in the ancient times, which are also found in ancient Lemurians and ancient Atlanteans, if you will, you know. And those kind of sarcophags, which also doesn't reflect or doesn't match with our human size nowadays. And take, for example, how tall this is, you know, it's not necessary to be done. So this has been around the internet for a long time, and it's true, and double checked also. So in late 1950s, during the road construction in southeast Turkey, in valley, a tomb containing the remains of giants were uncovered. The human thigh bone or femur shown on the picture is 1.2 meters long and belonged to a giant that was about 5 meters tall. So the gigantism was literally in abundance in those ancient days. So as far as I was able to understand, the Smithsonian Institute is responsible for the biggest cover-up of the human history, if you will, and due to the secret societies and the Masonic Lodge, if you will, they literally deleted what was happening in those days. And there are so many written records about the humanoids that were found, especially from the New York Times. For example, this one is published from August 10, 1880, and the other one from February 11, 1902, which is again stating that they found the remains of 3.6 meters and 3.4 meters humanoids. And it's just a remarkable piece of evidence, which, excuse me, in some cases the remains were about 10.9, almost 11 meters long, if you will, you know. It's quite amazing, and there are certain mummies that were discovered, and here says that Smithsonian admits the destruction of thousands of giant human skeletons in early 1900s. A U.S. Supreme Court ruling has forced the Smithsonian institution to release classified papers dating from the early 1900s that provide the organization was involved in a major historical cover-up. So pretty much whatever it's out of the normal history, if you will, is fully controlled, and the secret societies, the Masonic structure, is fully aware of the Asian cultures, you know, that were found. There are special chambers that some of those remains are kept out of the public view, if you will. And the Vatican has also had so much records about the Asian history. So officially the tallest man in modern medical history to whom there is irrefutable evidence was Robert Wadlow from USA, who was born on 22nd of February 1918, when he was last measured, he actually was 2.7 meters. Quite amazing. Excuse me. This is very important. This is archaeologist Dr. Carl Bott. He was a director of the Creation Evidence Museum in Glen Rose in Texas, and he talked about something which is called optimal genetic expression, the best of the RNA and DNA what organism can have. So he invented and patented the hyperbaric biosphere chamber to test ancient record claims regarding pre-flood atmosphere and magnetic conditions, based on the approach that life on Earth was created perfect and designed to live very long. There's the hyperbaric biosphere, as we can see, and it actually provides, the evidence when he actually put it certain, let's say, fish or certain plants over the period of time, they actually grow very, very huge, even gigantic, and the bones and everything. So pretty much they know that the conditions in the ancient times were different. And there were also the genetics was so different that the skulls were elongated. For example, this is unearthed in Peru. And another thing that actually in Gulf of California in Santa Catalina from 1990 to 1928, they found 300 six-fingered giants. So it's quite amazing. And in parallel with that, this is from Peru. It says the archaeologist works at the site where 16 tombs belonging to 19th century Chinese immigrants, how they come up with their Chinese. And nevertheless, those are quite interesting China immigrants because they have 6 toes on their foot, if you will. So not just 1 or 2 as a medical anomaly, but hundreds of them. So obviously, his conclusion was that after the Great Fall, all the elements of which everything is made were degraded. In other words, from triple or 4 DNA, it was just degraded. And there's so much evidence about the Sasquatch and other cultures out there. This is from Little Salt Spring from North Port, Florida, and the scuba divers here discovered the remains of the Asian giants, if you will. They shut down the site because the uni wanted to explore with their own students, but they actually forbidden any kind of excavations, and they were coming at night, from the government, and they were taking the samples, and the ones that were taken, they were huge comparing to the ordinary human size, if you will. And another tactic which the shadow government or the Smithsonian Institute used is the so-called Photoshop content, where they have actually inundated the internet with the Photoshop pictures, so people will not know who are the real photos and who are the fabricated ones. But obviously there is plenty of information which is happening everywhere. Nevertheless, the ancient Egypt, as I mentioned, they were huge, as you can see, comparing to those 2 obelisks that I just highlighted. They were a massive size, so that's why they were so violent. And like I said, there was a huge hierarchy in those days, how they have lived. And it's very similar like the Asian Rama Empire, if you will. People, they were able to charge to certain devices in a similar way. So when I spoke with the extraterrestrials about this particular matter, the transmission was that they don't have a very high opinion of the ancient Egypt. They're saying that they are not worthy for the technological knowledge that they had, if you will. And as I mentioned, the brutality was huge, especially to the animal. So when you see our society nowadays, our kids go to school, we eat certain, we give food to the alligators in the zoo and similar stuff. Pretty much what they are tuning us, they are creating a new Atlantis, if you will. They had the Olympics like we are doing. They had the martial arts, and so many different stuff. They were actually walking dogs. Everything that you can see nowadays through the Masonic order, if you will, or Illuminati, they are pushing forward, to create a society that was once exactly the same. And as I mentioned, there were so much things that were happening. They were abusing every single source, quite opposite from the ancient Lemurians in those days. So maybe this will go against your perception, belief system, religion, or whatever. So please take it only as my personal understanding. I grew up in a family where my father, he was Orthodox, and my mother, she was a Catholic, so pretty much I'm familiar with the Bible and all the rest of the stuff. So when few occasions when my transmissions were there, I asked, and I said, look, this character never existed. It's just like a reflection of a character that existed in the ancient Egyptian culture, if you will. And you can see that there is so much weird things going on, if you will. Even the Catholic religion, if you will, they had so much symbolism on their clothing and similar stuff. And there is also a pedophilia, if you will, which appears, in the Catholic priest. And you can see here they have put an obelisk and then they put a cross, on top of it. What that tells you, if you will. And the disease called homosexualism, if you will, they came from the ancient Egyptian also. That's why they're actually putting, and also the pedophilia, if you will. So even today, when you celebrate Christmas, they actually are duplicating what the ancient Egyptians were doing, pretty much. So it's all across, the Asian societies, the secret societies, and there are 33 degrees of masonry which know some of this stuff, if you will, because when they are engaged, the new members, if you will, they don't tell them much, they just tell them the basic stuff. But people that are into those circles for many, many, many long years, they start to understand that there is nothing positive about these secret societies. And this character, unfortunately, like similar in the Islam and also in Buddhism to some degree, because we're not talking about just one person that people refer as Buddha, but the entire culture or race of Buddhas, if you will, which was completely different, as I will soon explain. But this person became a figure, a key figure, for the modern society. Everyone looks for the savior, and we can see that there is so much things that are happening around. And these powers that we are controlling the monetary system, they control everything. They create artificial laws, if you will, and they steal the money. And it's just unreal what is happening, and it's a big lump. And not many people, Osama bin Laden, everything is a scam, if you will, and they're sleeping on gold. And while we have to repay our mortgages, they're literally living in abundance, laughing how ignorant we are. And once when you start to see, analytics like this, like a bruises, you can see that part of our secret rituals, even the Queen, and everything else, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and it's a big club. And once when you start to realize, especially the young population, the teenagers, when the CEOs of the prominent companies, they go and run naked, in Bohemian Grove, they really start to question what's wrong in our society, and why things are not actually getting better, if you will, So there's pretty much deep conspiracy into this structure, and this is the deity that they are actually worshipping, unfortunately. But the control goes further. It goes, beyond the visible. It goes beyond the physical stuff, if you will, And many of those individuals are implanted. They don't know what they're doing, Even the moon landings, they were fake, because with a conventional spacecraft, they were not able to pass the one alien radiation belt, and they took a huge money. They still reached the moon with a back engineered alien technological flying craft, but with a conventional spacecraft, Apollo, they were not able to do it. And as Henry Kissinger mentioned in '73, who controls the food supply controls the people, who controls the energy can control whole continents, who controls the money can control the world. So pretty much that's what is happening. Once when you ask a kid, about the evolution of species on planet Earth, that kid will tell you about the Charles Darwin theory. And when you start to research about Charles Darwin, you know that he was actually part of the secret societies and part of the same Smithsonian structure, if you will. The Vatican City holds about 50 miles of ancient documents hidden from the public. You can only just visualize what exactly lies in those and everywhere, from Obama, from there is absolutely no accident. People think that if some other person that will be elected will change anything, nothing will change, because the real people in power are behind the scenes, if you will, and they're so much into occult, and similar stuff. And their controllers, the controllers that have been here for 12,000 years, are still here, still flying around. So unfortunately, many people, due to cognitive dissonance, they don't want to talk about, but this is actually what is happening, and all true passes through 3 stages, like Schopenhauer mentioned. The first, it is ridiculous; second, it is violently opposed; and the third, it is accepted as being self-evident. The genetics was different. They had elongated skulls, they were huge belly, stomachs, if you will. They had a full culture, if you will. They were mixing with insects sometimes, and with other creatures. The genetic engineering was also present, if you will. And this is the Egyptian deity Bes, which they worship as a positive, but I don't find any positive reference. And there are reptilian races that were also found, in different segments. And they understood about the circle of life, that this physical body of ours are only avatars, only vehicles, if you will, but the life force actually continues to go further, And pretty much, it's all you can see that many of those had short years. They knew the knowledge about certain energy, which again it's a pity because as I mentioned, as far as the ET mentioned to me, they had a huge technological understanding, and knowledge. It's a pity that they were so abusive. And there are many evidence about showing that the ancient Egyptian culture was monitored closely by the extraterrestrial species. If you will, like see the eye and the pyramid and the UFO and the plasma ball which is coming out, as I mentioned, so there's a depicting, and there was always a control, if you will. Some people say Anunnaki, Zacharias Sitchin, he's tried to push strongly that humans are created as slaves, but that's not true, because ancient Lemurians were free; they were able to levitate, to exist, freely. So we are not humans are not slaves. Maybe certain genetical clones were created as slaves, but not at all. So the ancient Egyptian society used energy devices like jet, aken, and was in abundance in the everyday life. So those are the ones that I'm just referring. And you can see from there whatever they left, they are actually charging with the energy, with these devices. And sometimes they were used for technological devices like power plants and similar things, which I will soon go into. And we can see that they were using this like in abundance, like a life force that can be utilized with different combinations, if you will. It's quite amazing. And this one on the left that was discovered, obviously the size of it, it's bigger than the normal human hand, and it's perfectly matching what the sculptures found or unearthed in ancient Egypt are actually showing that they're completely matched. As you can see, it's almost too small for the size of the hand of this person that once existed. And we can see that it was used in many occasions just to influence the energy or transport the energy or manipulate the energy or in different ways, if you will. They understand. They had a fully developed society, full structure, and the combination of those devices actually produced different effects. And this is the life-giving power of the sun, papyrus from the Book of the Dead, as you can see. But it's only part of the story. When you refer it as a sun, everything gets clear. It's a solar energy, and they're worshipping the sun, and that's very tense. But what happens when those stone balls are given as a present to other, they start to make a different meaning, if you will. And there are many, as I mentioned, many stone balls that are found around the planet, which doesn't actually make any sense. So the advanced technologies that are used in ancient Egypt, among other, the following advanced technologies were used: electricity, electrochemistry, electromagnetic technology, plasma energetics, metallurgy, advanced engineering, hydrogeology, chemistry, physics, advanced form of mathematics, astronomy, genetics, anti-gravity, and nanotechnology. So we can see that those cultures were not primitive at all. They were very sophisticated in many of those branches and sciences that I just mentioned. And the precision that they have done, is just remarkable. It's difficult to duplicate even nowadays. So when we are referring about the 3D printing, imagine what they were able to do in those ancient times. The measurements of these faces, you can see, it cannot be done by hand. It's just perfectly mathematically machinery which is applied, if you will. So this one, as you can see, it's a granite box, and it's 100 tons in weight. It's found in Serapeum in Saqqara in Egypt. So comparing to the weight, just to give you a glimpse, the average weight of a school bus is around 12 tons. So it takes more than 8 buses, to equal the weight of these tons. So the precision inside is obviously there is no like a graffiti, there is no writing, nothing. So obviously it's sort of a completely different purpose. Nanotechnology is a manipulation of matter on an atomic, molecular, and supermolecular scale. And this is quite interesting. It's about the so-called Lucicrus cup. This is officially 1,600-year-old Roman chalice at the British Museum. So the material which is found is dichroic glass, which changes color when held up to the light. When light is shown through the body of the cup, it turns from opaque green to a glowing translucent red. The glass contains tiny amounts of colloidal gold and silver, which give it these unusual optical properties. The true origin and the creator is unknown, but it's obviously that since it's come from there, it actually came from Egypt. So how they know the exact portion of the materials to use, to produce this nanotechnological effect? So pretty much when we think that we are so advanced, we have to stop and reconsider that we are definitely not the most advanced civilization that once existed on this planet. And despite that, they had a full understanding of how to actually doing genetic engineering with nanotechnology and to influence the DNA and similar stuff. This famous device was discovered in an Asian shipwreck in Crete in 1901. It's part of the so-called Antikythera mechanism, an Asian astronomical calculator. So, not to bother you with too much, it's a sophisticated device that consists of 30-tooth wheels or diameter of 132 millimeters and so on and so forth, but it's actually an astronomical device. So we can see here that it's quite amazing. It was discovered not too far away from the sunken ancient Egyptian city, very close to Alexandria. So they were utilizing pyramids in so many different ways to accumulate energy or transmit energy, if you will. So there is a specific reason why the pyramids are designed in a way that they are, because those are a form of power plants, if you will. So once when the disturbance around 11,600 years ago actually occurred, the water went through and they left mud. So many things were literally under the mud. So those are the Abydos temple of Hatshepsut, if you will, and you can see here how deep into the mud, those structures are. So that gives you a bit of a picture how big the tsunami was in those ancient times and how huge amount of mud actually left. That's why many of the ancient pyramids in Egypt were literally buried under huge slabs of mud, if you will. And this is where the famous helicopter and all the rest of the stuff is discovered. It's quite amazing piece of evidence what is happening. So the advanced structural engineering, like I mentioned, people refer those pyramids as unfinished pyramids because if they accept it for what they are, that they are damaged and destroyed pyramids, it will start to trigger so many unpleasant questions that will question literally the accepted version of our human history. So the three most famous pyramids on planet Earth are the Giza pyramids, right, and the Sphinx. But it's quite interesting that despite the fact that it's considered as a tombs, there is no money found in them, nothing at all. So definitely they have a different purpose. Around 2,500 years ago, the following historians were in Egypt and visited the Great Pyramid of Giza. So it's Herodotus, Diodorus, Siculus, Strabo, and Plutarch. And they were all curious and asked the local priests, do they know who built the pyramids of Giza? And they all got a similar response: we really do not know. They were built long before the Great Flood. So pretty much what we are seeing here is the evidence which took place. So they are so precisely done. For example, if you put a straight line, you will end up in the North Pole directly. So obviously they knew what they were doing. And like I said, many of those devices were connected with the positions of the stars on the sky because they were utilizing certain energy that existed. So those are the few old photos from the Sphinx, if you will, from the 1800s. As you can see, everything is covered in the mud. after the huge tsunami. And once when it was excavated, it actually showed a huge signs of erosion, if you will, that water was actually present. And there is like a stone that was discovered in front of the Sphinx. That's the stone that I'm referring. And there are so many different chambers which the Department of Antiquity in Egypt explored, unfortunately. But in my personal opinion, they're all corrupted, if you will, and they just follow the orders. But there are certain chambers, that were found, below and similar stuff. And also there was a drilling on the top of the Sphinx that they found, like underground chambers. In 1998, the Zaki Hawass, the chief director of the Supreme Council of Antiquities of Egypt, undertook excavation between the main body of Sphinx at Giza and rediscovered access tunnels to several large, apparently natural caves directly under the Sphinx. And Hawass commented in a documentary about the 1998 excavation that he suspected that there could be other cavities beneath the structure, so they know exactly what exactly it means. And there are also underground structures behold the entire Giza plateau region. But this is quite interesting. The stone or the rock in front of the Sphinx, if you will, doesn't show one Sphinx. It shows two Sphinx. In other words, what we are actually seeing that there was another Sphinx that was destroyed over the time, and it's clearly showing that, and it's perfectly matching from where the Great Pyramid of Giza is pointing. So this is from the top view. You can also see in more accurate, let's say, view where that other Sphinx was. It was like a lion gate, if you go between two lines. In the Great Pyramid of Giza, officially there are three known rooms or chambers. The upper chamber was given a name King's Chamber, the middle room Queen's Chamber, and the lowest room, which is under the pyramid, the Unfinished Chamber, which is not unfinished, it has a just different purpose. The engineering was just astonishing. So the structure contains angle tunnels which lead not only into the pyramid but deep underground to areas officially claimed to be still unexplored. To what I was able to discover, according to some reports, the Russian KGB launched the project ISIS in 1961, and the purpose was to obtain eventual alien technology and anything useful about the true builders of the pyramid. They actually applied what is known as ground penetrating radar readings, and right in below that unfinished underground chamber, which is officially stated that it's unfinished, they found something. They found a channel with a huge, they thought that this was a hall of records, if you will, so they did their best, to get into it. And it's another thing which is quite also interesting, that the Asian structure or the Great Pyramid of Giza was built with a unique materials, out of which some are used for electrical conductivity nowadays. Obviously, they have the plasma technology. They understood the electric nature of the universe and they were utilizing. So these facts are leading more and more researchers to believe that the pyramid may have actually had a far more profound purpose. One of the purposes is obviously a power plant, so they were able to literally generate the power from beneath from the aquifers, from the water, and to transfer it to a usable plasma. So the Great Pyramid of Giza is only one of 180 Asian structures that were discovered in Egypt, and obviously they were using obelisks, if you will, to wirelessly transmit power, if you will. It's just amazing, and they were definitely not primitive, and they were able to transmit this energy. So naturally, we make a conclusion that based on the assumption that Asian civilizations were far more primitive, and obviously that's not the case, right? And not to mention about the Nikola Tesla. And as soon as he actually discovered the electricity in 19th century, there was a huge problem because something was discovered in 1934 in Iraq, which actually contradicted what they actually discovered, the battery, which was further referred as a Baghdad battery, which when those elements combine together, they can produce electricity. And that's one of the items that the Smithsonian Institute, if you will, just couldn't actually retrieve on time, because whenever this happens, they actually send their own people just to retrieve the technology. So some of the materials that are used to build the Great Pyramid are limestone, dolomite, and granite. It is estimated that the Great Pyramid of Giza has 2.3 million stone blocks that weigh from 2 to 30 tons each, and there are even some blocks that weigh 80 tons. The structure has estimated total mass of 6.5 million tons. It's a huge, massive structure. When it was functional and new, if you will, they were covered with white polished limestone, referred as the casing stones. The cuts made in this reflective stone were angled perfectly so it would have a smooth, flat appearance. So you can see here from the evidence is clearly showing us that that those stones were further removed by the Muslims, and they were actually building their religious structures. But when they were fully functional, they were completely reflective. If you even from this picture, you can see the precision how this is done. The cuts made in this reflective stone were angled perfectly so it would have a smooth, flat appearance, as mentioned. That would have made the giant structure brightly reflect the light of the sun like a mirror. In another sense, they were also using the solar energy in a different purpose. And there are some parts like golden caps that were missing. And for example, this is from 1615, drawing by George Sandus. Is also showing us that there is something on the top of the pyramid, if you will. And pretty much you can see as that the mud, that was once existed. So today, all that remains when we go to Giza pyramids are to the inner core of the pyramids itself. And not to bother with this mortar, this is quite interesting because the mortar itself is like a cement. It's actually holds all those huge tons of blocks together, and it's quite amazing how they were able to pull the surface limestone out, And this is how huge if this thing was finished, because when the Asian conflict appeared and the flooding, this thing was still finished, and it's about 42 meters, and it would probably weigh around 1,200 tons. It's a huge, massive piece of stone. So dolomite was used in the inner surfaces of the pyramids. Dolomite is known to increase electrical conductivity directly relative to the amount of pressure on it. In other words, high pressure creates more electrical current. Lining the passageways and underground tunnels of the pyramids is granite, which also is slightly radioactive. And why is that important? Because granite contains high amounts of quartz crystal, metal well-known conductor of piezoelectricity. Piezoelectricity occurs as a result of stress or pressure to the quartz. When you press to the quartz, they actually produces electricity. But nevertheless, the water was the source of the power. When such electrons are given the chance to bypass a section of rock via the metal wire, quite large currents can flow when it's activated. And another interesting fact is that limestone, dolomite, granite, supposedly constructed for a tomb, are in fact analogous to the exact materials we use to make electrical wires. And all three of them also share a relationship with pressure, which increases their electroconductivity. To give you another parallel, northwest of Pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara is an area called the Serapeum. This is how it looks like. It's quite amazing piece of work. And they discovered 24 huge mysterious granite boxes weighing around 100 tons each, the one that I showed you before. Classic Egyptologists say it to be coffins of the pharaohs. Never any mummy was found nowhere nearby. Yeah, this is how it goes. Each of those boxes, as I mentioned, are very heavy. The simplest explanation that classical Egyptologists came up to is that they are coffins of the pharaohs, which does not make any sense, and since they are too large for today's average human size, neither any bones or skeleton remains, so giants, as mentioned, were ever found nowhere near them. So take, for example, this. How come, because there is a space only of 1.5 meters or 1.5 meters, distance from the wall, how is this thing actually transported? It's not even fitting through the door, if you will. So, which does actually imply the conclusion that the Asian had the technology to literally create materialized things, and reshape in so many different ways by using alien technology or similar. As you can see how precise this device is, it's just remarkable. There's certain writings like diagram, like electric diagrams, if you will, in ancient Egyptian language, if you will, because those were not tombs at all. So those supposed sarcophagi were therefore somehow built into the structure with such a precision, so they fit 10,000 of an inch and being perfectly flat. And you can see you cannot even find the error with this. To get to the point, each and every one of these huge boxes also has a giant lid carved from the exact same stone, from the exact same material. on container serving as an energy capacitor, a battery must be made entirely of the same substance, so there is no interruption in the magnetic field. In other words, what they were utilizing those structures as the batteries, very similar to what we are using nowadays in our systems. So it's quite amazing that we are actually slowly, as I mentioned, shaping into the society that once existed, if you will. So what we are seeing here is obviously a form of a plasma ball where the electricity is actually showing. In fact, it's not electricity as the power plant people or the researchers are putting online, but it's all about plasma and different utilization of plasma. Because through plasma as a fourth state of matter, you can actually access the unlimited power of energy. So just to give you an example that the Asians had something similar, what we call crystal balls or similar things we're utilizing. So pretty much, what is different from radiation or similar stuff is that plasma doesn't actually emit radiation at all. It's completely safe for humans to be in the same room with it all through the plasma reaches a temperature hotter than the surface of the sun. And it's quite amazing what those people take. For example, this tool on the middle picture. You can see the reptoid figure actually holding two of those devices, which are connected, you know. And this was unearthed near the Red Sea. You can see it's actually the same device, you know. And it's quite amazing piece of evidence. And there are pictures like this, you know. They're coming most of the thing there is a Photoshop, but there are so many different varieties that are found. Queen's Chamber. Queen's Chamber, it's a quite story on its own. It's exactly halfway between the north and south faces of the pyramid, and there are some measurements that are not important, but it literally, at the eastern end of the chamber, there is a niche 4.67 meters high. The original depth of the niche was 1.04 meters, but has since depended by the treasure hunters. The point that I'm trying to make, there are 4 passageways, 2 that lead from the King's Chamber on the top, 2 that are lead from the Queen's Chamber. The ones that are leading from the King's Chamber, they go to the surface. The ones that are coming from the Queen's Chamber, they are not reaching fully the surface, which are actually marked with number 7 on the diagram. Because it has something to do with infrared thermography and actually what they have discovered. So not to bother you too much with this, in 1993, actually they literally launched a small probe, a robot which was called Open Out 2. And to go through the shafts, and as it goes through the shafts, it already found certain evidence that someone else attempted to go through the shafts on their own. In many occasions, the visitors, the tourists in Egypt and in other places, they report hearing sounds of the drilling and the cables that are taken, you know, because they obviously found chambers that are not publicly announced, if you will, you know, so they're just coming up. Wherever there is a huge discovery, there is always a military presence, and they don't allow anyone nearby, if you will, you know. So these are the passages, and interestingly, one guy actually bought a DVD from the 1993 campaign, you know, and when he started to play around and he adjusted, you know, his footage, he found that there is a shaft very similar to what we are seeing as a ventilation shaft nowadays. But nevertheless, the quite interesting thing is they found a block of stone with 2 copper contacts, if you will, at the end of the shaft. They couldn't make through it, you know. That's why they, in 2002, actually they drilled a small hole just to see what's behind. So this is how it actually looks like, you know, for your information. And those are the ones that, as I mentioned, that they don't actually reach the surface. And the one on the left is on the southern end, and the one on the right is on the northern end of the shaft. And this was actually continued by the Jetty project in 2011, and the improved one that they had like an angle camera that was able to actually see through. And what they discovered is quite interesting because it shows certain diagrams, you know, proportions in the ancient Egyptian language. You know, obviously they were utilizing this shaft for a different purpose. So in other words, they were generating energy, if you will. So pretty much this is how it looked like. The academia is trying hard to tell us that all those golden or copper wires, you know, are just like a necklaces or similar things, but they're also utilized very similar like we're using today because they have a huge conductivity, if you will. You know. And this was quite over the internet over the time in 2012. And believe it or not, it was so easily debunked. This as Facebook users solved mystery of ancient unearthed in relic unearthed in Jerusalem. You know, obviously that's one of those devices that were used in the ancient times in abundance. An energy generator still requires a catalyst from another source, that's for sure. Perhaps that is why the pyramids were geographically located over the most natural power generators, the underground rivers and aquifers. You know, so pretty much like a reverse osmosis plant, if you will. They were so advanced that it's just incredible. You know, and this is the Great Pyramid of Giza by the Nile River around 1925. As you can see, there is a water all around it. You know, and obviously there is a complete parallel, if you know, like with the nuclear reactors, you know, very similar stuff. And this is how it digitally should look like, you know. This is still with one swing, but replica from around, so to speak. This is how it should look like, and it's also giving us a corrosion evidence that the water was applied in those days, if you will. So the pyramids are built over aquifers inside limestone layers. Unique layers of rock transmit electricity upward, known as a piezoelectricity. The gold capstone facilitates a conductive path for the transfer of negative ions to the ionosphere. This way, a usable current was generated. An identical form of this technology was built into the Warden Cliff Tower by Nikola Tesla. And in his memories, British Consul General Henry Salt recounts how he investigated the underground system of catacombs at Giza in 1817 in the category of Italian explorer, in the company of Italian explorer Giovanni Caviglia. So pretty much it's a cover-up which exists nowadays, and we can see even where the terrain on the bottom right image is showing where the river was in those times. So the piezoelectricity was just one part of it, but as I mentioned, it was just a plasma. But the water was definitely a source of power. So that's why the so-called unfinished chamber, which is at the bottom of the pyramid, we can see so much evidence of erosion because the water was literally going there, you know, and it was generating this energy. This is another parallel which is interesting. It says in the town of Zawet, Elarium in Egypt, there is a structure known as the unfinished pyramid, which looks almost identical to the one found in Abu Rosh, known as the pyramid of Jederfe or something like that. Yeah, crush your tongue. So this is how it looks like. It's quite amazing how it looked when it was functional. But you can see that there is like a reservoir of water that was utilized for the pyramids, and this is pretty much the same stuff. This area here. Military came and they started to put dirt on it, dirt and garbage. And now they actually put it containers, and that's where the military staff is actually living, and it's a secure area. The tourists are not allowed, or the general population is not allowed there, but it's pretty much the same setup. There is underground passage of 32 storage chambers, the same setup, the batteries that were used for the power supply, if you will. You know? And it's quite amazing. So in order to understand, you know, what the ancients were doing, we have to look into the plasma confined by magnetic fields. You know, magnetic field separation with a ring magnet in the vacuum creates high-speed rotation of plasma. Less vacuum. We have to understand the plasma vortex in the magnetic field also, and the plasma energy shield. So they were also masters in all this stuff. Even nowadays, the shadow government, because it recognized that UFOs are using plasma in abundance for surveillance, for so many other stuff, you know, they're trying to recreate the effect, if you will, you know. And there is so many different uses of plasma. For example, we can manipulate light and similar things. So in other words, to conclude this part, these blocks, if you will, were used as a plasma container, something which was deliberately shown in the science fiction movies, like a plasma containers, you know. And that's why they were designed in a way that they were designed, because, like I mentioned, there is absolutely no evidence of bones or skeletons found anywhere close. And that's the area that I was talking about, where the military actually took over. You can see the photos there. Obviously, this was all underwater. And this is the diagram of how it looked like. And you can see that it's clearly a water reservoir serving as a water pump for the pyramids, evidence of the outflowing water. And it's even more. There is also opening with a top cover, if you will. You know, it's quite amazing, if you will. You know, which was uncovered in the old days, if you will. So it's quite amazing how they actually created all that structure. So since water was a source of power, it was obviously directed up the limestone based on the principle of capillary action, which happens when a small area of a substance that gets wet absorbs into the entire area of that substance. This is how the water travels over water flowing near or underneath the pyramid could have been absorbed, and as it passes over the limestone, even traveling upward to the top of the structure. The quartz in the tunnels of the pyramids was subject to the stress or vibration, creating piezoelectricity. The high force, the speed of the rising water, and the pressure would be analogous to filling a syringe, generating electromagnetic energy within the structure by the materials within and conducting it upwards to the now missing golden capstone. So pretty much that's what they were doing. The pyramids were usually built on specific geological locations in order to magnify the electromagnetic forces on the planet where the telluric currents were at the strongest. And the electromagnetic field at the bottom of the pyramid would rise to the upper layers. The golden cup could have created a conductive path for energy to be directed upwards, directing into the ionosphere. Taking everything in consideration, what we have discovered so far about the pyramids, it would be logical to conclude that one of the reasons for the superconductive materials used to create the Giza pyramid complex was generation of plasma energy, which was further transmitted wirelessly either through the antennas we call obelisks, transmitters and receivers, or through natural means through the air to the surrounding area. In other words, they were utilizing power towers, if you will. So this is another important piece of a puzzle, and it's actually related to the King's Chamber now. As you can see, what on the bottom right part of the right picture, which is called Great Gallery, you can see in order to get to the Great Gallery, you have to go through this passageway, if you will. So there are some anomalies in this so-called Grand Gallery. The upper wall of the Grand Gallery near the entrance into the King's Chamber is made of granite, not limestone, which is very unusual. The entire wall shows deep dark stains that might be able to result of being exposed to tremendous heats, perhaps from explosive chemical reactions or super strong electrical discharges. Along the side ramp of the gallery are several rectangular holes or sockets, evenly spaced to the entire distance of the ramps. The real purpose of these sockets is still not fully understood, but there are some indications that point towards the conclusion that the ancient Egyptians were using some sort of resonators to amplify the energy produced in the pyramids. In other words, what we are seeing in those devices are the ones that were utilized in those days. And I will soon explain in more detail as we go. So it's clearly showing us that not just the sun, you can see the sun doesn't actually correspond with this diagram, if you will, what was left, because one ball of light, if you will, just shoots energy into another ball of light, if you will. So pretty much another thing which is also important to understand how this actually works is that generators generate current and transformers convert between current and voltage. A generator is a machine which, with the help of magnetic induction, converts mechanical energy into electrical energy. A transformer converts voltage into higher or lower voltage depending on the need. So pretty much what the Asians were doing, they were using those devices to control the energy which was generated. So take two electrical conductors, things that let electricity flow through them, and separate them with an insulator, a material that doesn't let electricity flow very well, and you make a capacitor, something that can store electrical energy. Adding electrical energy to a capacitor is called charging. Releasing the energy from a capacitor is known as discharging. So pretty much what they're doing, what the Max Planck Institute is doing nowadays, and they have produced a ball lighting type effect by discharging a high voltage capacitor in a tank of water. So what they were using, they were utilizing the energy that was actually abundance from the underground water systems, if you will. Another thing why the people, the researchers that are into the power plant theory, if you will, of the pyramids cannot figure it out, because there are a couple of things which are missing. For example, there is a missing chamber here in the very close to the King's Chamber, if you will. And another thing, something was literally stolen from the King's Chamber. When you go inside the King's Chamber, you can see no drawings, no reliefs of life or of writings whatsoever. It's obviously showing that it was exposed to high heat, high pressure, high chemical reaction, and there is a granite shaft inside a king's chamber, as you can see. It's completely opposite from where they were living, if you will. And you can see the burning marks, the exposure. Obviously, they took something. There's some certain information which is going that this something was something very, very powerful. And how they did it, that's quite interesting. This is the guy that has remained to be known as Al-Mamut, and he was the thiefer, if you will. He actually stolen the artifacts from the king's chamber, and this is the hole that they artificially actually excavated because they couldn't carry, the artifact out of the pyramid. So I actually highlighted, the point how that actually was taken out, and you can see it's completely away from the main public entrance, if you will. And thanks to the muons, which I also explained, that void, that area, hidden area, if you will, has been discovered. So I will not bother you much with the muons, but I'll just briefly, because it's important. So the interior of the Great Pyramid has been probed using various forms of radiations, including cosmic muons. A muon is a type of subatomic particle. It's an elementary particle similar to the electron with electric charge of -1 e and a spin of 1/2, but much greater mass. So what is important is that they actually, the photons in the cosmic rays crash into air molecules, and in this crash pions are made. The pions undergo atomic decay into neutrinos and muons. So there is a organization that was called Scan Pyramid Mission. It was an international mission, and they tried their best to find is there any voids or missing chambers in the Great Pyramids or different places. So it was combined effort by the Japanese and the French, if you will, and they applied different techniques, how to scan. And for example, in December 2015, in the Ben Pyramid industrial in Egypt, they actually installed 81 selective films. And once when they selected, it took a while, actually it was February 2016 when they actually took the films for the scanning, and Professor Morishima, he was in charge. He actually was trucking proton trucks, if you will, just to see how dense they are, and in order if there are some hidden chambers. And they found. The muon study has found evidence for a previously unknown chamber buried deep within the iconic structure, and it was there, and it's always matching, whatever is, it's how should I put it, here represented. That's the king's chamber on the top left picture, the mark where the new void is discovered, and other scans are also have confirmed the virtual reality has recreated pretty much everything. And again, the Egyptian archaeologist Lens new paradigm findings, the same guy, if you will, and obviously they're covering up quite well, and you can see those people with dark glasses, ties, or they're always around when something like this happens, and there is always persons like those, on the top right picture that will actually push the buttons, and if it's not necessary, even if it's necessary, the military will step in, of course. And that's the scientific research, and the heat signature also show why certain areas, are like that. As I mentioned, two of the shafts are not going directly towards the surface. They're producing huge heat. In other words, the steam was also involved, obviously, in what they were doing in the ancient times. And the chambers in Egypt's Great Pyramid concentrate radio waves. That's for sure. So the computer simulation revealed electromagnetic properties of the huge structure of Giza. So not to bother you too much, it's just quite impressive, what this structure is actually doing. It's just amazing stuff. A telluric current or earth current, how it's also known, is electric current which moves underground and through the sea, and they were able to amplify this telluric current, if you will, and to transmit further. But nevertheless, whatever they are magnificent, they were always under control, if you will, and they actually go down and in a very, very bad way, if you will, because the dark forces literally were controlling everything, and there's so much bizarre stuff which are going, and all that magnificence was lost, as I was going to explain, 4,000 years ago that would happen. So this is another thing. This is a sad story. You know, when I was receiving the holographic visions about the pre-Columbian, it was worse than the Egyptian ones, because literally the Egyptian ones were under control, but the pre-Columbians, they lived among the extraterrestrials. So by pre-Columbian culture, we are talking about advanced pre-Columbian Mesoamerican civilizations such as Olmec, Teotihuacan, Maya, Zapotec, Mixtec, Huastec, Perucha, Toltec, and Mexico, Aztecs. You know, it's a huge variety. Obviously, during the 12,000 years ago, you know, it's a huge, it was huge, very advanced society at the time. But when this planet was destroyed and the pole shift actually occurred, the continents literally split, and it created a massive disturbance. So as we can see, the culture was devastated. The roads, you know, everything was completely. And when they were explaining about this, they said that the humanoids that were living at the time, they were under full influence of very negative forces, you know, and it's just unreal what was happening to those. For example, this skull was discovered in Mexico, and there were hundreds of those, you know, that were discovered at different types of things, and they were utilizing the energy, you know, the devices. They were able to power devices, some of which were extraterrestrial, you know, in nature, you know, with their mind. And there are so many different artifacts that are disregarded by the mainstream archaeology nowadays, you know, which are showing that reptile creatures and similar things. And also they were very into sacrifices, you know, and very bad experience regarding to this culture. You know, this is some areas of the Tula Hidalgo, the complex with the ball court, because you can see that this is how those Asian humans, humanoids more accurately look like, you know. And the Puma Punku, the magnificent Puma Punku, obviously showing the magnificence into structure. You know, this is the terraces of Puma Talis, which already shown in Peru, obviously built for a different. The details of a fine structure, you know, is just amazing. You know, it's just breathtaking. Very similar what the Asian Rama were utilizing in those Asian times. But unfortunately, after the conflict 12,000 years ago, you know, it was all just crushed, if you will. You know, and it's look at the precision of this stone on the right. You know, this doesn't happen by chance. You know. So pretty much they were involved, you know, into a lot of things when the extraterrestrials are concerned. You know, this photo on the right is the subject of a controversy for a very long time. I actually spoke with a guy who actually took it, you know, so he said it's not a fake at all, you know. So in 2009, the Hector Silazar visited the Asian Mayan city of Chichen Itza with his family. There he captured 3 photos with his iPhone. What appeared on one of the photos was quite mysterious, you know. It's just showing us that the, let's say, beam of light, if you will, just shoot out directly. The pyramid of the sun is quite awesome. I mean, it's more than the Great Pyramid of Giza, but it's still quite impressive. It's 1.2 million square meters of mass. You know, it's just an astonishing piece of evidence. And obviously, they were utilizing, you know, the pyramids for different purposes. So lasers making 3D mapping of the ground below made a massive discovery, or more than 60,000 structures hidden in jungles of Guatemala, proving that the Asian Maya civilization was triple the size that modern ecology ever want to acknowledge. With estimates of exceeding 10 to 15 billion from approximately 5 million estimated during the peak of the Asian Maya civilization, obviously they were full structure. And the 3D liter stunning details of the Asian Maya kingdom in northern Guatemala is also showing us that there is absolutely abundance of structures which are actually found buried in the jungle, if you will. You know, it's just quite amazing. You know, and thanks to LIDAR, hopefully they will allow it to be scanned, you know, underwater, just to see, you know, what's happening. So it's quite amazing. So even in Mexico, they discovered 40 small lost cities, you know. So, and the genetics was different. They have the elongated skulls, obviously, and different variety of life, definitely very similar to the Egyptian, you know, even nowadays when they're born. Some graves are quite unusual. They're not human at all. You know, look at those varieties of different beings. And already showed this one, which is actually a very good piece of evidence. Even the hair is still preserved. So through DNA, they know exactly how old it is, but they're still pushing the date, carbon dating. There are many white skulls that were discovered also, in Atacama Desert, and it's from Iran, dated from 6,000 to 7,000 BC. It's again showing us pretty much the same stuff. And the famous Palenka astronaut. I remember with Erich von Däniken, he started to push this. Everyone was laughing at him, how it is be, but definitely showing us that this Asian creature, if you will, Asian mind, if you will, is really piloting something, And there's so much relevant information out there which is showing that they had a flying technology and they had spacesuits, and there is so much coincidences, so to speak, which can be. And this is from Pulpa Lines, Varacocha, again showing the same type of entities, if you will, that had like a spikes, if you will. And it's showing to be seen only from the top. Obviously, they had a huge culture, a huge cities, with streets and similar things until this was all displaced, if you will. So obviously we can see pretty much the same as we are seeing nowadays, with the modern cities. So obviously they were using those, as far as I was shown, like balls of light that were inside a stone balls that had different properties. That's why when you crush those, actually certain stone balls, they have a specific materials for conductivity that actually can literally support plasma. So, for example, even in a parallel in crop circles, they have found a small microscopic or a bit bigger, let's say, pieces of meteoric iron, and it was just quite a question how come they're found there, because the plasma balls are utilizing those fragments, to discharge. As I mentioned, there is a capacitor component which is happening. So nevertheless, they are everywhere, pretty much everywhere. So as far as I was shown, those stone balls were interconnected with the energy beams like this, and they were able to be utilized in so many different ways to melt things and similar stuff, And it's many of those balls are even fused into the mud, as you can see, as the tsunami went through and broke the mud. And they're still uncovered, And this is quite piece of evidence from Chechnya, as you can see the mineral that this Asian ball was designed. This is advanced technology, It's not something which is created. The Bosnia pyramids also, as you can see everywhere, pretty much all the Asian world, even in Easter Island that I was mentioning, where those holes that I mentioned to you, some of those were literally destroyed with these weapons. And I recently did a talk in Sydney on the 2nd of February, and I met a woman. She is actually involved into the research of these mummies. She went to Peru a couple of times, and she was threatened, by certain individuals, to keep her mouth shut, so to speak, regarding to the results of these alien mummies, if you will. Obviously, the X-rays are showing a completely different structure from the humans. Species unknown, no hair, big almond-shaped eyes. It is pretty much clear as a day that we are looking at the structure and the humanoids that are not human at all. So they named them Josefina, Victoria, family, Alberto, and they found that, yeah, of course, that's how it goes, But the number of the ribs was different with each of those. For example, in Josefina and Victoria, there was 11 pairs of course, including 2 floating. The family had 10 pairs on the other side of coast, including 2 floating. In Alberto, 8 pairs of coast, including 2 floating. So it's quite interesting, and they obviously were messing out with pregnancy. They actually depicted the entire, process of the embryo development, and they were doing so many nasty stuff, if you will, There are other creatures that were found. Dr. Stephen Greer did his best to push, to the documentary series, as much as they can, but it was obvious that the powers that be will not allow it, So Musain also, the creature, obviously, which is so many different. There are other, for example, the bottom left picture is it's an alien being that was literally recovered from the UFO crash, you know, before the military people came, one of the village guys came and he took the body and he hid it very well. And they didn't know anything about it, you know. The military came, they recovered the craft, and they took the bodies, you know, and it was all sealed. But after years and years, he stepped forward and he actually showed the evidence. But I don't know what happened ever since. You know. Obviously, they had the technology to fly in those days, you know. There's no doubt about it. So the anti-gravity. So pretty much what we are seeing as a space shuttle nowadays, they're actually were utilizing it. This is from the Istanbul, the Turkish rocket, if you will, you know. And quite a piece of evidence is also showing us that they have very similar what we refer to as a cosmonaut or the astronaut suit nowadays, you know, to protect you from the space. And the pre-Columbian culture has also been involved with the so-called Asian crystal skulls. The Smithsonian Institute, they tried their best to put the idea through History Channel of National Geographic and other the channels like Discovery channels, you know, which are all, again, owned by the powers to be, that those are just crafts that were made by early Europeans, but they're not actually. The pre-Columbian crystal skulls were mostly made of clear or milky white quartz. So the Smithsonian institution responsible, as I mentioned, for the cover-up have strongly pushed the belief that they're actually made in the mid-19th century in Europe. So this guy, Frank Dornot, you can check his work online. He says that certain electric properties of the crystal skull can store consciousness. Squeeze certain crystals, as I already mentioned, with the pyramids, such as quartz, and you can make electricity through the piezoelectricity. And obviously, they were utilized by the Asian culture of Chichen Itza, if you will. They're utilizing for mind control and similar stuff. This is another interesting thing. Residents of the outskirts of Puebla, near Veracruz, Mexico, found jade stones in the forest with mysterious sculptures that seems to represent some humanoids with large heads similar to real gray aliens. So take a look at this. They found inside, they brought the cameras and everything. You know, this is the location on the bottom right image where exactly this was. And look what the artifacts are actually retreated. As I mentioned, this is an alien which is piloting certain flying vehicle, and on the right is giving us the other depictions. So pretty much is what we nowadays see as a it's not TR Astral, but it's the real stuff. And we can see that also they have the elongated skull. You know, the shape of the eyes was different. And in this picture, where you can see that we're usually using telekinesis, you know, to levitate certain objects. You know. So they're under control, you know, the spheres that I was referring previously, if you will. So there is so much different stuff, and this is all disregarded by the mainstream archaeology, you know, and as much as they can. But people that are forming in groups, you know, and it's very difficult to deny anymore, you know. So obviously from the structure, you know. So this is what happened 4,000 years ago, you know. So like I mentioned, after the 11,600 years ago, pretty much the human society went, the ancient Rama civilization were still resisting because they were building their protective shields, you know, divine energy protected them from the negative ones. The ancient Egyptian ones, they flourished, you know, they utilized their own way of living the way that we are living nowadays pretty much, but they were full under control of the ETs. But the pre-Columbian ones, they got the worst part of the history, if you will, because the aliens were literally living among them, and there was so much stuff which was happening. And 4,000 years ago, the powers that be, if you will, the extraterrestrials type 3, they decided to even downgrade the situation even more. Another conflict appeared, described in Ramayana, in Mahabharata, where weapons were utilized. Everything that was left was literally destruction. It was vitrified. And when they were showing me these fragments, you know, sometimes it took days. It was very, very disturbing, if you will, you know. So we can see the evidence of the non-thermal and thermal discharges, you know, where they actually melted the entire structure. Sometimes the structures were lifted in the air, then flipped it over. For example, the stairs on the top left. And then again applied certain weaponry. You know, many of those structures were completely buried in mud as the tsunami went through, as you can see, and then further they were unearthed. You know, so you can see the same dynamic of how they were melting the rocks, you know. So when I was mentioning about human population, starting from very small number, so imagine if the weapons can do this to the stones and metal and similar stuff. That's why the population was almost wiped out, if you will, you know. So now we are over 7 point something billion, but in those days it was very, very small number of survivors, if you will, you know. And for example, this is where the energetic discharge, what happened, and it literally moved the entire, you know, Sergia rock to a side, you know, like blown away from a wind, if you will, you know. It's like atomic discharge, if you will. It's just amazing piece of evidence, you know, and this is what was also unearthed, you know. So this is quite interesting. Probably most of you have already heard it, but it's important to mention, you know. Hindu epic poems Mahabharata and Ramayana are offering the best description of Asian atomic warfare one can find. It says, it was the single projectile, translated from Sanskrit of course, charged with all the power of the universe. An ascended column of smoke and flame, as bright as thousands of suns, rose in all its splendor. It was unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduces to ashes the entire race of the Rishis and the Adhakas. The corpses were so buried as they are unrecognizable. The hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the blood turned white. After a few hours of foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves in streams to wash themselves and their equipment. The gods in cloud-borne chariots, bright celestial cars in concourse, sailed upon the cloudless sky, Mahabharata. So pretty much what the Asians are discovered, and for example in Auckland, Africa, they found the atomic reactor, you know, so the very petrified, you know, the Sodom, Gomorrah. So it's all there. As I mentioned, the so-called mysterious yellow glass, which was found, you know, and what can I say? This is from the ancient Rama civilization, as we can see. Once when you zoom out here, you will see that it's actually embedded into the rock itself. So in 1819, British officer John Smith was actually hunting a tiger in the forest outside of Mumbai, India, and he actually stumbled upon this site. So this is how the site actually looks like, if you will, you know. And as you can see inside, it's a fine structure. This is where it is. This is after, as I mentioned, when that part of the land, which is now India, departed and then crushed into the Himalayas, you know, afterwards. So this is from Nagura Hills caves in India. As you can see, again the same melting evidence, if you will, and in some of the rocks, if you will, there are huge, tremendous, high technology rooms, like polished with the most modern technology. Look at this, and there is like a Sanskrit writing on it, you know, which is showing, you know, officially the archaeology dates this site to 2,000 years old, but it's at least 4,000 years old. So we can see what actually is there. It's quite remote. You have to take, you know, it takes you a while to get there. But again, you can see the melting evidence. You know how everything goes around, exposed to high heat. You know, so this is from Turkey. I can see, and this is also from Anatolia. You know. And the famous Göbekli Tepe, you know, the Turkish Potbelly Hill, if you will. So it's quite amazing, and you can see the connection here, you know, the pistols and then the age, if you will. That's how it looks to us, you know, the symbol, which is also connected. And this is quite interesting. It says that Australian Aboriginal symbols found on mysterious 12,000 years old pillar in Turkey in Göbekli Tepe. Has been one of the most puzzling sites known to us, and now it gets even more confusing. A connection to the symbol carved on a column at Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, by a completely unknown Asian culture is an Australian Aboriginal medicine man with the same symbol on his chest. So you can see that it's impossible without flying technology that they have the same symbol, if you will, you know. So in order of respect, you know, living here for a long time on this continent, I don't want to share my personal understanding, you know, what took place, so I would just leave it as it is. So this is the alien skeleton unearthed in Crimea, and as you can see that it's also elongated skull, and there are many fossils of fish that are found on a very high ground, obviously showing that the topography was not the same as it all days. So this is from Germany, that's from Bosnia and Herzegovina on the bottom right, as you can see the same melting. This is from Greece. So pretty much it's everywhere, wherever you see, and obviously the fine structure, as I mentioned, there were so much flying crafts, and which are depicted also in the artifacts that were found. You know, the same was with the ancient Rama civilization, and there were huge populated areas. You know. So this is very important. India is connected with Sri Lanka with artificially created bridge, and it's famously known as Sri Rama Bridge. And this is the key part. It says the rock on top of the sand actually predates the sand itself. Scientific study revealed that the rocks are 7,000 years old, but they are sitting on the top of a sand that is only 4,000 years old. So what I'm trying to say is that the last major conflict described in Mahabharata and Ramayana was around 4,000 years ago. That was the last conflict where all the Asian advanced civilization actually were lost and wiped out. We actually, a very small number of survivors were left, and then it go to the stage, as I will soon explain. So many of the weapons, as I mentioned, that were used, some of the long hairs that survived, you know, the genetics was different, as I will soon explain in the third part. That the ones that survived, you know, they went away with their Vimanas or Astras, if you will, and they come back, they actually pass some of the teachings, if you will, to the new ones where the genetic was already lost, if you will, you know. Again, the same topic, you know, the teaching is not about Buddha, it's about whole culture of these beings, if you will, you know. And especially in the last part where the evolution of consciousness will be explained, you know, this plays also a bigger role. So this is a Beggar nation city in Myanmar in Burma with over 2,000 temples, as you can see, and now we look at those sites and we wonder, you know, what took place. And as I mentioned, humans nowadays, most of them are just like people with amnesia, you know, so without understanding what took place, there is not much that we can figure it out, you know. We can just keep, and the double helix functionality was actually introduced, and extraterrestrials, unfortunately, that are still present in the solar system, especially around Saturn, actually got what they wanted. There were certain type of cloning that were involved afterwards where the genetic was altered, and for example, they created duplicate certain number of clones, if you will, or vehicles, or cars, or avatars, whatever you want to call our physical bodies, were created and then spread it. There is a perfect duplicate of yours from 5,000 to 10,000 people. It's not just physically resembling you, but it's good in certain stuff and it's not so good in other stuff. For example, fear of flying, or fear of swimming, or whatever, you know, or good in computers, good in music, you know, similar things, you know. So pretty much all these people that you are seeing nowadays are in position to be called so-called celebrities, because the occult structures of the Masonic society is pushing the same forward stuff. You know, they try to literally recreate the bloodlines that existed once, you know, and they have traced it up. So, for example, these people that you are seeing, the first immediate conclusion would be that they are brothers or sisters. I can immediately tell you that there's absolutely, since they all went to the genetic checkup, you know, hundreds of years back, you know, there's absolutely no genetical connection between those people. So what I'm trying to say is that those ETs created clones, which are those biological bodies, and the genetics were literally disconnected. That's why we have the five senses and the higher powers of the consciousness, and access to the immaterial part of the cosmos has been disconnected, if you will. And on top of everything, the astral dimension has been hacked. So the awareness was cut from the astral dimension. In other words, everything that you can actually hear or experience or see at this moment, you can be also with the same awareness out of your physical body. But the problem is there is a super advanced alien software, which I will discuss in the third part, which prevent this. So with techniques like methods like astral projection, you know, and dream control, you know, this hologram can be broken, you know, and the consciousness can literally awake on the astral plane and remain there for a number of certain amount of time. So, As mentioned, the human spirit, if you will, or the humanoids were definitely involved into. So some of the early cultures that survived a major conflict around 11,600 years ago continue to exist about 4,000 years ago, as I mentioned. During the last conflict around 4,000 years ago, the biological gigantism on planet Earth was lost. The DNA abundance was no longer possible, and the human genetic functionality was downgraded. With only 5 sense input and higher abilities of consciousness deactivated, the humankind became an easy target for many abusive ET species that stayed in the solar system. Then came the real dark age of unawareness, confusion, brutal conflicts, and we are still in it. But luckily, there are many of us that are actually here to change that and to provide the awakening that will actually shift all the awareness around. So thank you very much for your attention, and we will continue with the third part in 20 minutes, which will deal with our by myself and Matthew. And it's quite interesting how I met, you know, and his creativism and positivism is just always inspiring me in so many ways. So he's doing the zero limits, if you will, and it's quite amazing program. So many still believe only certain people have the mystical power to shape the world according to their thoughts, to intuitively know the right decisions to make, and to see new opportunities and assets that have been hidden in plain sight all around them. The truth is, anyone of any age, gender, culture and background, Matthew believes, can positively influence and transform the world around them and transcend old belief structure that have kept them beyond the past and living with a predictable future. Based on 25 years of personal exploration and experimentation within the infinite field of possibilities, the quantum field, Matthew has been able to shape countless pinnacle experiences using a unique styled blend of quantum science, neuroplasticity, and mysticism. Without any reservation, Matthew wholeheartedly believes everything is possible and has witnessed many of his students transform their worlds through their new upgraded love for life, introducing the Zero Limit Mastermind. So the Zero Limit Mastermind openly reveals the core secrets of old mystery schools, stripped of fluffy New Age rituals, blends them with the latest advanced in mind research, quantum physics, neurobiology in a comprehensive ultimate reality hack training program. It's time to move beyond the linear third dimension, thinking, as he used to say, into unlimited fifth dimensional growth and possibilities. So Matthew is literally inviting every one of you who wants to know about his research and his work. He's quite excellent, and especially people that are having problems, you know, to find their place in life, if you will. He definitely provides a very, very good quality coaching, you know, and how to cope with difficult situations and to transform their lives into some very, very positive and creative future, if you will. So let's continue further. Here we are at the third part of the big picture evolution of human consciousness, where I will actually continue chronologically coming towards the present time. So in this part I will actually cover how Earth lost optical genetic expression, the hidden reality of the modern world, and eventually I will conclude with the evolution of the human consciousness. The awakening books. So obviously, like in the first conflict, the orchestrators of the conflict, which appeared 4,000 years ago, they were still observing the outcome, and we can see that the abundance of technology was used that we are seeing nowadays. After a while, from 4,000 years ago, the solar system also recovered, and planet Earth, if you will. But the problem this time is that the atmosphere of the planet, it was no longer the same size. They shrink the atmosphere to the normal size that we are actually seeing today, which directly influenced the DNA potential. And the radiation that was present in those days literally put the humanity into the double helix functionality, and this double helix functionality literally produced a prison for us, if you will, in many ways, and they have put human consciousness into bubble, unfortunately. So the plan that they had orchestrated for so long, that came to be, and the Asian secrets remain buried deep in the sand, if you will, and the evidence is all around, and around us, the pyramids, the craters, everywhere, pretty much. The pyramids that were destroyed, you know, and for example, in Mohenjo-daro, you can see actually completely fused skeletons, and obviously showing us that it was exposed to a nuclear attack, if you will, described in Mahabharata, you know. So pretty much as the water receded, we start to see the evidence, the scars, the Asian riverbeds, if you will, you know, and we still around us, we look around us and we see things that were damaged in the Asian world, if you will, you know, but some structure remained intact, and it's actually serving as evidence that high technology was present in those days, and the negative ones actually move further, you know, and from 4,000 years ago to the present time, they were literally observing us, but from a distance, if you will, you know, covertly. And this is one of their ships, you know, under cloak, if you will, and this is when the cloak is removed. So pretty much they can control clouds, they can control water, they can control all the elements, but the plasma is the one which they literally use the most, you know. So in this situation, they're literally observing the planet Earth to a high degree, and as I mentioned, the atmosphere shrank to the point that it no longer provided the necessary components for the DNA abundance. The trees didn't grow that tall anymore, that big anymore. The animals shrinked, you know, the humans shrink, everything shrank, you know, the gigantism, the different body sizes, that what we are seeing, you know, in the ancient past, you know, it was all lost, if you will, you know. And we can see that even today there is a genetic resemblance, you know, with some children, some babies that are born with what the Asians actually had in those days. And officially the so-called craniosynostosis, you know, it appears in one in every 1,800 to 3,000 children. So the estimate average occurrence of the craniosynostosis is in every 2,200 children, and the human population from the January 2019 is reached 7.7 billion. So that means 3,500,000 children are born with elongated skulls. But unfortunately, the parents immediately react, and there actually a surgical procedure that is actually performed to shrink the skulls to relatively normal size, and which eventually heals and in time. And as we can see here, all those different, let's say, types of red hair and similar things that existed, you know, they're still present to some degree. You know. And the difference between the normal skull and the elongated skull, in many occasions, National Geographic's Discovery, you know, History Channel, they started to employ graphic designers and multimedia experts to create a very nice, intensive, impressive visual presentation that giving us that all those elongated skulls were literally elongated artificially. Some actually tribes still do, but we are talking a completely different subject. They were all creatures with different. And once again, in this presentation, I only touch, you know, the humanoids part, you know, which are related to humans, if you will. There are so many different aspects of the mosaic which I didn't actually touch because it takes a lot more time. As I mentioned, the ones that survived, they passed a certain number of knowledge, if you know, amount of knowledge to the new generation. So the Earth actually lost the optimal genetic expression, as explained in the second part, the best of the RNA DNA what organism can have. And few type 3 extraterrestrial species took over the solar system for various reasons. A number of slave type 2 extraterrestrial species were brought here to colonize the system and implement the will of those few ruling type 3. A new type of exploitation started in the solar system. Freedom was lost and the subtle manipulation began. The manipulation was so clever and so subtle that human creatures on planet Earth didn't know it existed for a very long time. Many positive type 2 left the system for good and migrated somewhere else. However, few stayed behind. For example, one of the cultures is partly positioned on the full moons of Jupiter, if you will. Through the crop circles and other means, you know, they still continue to oppose the deception as much as they could, and continue to covertly work against the controllers, if you will. New engineering was applied to the solar system to serve the needs of the dominant parties. They were using the sun gates to travel, I will soon explain. So the entire setup of the solar system that we are seeing today was pretty much set around 4,000 years ago, and the destroyed planet actually orbited in the region between 2.2 to 3.2 astronomical units. So pretty much, just to give you an example how big our solar system is, so it takes the light, about 8 minutes to get from the sun to us, and it takes the light to about 246 minutes to get to the officially furthest planet, Neptune, not considering the Pluto as a part of the solar system, of course, So we are not living in a huge space with the universal terms are concerned. Many alien space stations were literally brought to this system, readjusted to the needs of the controlling elite, if you will. The opening on the south and the north pole of Saturn is quite interesting, because this is from NASA, and it's actually showing us our objects that are moving very fast and just disappearing into the hole. Sometimes they're coming out. In other words, it's a portal where unfortunately the abusive ones are coming also. So there's so much things that are happening around the solar system, and as I mentioned, the Saturn is the crucial one for the dominant rays, because it serves like an antenna. It actually creates a certain signals that are further amplified by the moon. So in other words, object, or the UFO, if you will, it passes through the rings of Saturn. It creates a resonance, a ripples, and this resonance or vibration, it goes through the astral space, if you will, and then it's amplified by certain towers that are found in the dark side of the moon, and then actually transferred further to the Earth. So those are some of the objects that I was actually referring, and it's quite amazing what they're doing, And as you can see, there are many occasions when the Saturn actually looks directly towards the Earth, and especially in coincidence with the Moon. So once when the signal actually travels to the Moon, then it's amplified. And Crow 777 and a few other people that are researching this, they have discovered the so-called pulse of the Moon, which shows us that in certain occasions there is an energetic pulse that actually is created on the Moon. This energetic pulse affects the astral plane of planet Earth, very similar like the gravity affects the tide in the ocean. In other words, it creates a mask. They have uploaded a highly sophisticated alien software, far more than we have ever been able to understand at this point of evolution, that actually masks the entire astral dimension from being for humans being aware into it, if you will. But as I mentioned, through dream control and similar astral projection methods, one can definitely awaken or break that hologram, if you will, and exist out of the body for a certain amount of time. So this is a cropped image from NASA, if you will. Again, it shows a huge cylindrical object very close to Saturn ring, and obviously what the NASA is calling moons. It's quite interesting how they define the moons, because moon is something which stays there for a long time, for example, but these objects change direction, change position, and sometimes they appear, sometimes they disappear, and NASA just simply ignore all that stuff, like doesn't exist. And in many occasions, the objects are in front of the rings, and as they go, they start to form new rings, and similar stuff. I was quite laughing, when I was seeing the video recording even from the Voyager 2, where the objects were literally going in this direction, and then disappearing, teleporting to other places, and similar stuff, or 2 or 3 information, So they know exactly what is happening, but as I mentioned, the shadow government prevents them to literally announce. So pretty much in this day, the 2 blockades that keep the human consciousness inside the planet Earth were created. One was around 40 kilometers, and the other one was something more than 11,000 kilometers, from the surface of the planet. And pretty much what we are seeing nowadays is a huge controlling system. The ones that stay behind, one of the positive ones that also have bases on the 4 moons of Jupiter, if you will, they destroyed certain antennas that are on the visible part of the moon. So all these like a lunar rays that you are seeing, they were not there before. if you start to really search for the photos from the 60s, 70s, you will see that none of those lunar rays are there, so they are destroyed afterwards, because those antennas were actually transmitting the signals to the Earth, if you will, you know. So humans became beings without a purpose, unfortunately confused and in a state of amnesia. The impulse to use brutal aggressiveness for dominance became the main driving force behind most of the actions taken by those who were not fortunate enough to depart the solar system on time and avoid being exposed to the dangerous radiation that caused genetic mutation. The ones that were exposed lost genetic functionality. Every new generation was falling deeper into the confusion and unawareness, becoming more and more out of sync with the divine source consciousness which holds the fabric of the universe together. The 50,000-old agenda for planet Earth was accomplished, the Dark Ages actually began. We actually were put to this stage that we were wondering what is happening, describing the strange lights in the sky that are appearing, while in the same time the contacts were happening covertly. And then supposedly we progressed, I cannot use the term evolve, we progressed to a different stage where we literally express the, how should I put it, the lowest quality of existence. You know, we applied through Christianity, you know, we forced the indigenous population through similar stuff, not to mention the Inquisition and the so-called wars between the cultures. And the Muslims and the Christians, they organized huge wars, huge conflict, not understanding that it's all orchestrated by other forces that actually feed on suffering, and that's why nothing has been done so far to improve the liberty of this planet in the constructive ways, because it's fully controlled, you know, and they can control it from space, if you will. In many of the old art, if you will, ancient art, they are depicted the objects that they're all around the planet, if you will, you know. Even with this one, which is showing exactly the same information, if you will, that certain person is just looking ahead into the sky, looking at this flying object, if you will, you know. So the so-called modern times. The question is how deep the rabbit hole goes, right? So we started to become aware of their presence, if you will, during the First World War and the Second World War, the so-called Foo Fighters, if you will, you know. When the airplanes started to go up to fly, you know, started to fight among each other, they literally understand that there is so many things going on out there that are flying, that has the tremendous maneuvering capabilities, you know, and even with the incident which actually happened in 1942 in California and Los Angeles, you know, which was known as a Battle of Los Angeles. There was so much ammunition that was actually spent to take this UFO down, you know, for probably hours, you know, they couldn't scratch it, you know. So pretty much they understood that the governments, especially FBI and similar organizations, they understood that there is something very weird going on, you know. And this is from 52, from Massachusetts, again, because, and this was a good one. The shadow government actually had to wait at least 40, 50 years to erase this from the memory of the people, because there were millions of witnesses that actually were witnessing the objects coming above the White House in the US, you know. And they employed the Hynek, you know, Dr. Hynek, to debunk everything. So he understood. Now there's a bit different story. You know, there is a Project Blue Book actually series, you know, which is trying to shift things around. But in those days, whatever someone reported, he came out and he said, look, it's all weather balloons, or it's all illusion and similar stuff. While in reality, they were literally seeing objects appearing and disappearing over the White House, you know, just playing games with them. And as soon as the fighter jets went out, you know, went up, you know, to chase them, they disappear. As soon as they landed, they reappear again. It was interesting to watch the old records, you know. And when you start to see, for those individuals that are listed in the slide, when you start to dig around in the net, and you will see that their first statements are completely different from what they have given 10 years ago. And we can see a craft which is definitely utilizing a plasma plasma propulsion system and similar things. So I will talk about plasma a bit later, and this is again from California from 1954. It's again showing us that the plasma energy is utilized. And in 1957, this picture was taken by a test pilot near the Edwards Air Force Base in California. It's clearly showing a UFO following a B-47 jet. And this is what was written by Leavitt Corning Jr., the lieutenant colonel. He says, "We have encountered a phenomenon which we cannot explain. Crews have been followed by lights that blink on and off, changing colors, etc. The lights come very close and fly formation with our planes. They are agitating and keep the crews on edge when they encounter them, mainly because they cannot explain them. It is requested further information be furnished on the subject, such as similar experiences of other night units. Further information is requested." So pretty much the famous Majestic 12, it's no longer the same name, of course, but there is a groupation of people where the John Forrestal was involved, of course, and he was killed brutally, unfortunately. But this group literally consisted of military and scientific community, and even Eisenhower, after Truman, he understood that the power is in the wrong hands, that the people that were actually elected to deal with this matter, even Kennedy was in my opinion, was assassinated regarding to some similar subject by the shadow government, and he understood that that this is not going to play well in the years ahead, and the top secret actually began. Top secret, the UFO actually began to be more top secret than the nuclear weapons, if you will. The mainstream science, and especially Hollywood, is pushing rubbish movies, in my opinion, like Men in Black, to disregard the organizations that were at place in those days. People in suits that they were coming and just recovering anything that was related to the UFO subject, And the top secret, to the best of my knowledge, there are things that are known above the 33rd level of top secret, if you will, which include the UFO and aliens and particleizations, which also has to do with chemtrails, unfortunately. But I will soon explain. So the picture like this, the one on the left is from Mexico, and the other one is from the Navy. As you can see, many people say that, look, it's fabricated, but when you start to compare the one that I just showed you before, that is chasing the Air Force plane, it's the same. So they get in contact with certain extraterrestrials, and certain exchange of technology was implemented, and the shadow government started to experiment with the plasma technology even then. So just for your comparison, what the normal progress of technology is on the public domain, the military progresses 40 years on their domain. So they started experimenting around 50, 60, so you can imagine how far they actually went with their experimentation. So pretty much they started to observe the different types of craft, which one has a hole in the center, which one is pulsating, which plasma UFO is actually confined by the magnetic field, and which minerals or elements are found from the alien crash sites and similar stuff. And there was the so-called cattle mutilation. The cattle mutilation were happening before and are still happening worldwide, but they took place mostly between 1976 and 1982. Especially ranches near the Los Alamos in New Mexico were very heavily affected. So animals were found with missing organs, and the cuts that were made were so precise that were made by the laser precision. In other words, they were literally cut on the cellular level. If the cell of the tissue is like that, they didn't actually cut it at all. They were just going on the border, just following the line. That's how precise actually it went. And in 1972, Officer Gabe Valdez, whose son actually came forward in the recent years, and he said that obviously there were no aliens, that were all shadow government, but this record doesn't indicate what he is actually suggesting. Anyway, Gabe Valdez was actually in New Mexico State Police at the time, and he investigated the cases that were appearing near Dulce. After examining 80 cattle subjects, he and his retired scientist, Howard Vargas, who showed interest in this bizarre cattle mutilation, noticed that 5 were marked with powdery, white substance and glowing when exposed to ultraviolet light. The lab test from the control sample of removed hair from the glowing region showed high percentage of potassium and magnesium. So pretty much they were marking the kettles that they will actually abuse or abduct, if you will, that were only visible on an ultraviolet light. The same was observed with the human abductees. They were literally marking them with certain powdery, if you will, or elements that are visible on the ultraviolet. And the fluorescence, if you're not familiar with, is the emission of light by a substance that has absorbed light or other electromagnetic radiation. Especially the people that have an implant, they literally have them most of the time. This is Joanna Poda from Italy, and unfortunately she was abused by negative ETs, if you will, and there were 18 times that she recalls that she actually gave birth to the alien human hybrid, if you will. One was even filmed and recorded, and publicly shown, and the bottom ones are the creatures that she actually shot with her mobile phone. Anyway, to continue, records show that strange lights were seen regularly in the night skies over Sterling, Colorado from November 96 to the spring of 1977. Logan County Sheriff Harry Tex Graves suspected that the UFOs were linked to 72 cattle mutilations in the area. Photos of the lights were taken by reporter Bill Jackson of the Sterling Journal-Advocate for the Gazette-Telegraph. So take example of this thing. This was actually filmed in 1976 with Kodak high-speed recording film, and a stationary self-luminescent object in the sky that stayed for about 45 minutes. During the entire time it was morphing into other shapes. So the real question is how a culture which is so advanced, that has surpassed the physical means and obviously can reshape, teleport and similar stuff, is doing this stuff to the kettles, if you will, but it's not kettles, they're also humans that were discovered with the missing parts. In other words, some of those ET creatures that are here for at least 12,000 years, they are meat eaters. They prefer certain parts of the kettle, if you will, that they are just like humans. They are assimilating them. So this one was on the news, and it was quite interesting because as the UFO came, it was under plasma shield. It was just like a glowing disc, if you will. It lifted the kettle, and then there was a small flash, and then it disappeared, and. So many people came out with those video recordings, and they are shown on the television, but that's very, very dense. The one that I was referring previously, it's something similar to this glowing. So some person asked me, how can we distinguish the good ones from the bad ones? We can't. Pretty similar, like we have people, let's say 1,000 people, there could be bad people, there could be good people, there could be just normal people. Every one of those cultures are utilizing the electromagnetic spectrum. They can utilize plasma, they can create technology, whatever. So the certain specific type of plasma shield cannot determine for sure if the creatures behind piloting this craft are positive or negative. This is from Brunchili, Australia, a famous one from March 28, 92. And it's quite amazing piece of evidence. And Australia is like every other country, it's quite interesting hotspot, And this is from 2013. Take a look at precision of the cut of this animal on the top left, and it's just amazing. And sometimes they don't even bother to return them to the ground. They just drop them from above, and they are found, on the power towers or similar stuff. And the FBI keeps a huge record of this. They had a huge pressure from the public, what is happening, because the public, it was so widespread that the public demanded answers, and they couldn't provide them because they continued to happen. And during about 50s, 60s, military actually found out that certain type of UFOs are vulnerable to radar. In other words, they can actually deploy so much ammunition, they will not even scratch the flying vehicle. But if they, let's say, focus a beam of a radar, particles, it will disrupt the guiding systems of the craft itself. In other words, the whole telemetry, the whole guiding system or controlling system functions on the base of transfer information through light. So when this radar actually projects a beam of particles, it disrupts this like a fiber optics transfusion of information, if you will, and that's how they actually got crushed. Otherwise, with the firepower, they're invincible, if you will. And most of the time, that's how they have gotten down. The military started to operate on back-engineered technology, with craft that were recovered, So TR-3B Astral was definitely involved in the 1989 Belgian sightings, and similar. And you can see where the one that is experimenting, while the other ones, it's far more sophisticated. It disappears, changes, let's say, direction from one side to a completely right angle, something which will crush the bones, And quite often the real ones, they are spotted, just charging from the thunder strikes, if you will, because as I will soon explain, the thunder strikes are actually having raw plasma, which they're actually accumulating, This is the US-wide Eisenhower, as you can see, and it's clearly showing us that they are aware that there are UFOs in the oceans. In fact, most of the UFOs are seen over the oceans of the world. So what they are actually doing is, whenever there are storms, especially the huge cylindrical ships around Saturn or Jupiter, where there is a huge storm, it's a lot bigger than planet Earth, they are literally charging from these plasma discharges. And this raw plasma, if you will, their technology is able to change into non-thermal or thermal plasma, whatever the case is, because the plasma itself is a source of unlimited energy, if you will. So the plasma temperatures in lightning, just as a statistic, it's 28,000 degrees Celsius. It's extremely hot, which is happening. That's why we are seeing. So we don't see the fine structure, we just see the pulsating plasma shields, because they are magnetically confined. They're using a magnetic field to create this field which pulsates. That's why when you see them moving, they just flash. I was seeing this in the astral plane all the time. The same repetition of happening, and they're pretty much everywhere. And usually they use this when they go in deep ocean. The deep ocean has a tremendous pressure; it can crush everything. But when they are under this plasma shield, they go undetected. They go very deep down. And there's so many stuff which are going on. For example, this is from International Space Station live feed, and it was a really good catch, because look at this, it's a good stuff when there is a contrast applied. This was sent to me by one lady that I did a talk in Sydney in 2014, and she said that she snapped this. It's like a pole, if you will, which is releasing, those orbs, if you will, bolts of light, which I will explain shortly as I come to that section. And you can see here that they're utilizing the plasma energy shield in so many different ways. That's why it's glowing, because you don't see it. That's why you don't see the fine structure, because the shield is still on, if you will, And it's happening, and it was quite confusing. And for example, on the bottom left pictures, it was discovered that certain diamond type of crafts, if you will, that have this energy field, are very dangerous, because whenever humans come very close to it, the exposed radiation causes, cancer and similar things, and some even go very fast. They just snap through the sky, And for the shadow government, which knew that something weird is going on, it was like a puzzle. They didn't know what to do with the public. Should they tell the public or no? It's just that they don't have how to tell the public that you don't control your country, you don't control your airspace, you don't control water, And there are entities out there flying, do whatever they want, Especially how to explain the alien implants and abductions and similar stuff. So that's why they assessed, with the top psychologists, how would humans on a wider scale react, with a conclusion that we are not alone, and not even that those beings are actually doing something, let's say, to us. And they found a way that humanity is not ready. It cannot cope, with the information. So that's why they started to introduce certain movies, that will definitely introduce certain ideas that we are not alone, like Star Wars, you know, especially Close Encounters of the Third Guy, if you guys remember, it was very hit when it came out, you know. Knowing was also interesting, and especially a good signature was left by the X-Files, at least the first season, you know, which is actually dealing with the problems which certain establishment of FBI had to face, you know, dealing with all these matters, if you will, you know, and the cover-up. And quite often, you know, Jupiter ascending is showing exactly what is happening, but it's very, very difficult to talk about this thing because the psychology of people is still not ready, you know. While in parallel it's all happening. For example, those Hasdalen lights are unexplained lights that are observed for 12-kilometer stretch in the Halsden Valley in rural central Norway. And pretty much in other places, you know, the shadow government has released, you know, classified photos like the one on the bottom left, you know, which is showing, you know, and on many occasions there are even crafts which appear just in front of the airplane and the airplane needs to land, if you will, you know, and they contact the control tower and they have to circle around a couple of times until the path clears up and similar stuff. And there are crop circles, of course, which I will cover shortly, which play their own way. And the shadow government has definitely deployed, you know, the special forces to deal with this, and there are many casualties that appear from those contacts. And sometimes the UFOs want to play hide and seek, you know, or, you know, with the fighter jets which are demonstrating the power of the flying, you know, and similar things. And the military was also involved. We have to understand that most part of the military, they have nothing to do with it. They're just normal people like us, you know, they're doing their jobs and they're under orders. But unfortunately, there are groups, you know, which are beyond the government, beyond the military, the official military, if you will, you know, which is actually causing all this, you know, to be covered up, you know. And it's quite interesting because the US doesn't step forward, but it allows like Chile or other countries, you know, to provide certain evidence, you know. For example, this is a good one from 2014, which is showing, you know, on the infrared how hot this plasma is that I'm referring, you know. So you can see here, and this object was not visible on the visible part of the spectrum at all, you know. This is another one, high-speed UFO capture on the border patrol video over Aguatilla, Puerto Rico, which again has a huge military base, and there are a few bases, alien bases as far as I know, around the Puerto Rico area, you know. And sometimes one object goes into the water, and then two objects come out, you know, and it's quite amazing what is happening, you know. And important thing to understand that certain groups they like violence. They actually feed on violence, if you will, you know. So this is from BBC News, which shows the UFOs alongside F-16 on an Israeli military training exercise on September 19, 2007 near the Syrian border. So it is quite amazing what this video is actually showing. So please.
Large-scale military exercise. Relations with Syria are on a knife edge. Some here are even talking of war. Israeli fighter pilots here on a training run. But on a top-secret mission earlier this month, Israeli jets are thought to have flown into Syrian airspace. There's now talk they may have bombed a nuclear weapons facility there. Israel's government has refused to comment.
So the same object that we saw, I have seen in the Astral plane, and they can cloak quite easily, you know, they can hover in the clouds, if you will, and they perform the same stuff, while the life force absorption, if you will, is taking place, which I will soon explain how all the dynamics works. So, as mentioned, I focus on this presentation on the missing pieces of the puzzle. You know, most of the information exists out there in one form or another, but it's not interconnected into understandable picture. That's why I'm trying to connect, you know, the pieces for you, how it actually it works. So that's another quick snapshot of what we were just observing. As you can see, they can stop the violence if they like, you know. No one can stop them, but they actually support the violence. And you see the plasma orbs that are literally released, you know. they actually go and feed from the violence itself, you know. So this is just a slow motion. Again, we can see it towards the, and like I said, this is not edited video. This is something that actually was live on television. You know. So as we can see here, you know, they're all around these places, you know, where things are happening, you know, and they can stop the conflict, but they don't. Another thing that is very important to understand. Many people ask me how come, you know, asteroid never hit the Earth, you know, or meteorite or whatever, because this planet has been quarantined. Every time when there is an asteroid, especially the asteroids that exist between the Mars and Jupiter, that remains from the planet that I discussed on the first part, sometimes they're actually having a very weird trajectories and they pumped into the atmosphere. But it's quite interesting that every time before the asteroid hits, a UFO comes and destroys the meteor. And for example, this one is that you will just see, you know, it's just the UFO went in the opposite direction. It creates a plasma shield discharge, and as this, like a capacitor, if you will, you know, as it discharged, it destroyed the entire meteor. Please take a look. That's the slow motion. It will come from the opposite side. As it moves, it will activate a plasma discharge, and it will actually break the entire meteorite into small fragments, and that will disintegrate completely, so nothing will actually fall down on planet Earth. In other words, they're keeping this planet... Anyway. In a way. Yeah, this is from Colorado, USA. As we can see, the military is deploying the back engineer technology. I shouldn't tell this, but there we go anyway. So we can see there is some activity which is going on with a B-2 bomber, if you will. So once when you zoom in, you start to see what technology they have. So when you compare that image the images that I just showed you with the one from 2015, which again shows another B-2 bomber flying over Missouri, you can see the same technology which is applying. So in other words, the shadow government has got so evolved and advanced, if you will, into technological sense that they are utilizing the plasma propulsion system, if you will. You know, this is the Chinese Air Force escorting UFO caught on Google Maps in 2013, and there are so many different weird things that are going on, like in Area 51 on the bottom right picture, you know, they're utilizing certain types for plasma injection. So in other words, the testing UFO, if you will, you know, comes charges on this the same the Chinese are using. So I'm not allowed to talk about this too much, but pretty much they're using the same principle, and the underground world is still going in parallel, so pretty much around 80% of the Earth's surface, if you will, is just scattered with tunnels, you know, from the shadow government in parallel with the alien ones, if you will. So Phil Schreider was the one who actually brought this information to high degree, but unfortunately, you know, he was murdered after 13 attempts of his life. The 14th time he was literally brutally murdered, and he was explaining his encounter with the great beings, you know, how they actually split his chest and he lost a couple of fingers and similar stuff. So I will leave the comment to you regarding to this, but pretty much the satellite imaginary tells pretty much, you know, what needs to be known.
What's his name? Sorry, I can't follow.
Phil Schneider, yeah. You can look him up online, you know. So I communicated with Robert Salas, you know, through Facebook, and his work is amazing, and he had a tremendous courage to step forward and to talk about how the UFOs are literally messing with the nuclear missile sites, if you will. So that means that they can activate and deactivate anytime they want, if you will. And sometimes the military, actually the Air Force, is deploying, fighter jets in order to shut them down. But unfortunately, they are no match for the technology. As soon as the rockets comes out, the object accelerates to high degree, and the rockets don't actually hit anything. And quite often there are occasions where the airplanes are taken down, and you have air crash investigations on History Channel, which is showing us, that everything is just a fatal error of the motors and similar things, which is not the case, So as soon as the military understood, that there's so many things going on, they start to employ the radar technology, how to detect them. So they came up with a simple solution: chemtrails. Why chemtrails? The composition of the they're used for different purposes. I don't want to be misquoted in the future. They're multi-purpose usage. There's no doubt about it. But the chemical composition inside the chemtrails, as soon as a fast-flying object with a plasma shield around it, it goes through the chemtrail, it agitates the molecules in the chemical compounds of the chemtrails. As soon as it agitates the molecules, they can pick that up from their infrared satellite system in space. In US, as of January 2017, a total of 9 satellites carrying space-based infrared system or space tracking and surveillance system payloads had been launched into space to meet the United States infrared space surveillance needs through the first 2 or 3 decades of the 21st century. In other words, the SPIRS is an integrated system of systems that include satellites in geosynchronous orbit, sensor hosted on satellites in highly elliptical orbit, and ground-based data processing and control. Pretty much there is not a fly that can go through unnoticed from their infrared system they have covered. In other words, what they're trying to do as much as they can, they try to pinpoint the UFO traffic in parallel with the human air traffic. And the chemtrails are the ones. There are also weather modifications that are used, but and many occasions there are UFOs which are spotted that they are literally destroying the chemtrails because also the chemical composition is disrupting their guidance system, so they start to flash like a blink, 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 and they actually create a hole into the chemtrail, and then eventually the whole chemtrail actually disappears, if you will, So they can see from their US and NATO surveillance system everything pretty much which is going on the infrared spectrum. Unidentified submerged object, or USOs, if you will, sightings from April 17, 2012 to April 25, 2012, captured by NASA satellite in South Atlantic waters east of Argentina. So you can see how huge concentrations are actually happening. Those are the strange, mysterious glow that were seen over the Pacific Ocean on 24th of August 2014 by the pilots of the flight from Hong Kong to Alaska. And you can see this is how it looks on the visible light, if you will. The entire ocean was illuminated by moving lights into the ocean. It's just quite amazing piece of evidence. And pretty much the same stuff that was observed, just radiating a beam of light, has been observed. There are a couple of websites on the internet that are trying to debunk the pictures, like the one on the right. That there is just like a problem with the camera, or the effect of the camera or the mobile phone, which is causing this effect, but that's not the case at all. And another thing which is important is that the shadow government understood that the only way, according to their ways, to deal with this matter is to get as much as possible alien technology, so they can militarize the technology and try to fight back. So, for example, this is from International Space Station live feed from April 17, 2016, which the object actually hovers in the atmosphere, and then there is a huge plasma death ray, if you will, because so far the shadow government understood, which frequencies are used and which type of plasma can be utilized to neutralize the vehicle, if you will. And as soon as the death ray, if you will, is shot, usually there is like a white flash for a couple of, let's say, a second or two maximum, and then the the object usually accelerates and depart and they missed, if you will, So pretty much, this is an interesting part, probably most of you have seen it, and it's from STS-48 Space Shuttle Discovery. It actually records a shadow government military installation firing a plasma beam weapon towards the UFO in orbit. In other words, the flash that I was explaining occurs, and then the plasma weapon is released like a plasma laser, and as soon as that happens, the UFOs depart, So pretty much that's how it goes. So those are the mysterious lights and beams between 17 and 31 of August 2014. It's actually in the area east of Japan in North Pacific. As you can see, some of those objects are huge. This particular object is 30 kilometers big, if you will. They're big objects, and comparing to the ones that are observed on Saturn or near the sun, those are just tiny ones. So those belong. So this is what I was seeing most of the time when I was doing my astral travels, if you will. There is not much that the shadow government can do regarding to this. They're simply just technologically too advanced. And in 2012 also, James Cameron with his Challenger Deep, because Challenger Deep is the deepest known point in Earth, and it's almost 11,000 meters, and he actually heard some robotic noises, voices that are appearing there, and other things that he is not allowed to talk about it, of course, And as I mentioned, certain type of ET groups are utilizing the hydrothermal vents. They literally went inside and go into the mantle, the cavities of mantle, and then even further down to the inner Earth, and they use this area here, which looks like a moving mud underwater, if you will, And it's quite amazing, what is happening. And the whistleblower from NSA, Edward Snowden, he said in one point, the highest levels of government don't know what to do about UFOs. And the official story that they are all merely weather balloons or natural phenomena have been clearly dismissed. If anything, these documents speak about UFOs as if they are surely guided by intelligence beyond our own. As it turns out, the most credible and unexplicable sightings are of vehicles that have been spotted leaving the seafloor at hydrothermal vents and directly entering the solar orbit. In other words, this is the global distribution of the hydrothermal vents around the world, at least the known ones. So they're utilizing those just to penetrate in and out, and the speed that they are achieving is just remarkable, And which really takes us to the question, are we really in control of the solar system, if you will? Quite often when you see those like a holes in the clouds, if you will, especially with the rainbow light, be sure that it's definitely a craft which is masked, When I started to really push into the astral traveling, I used to see the anchored, UFOs, some smaller size, some bigger size. And when I got in chance that I spotted them in the astral plane very close to the building that I was living in New Lisice in Skopje at the time in Macedonia, I immediately returned back to my physical body. As soon as I returned to a physical body, I woke up and definitely I ran to the balcony to see if I can see something. The only thing that I was seeing instead of UFOs, I was seeing holes in the clouds. So in other words, they are cloaking themselves, in the cloud. And on many occasions, like on the bottom right image, you can see those holes even moving. Sometimes one moves in one direction, then another direction. In some occasions, even the entire holes disappear in a split of a second. And there is, like I said, they are at the technological level where they can control all the 5 elements, if you will, and to control the clouds. Even we can do a weather manipulation through HARP and other installations to some degree, but they have reached something that is still beyond our technological capacity. And quite often those holes that I'm referring, you can see the hole and then the 1, 2, 3 objects just pump out from it, and then the military helicopters appear out of nowhere because they can find them on their system. The problem is that certain objects are not detectable on the radar. That's why they employ the infrared, spears and other systems so they can actually see it. It's quite amazing what is happening. So this takes us to advanced nanotechnological devices used for tracking, surveillance, DNA sampling, mind control, psionic energy extraction, inducing sleep paralysis, and etc. In many occasions, tiny objects were discovered that are emitting or eventually receiving certain radio signals from someone. How they got into the system of the biological body, that's a different story. This is the MRI of a brain that shows a foreign object in the splenum of the corpus callosum. So once when the alien implants are inside, let's say, the leg or the arm, it can be surgically removed. But once when it's deep into the brain, any touch of the brain could result in a very high injury, even worse. So many of those devices, if you will, are serving as collectors of information, and information which is further sent to the moon, either directly or through the medium. The medium, what I refer to as a medium, is through those like a cylindrical type of objects that are flying everywhere. Quite often, the cylindrical type of craft comes down, it releases 1 through 5, 10 orbs of light, if you will, and they spread all around, whatever they're gonna go towards Pacific or Atlantic or US or China, whatever, wherever the target is, and as soon as they got closer, they can literally create a humming sound with the abductees, and can literally push those people into sleeping paralysis or do whatever they want, So pretty much the humming sound is a sound that certain number of people actually are hearing, that it's not hearable on the hearable spectrum, if you will. As soon as the object appears, if the atmosphere penetrates through the atmosphere, it creates it actually releases certain frequencies that creates like a hum sound inside the brain. And quite often people that are experiencing this, they report that it's quite loud, if you will. And as I mentioned, there is a high technology comparing to which concern only our civilization, of course. It's not a high technology to them, if you will. But they can deploy the plasma, and they can literally download data, they can upload data to an implant. Sometimes the implant itself, it's deep in the brain, and they can actually put a small orb that goes directly into the brain through the opening of the eye. There's so many different varieties which shadow government has studied this, extensively. And as I mentioned, when it's close to the surface, it's you can remove it. And the problem with many people is that this can be also used as advantage. The beings that I got in contact with, that they were positive, and I utilized the objects to my full extent. They increased my brain capacity probably 15-20 times than an average human person. And many other people can do that, but the thing is, the fear factor is the one which is preventing them to do so. The main figure in this research is Dr. Roger Lear. Unfortunately, we lost him on March 14, 2014, and he did his best. He did everything that he had, in order to push this information out. And in many cases, he was talking about the objects that were removed from the body. And for example, he took a blood serum and put it aside, and then the object that was removed was put it inside this serum, and while it was removed, it broke a couple of pieces. And then when it's put the blood serum of the same patient, if you will, after a few hours, it reassembled itself. In other words, as soon as somewhere out there started to transmit certain frequencies, certain information, it actually started to remotely control the pieces, and the technology was so advanced that it reassembled itself and it started to produce signals. And this particular object, if you will, was emanating information or transmitting information on 14.7 megahertz. So the frequencies differs from object to object. Quite often, those objects have a gray shell around them, which protects the surrounding tissue and doesn't cause infection, if you will. Sometimes it fuses with the nervous system itself, and quite often the non-magnetic marks, if you will, that are photographed under the ultraviolet light are observable with these people, and abductees quite often report strange markings, you know, on their chest or whatever, and certain, let's say, smaller arm, fingers or something, you know. So this is one person from US that literally had the triangle, and she actually took this snapshot, this photo of the plasma shield UFO moving, you know, very close to the proximity where she experienced this, you know, the triangle stuff. And this sometimes can glow, if you will, you know, when they are around, and can activate. And sometimes there are some marks, you know, on the skin which are appearing. Quite often the dreams of the abductees are strange because they start to dream about certain flying crafts, you know. But like I said, since the astral plane is masked, it's very limited. So this is one documentary or film, if you will, that I would definitely recommend when you have spare time. It's called Patient 17, and the director is Jeremy Kenyon, Walker Corbell. The thing is, ordinary guy, you know, he just discovers that there is an object in his right leg, if you will, you know, and they literally scan the leg, and they extract the object. And it turns out that the object is quite special. And I spoke with Steve last year, and he is keen to continue Dr. Rogers' work, you know, but still the resources are the main problem, because this type of research. And when Dr. Roger Lear was around, he was actually funded by the billionaire Robert Bigelow. He actually funded the research, but nowadays there almost no one that deals with this type of research. And he is a material scientist, very clever guy, you know, and through a procedure that is called scanning electron microscopy, if you will, they found something very particular. The nanotubes that this object actually has, you know, it's so tiny, just sometimes to the level of the atoms. You know, we are far beyond any technological capacity to reproduce this nanotechnological device, you know. And how is this able to transfer, or actually to receive, you know, information through radio signals? You know, it's quite amazing. And sadly, his conclusion was that most of the masses of humanity are like fish. They really do not know or care what is outside their immediate sphere of influence. In order to change things for the better, we need to change that as a race. And that's a well point, you know, by him. And the isotropic analysis is telling us that the material embedded of the extracted implant that I just showed from the patient 17 was made out of plant. The ultimate goal of this particular research is to hack the alien internet. We have reasons to believe that there is a complex web of communication between the aliens and some supercomputer. Through the alien implants, the genuine abductees are plugged into the system. It is the biggest story of 20th and 21st century. And pretty much, believe it or not, that database or the supercomputer is on the moon, and the moon is artificially placed there. The results show that the object is composed, believe it or not, but from 36 different elements. Nanotechnological device, which is obviously hooked into the nervous system, made of meteoric iron with combination of many precisely chosen and implemented elements to serve as a specific purpose. So pretty much, he said, we got quite a few elements here: boron, sodium, magnesium, titanium, gallium, germanium. The isotropic ratio of zinc 64 and zinc 66 would indicate that these elements are not made from materials found here on Earth. Second opinion. They took the object to Christopher H. Cooper. He is a nanotech specialist in nuclear physics, quantum computation, nanotechnology, and large-scale nanomanufacturing. He examined the results. He actually spent few hours trying to go through the scales, you know, measurements, what we have in the periodic system. And the more he started to research, the more weird it came. And his conclusion was that this object has the elemental analysis of complexity I have never seen before. What are we seeing in something that is highly advanced and fabricated? Comparing with the zinc ratio found on our planet and our solar system, the zinc found in this object indicates that it originates from some other part of our galaxy or beyond. It is difficult to tell for sure. So pretty much this is the case. You know? Super advanced alien nanotechnological device composed from 36 elements, hooked into the nervous system. So the question is, what the heck is this nanotechnological device doing in this person's leg, if you will, you know? So 2019, so here we are, and we are so trapped, so to speak, in our own worlds, if you will, thanks to people like Matt, you know, that are trying to actually provide a positive energy, you know, and construction, you know. We really are tuned into our virtual realities. We are stuck into our mobile phones, our internet stuff, you know, our own world, so to speak. Each of us, we try hard, you know, looking through the internet just to search the information, the basis, you know, the more pieces of the missing mosaic, if you will. While in parallel, obviously, we are not in control. There is a presence, extraterrestrial presence, which is far more capable of controlling this planet than us, in no sense. And here we are, we've reached the present day. Unfortunately, we are more towards the technological aspect, very similar like the ancient Atlantis was, you know. But there's part of us, like yourself, that's why you're here, you know, they're still, you know, in tune with that spiritual aspect of the ancient Lemurians, you know. And that's how it actually grows, you know. And we have to understand that if we want to avoid the mistakes that the Asians have did because they were manipulated, we have to understand that peace cannot be achieved through violence, it can only be attained through understanding. And we reach space and we understand where we're living. We are actually on a rocket planet, third planet from the sun, if you will. We are part of the solar system, and it goes a lot deeper, you know, than you have the clusters, superclusters, and then sheets of galaxies, then observable universe, and it's a network of existence, if you will. So the first thing that I asked the ETs, you know, a very long time ago, I said, look, why it's black outside? You go outside at night time and you don't see light. And they said it's like that because this solar system and this area of the space actually exists inside the so-called cosmic void. Till recently, the scientists, they thought that the cosmic voids are completely empty voids of nothing, absolutely no stars, no nothing. But more recent research shows that they're also packed with galaxies and stars. They're just dimmer. In other words, what they were saying that most of the manipulation actually, unfortunately, exists in the more regions which are darker, because of the reasons that I will explain towards the end of the lecture. While the most divine creatures, if you will, go more toward those more lighter pathways of this cosmic neural web, if you will, you know. In other words, the beauty, the positiveness, the light, if you will, exists in many forms, and we should be asking ourselves, you know, are we so ignorant to think that we are the most divine spark of intelligence? We are not, you know, we are just one species out of trillions out there, and many have surpassed our, not just technological, but the spiritual knowledge, and they're far, far beyond our capacity, if you will, you know. And comparing to our human size, we are living in a gigantic universe, you know, it's 93 billion light years, if you will, you know. So, just to make a small comparison so you guys will be able to understand me where I'm coming from. As I mentioned on the Paradigm Shift Summit presentation, I don't fully leaning towards the mainstream astrophysics, if you will, you know. I lean more towards the plasma cosmology, but not fully, you know. But nevertheless, this will do. So the latest scan, which again cannot be ignored, they defined that our universe is actually composed from three parts. One is 4.9%, and we call that ordinary matter. That's all those galaxies, solar systems, galaxies, clusters, superclusters, and so on and so forth. And then the dark matter, 26.8%, and which doesn't interact with the light in the same way as a visible light and the normal matter does. And the so-called mysterious dark energy, which is probably around 70%, you know, from the entire mosaic, if you will. So, in order to explain and to get to the point, the scans that were done in the part which are referred as a dark matter, they found 5 different densities. In other words, we are seeing 5 different planes of existence. However, when they do the scanning on the region which they referred as a dark energy, they couldn't find any fluctuations in the density. It's one huge divine plane of existence, if you will. So, in a nutshell, just to make a complex matter very simple. We are part of the universe which exists and has 7 planes of existence. The ordinary matter 1, dark matter 5, and dark energy 1, so 7 altogether. And as we are actually tuning into this, we have a multi-dimensional presence. We can actually travel through all those dimensions, but the problem at the moment, the genetics is not active, you know. And the important part, which I was asked many times, the first question, logical question is, if I deport my physical body and take astral adventure, how I'm connected with the physical body? Most of the ignorant, let's say, people, they will say there is like a silver cord which goes from the solar plexus to the solar plexus of the astral body that extends to the infinity, you know. And then in the moment of death, that silver cord cuts and you cannot return back to the physical body. Pretty similar like babies having you know, their own stuff, which is complete, if you know what I mean. It doesn't work like that. Pure essence. Our intelligence, for example, I control this body now. It's like our vehicle. If I tell my let's say body to move the mic from this arm to that one, I'm just expressing my intelligence, if you will. When I manifest into the astral dimension, I use more subtle body. When I go even further, I actually use even more subtle body, which is less dense and with higher speed of vibration. And it communicates through immaterial DNA signals. The DNA itself, it's even on the physical spectrum, it's antenna, which means it sends signals, it receives signals, and it actually provides a very high executive software, and that's how it runs the entire system, if you will. But this doesn't stop with the physical body. It also, through the photons, it actually can send. So that's why it's like an IP address. You go out of the body, you go into the astral dimension, and then like an IP address, as soon as it's over, whatever the case is going to be, you always waking up in your physical body, and you never end up waking up in your neighbor's body, if you will. You know? So the physical body that we have is pretty much obvious, you know, so we'll not spend much time. So DNA is the main software of what runs everything, you know, where the brain is the processor and the heart is actually the life, the pulse of it, if you will. And between the physical body and the astral body is the so-called etheric body. The etheric body never departs the physical body. You know, it's always interfused with the physical body. That's where all those energetic centers and channels are interconnected. The one parts where the energetic energetic channels. So according to the Asian traditions, there are 72,000 energetic channels that are interconnected in this etheric body. And where the endings of that etheric body is, the nerves ending are also connected. So which means that there is a transfer of energy which occurs every single night, because without the sleep we cannot function, if you will. And it never departs the physical body unless it's pulled by the ETs for a certain purpose, or eventually in the moment that we refer to as a physical death. Because after the physical death, the consciousness or the higher principles of the consciousness, if you will, move into a more subtle vehicle, if you will, and this etheric body starts to decompose pretty much the same as the physical body decomposed behind. But nevertheless, when the Kundalini energy is rising, it's always rising to the etheric body. And sometimes people report the sleeping paralysis. The sleeping paralysis is something which is highly feared around the internet. People report demons, people report dark forces and similar stuff, while in reality it's very simple. You go outside the physical body without conscience and you start to dream. And let's say, as you start to dream, you start to see your own palms. And that experience actually takes you to the point that you realize that it's you, and then takes you to the full recognition that you're dreaming. The moment that you realize that you're dreaming, it breaks the hologram that I was describing in the astral plane. And as that happens, immediately, instead of staying into the astral dimension or physically awaken, you have been awakened, but you cannot move. There is usually a buzzing sound and a high-pitched sound which happens, you know, quite often. But the thing is, you cannot move because your consciousness didn't go back to the physical body. It actually desynchronized with the astral body and synchronized with the etheric body. That's why you cannot move, you cannot control the avatar, neither that you can actually pull yourself out through your astral body. You're stuck pretty much. And out of which, how to exit those days, I fully explained in the books, you know, how it's done. pretty much that's the case. And then we have the astral body, which is a vehicle, you know, which is immaterial in nature. It can pass through walls, it can fly, and so many other stuff. What is quite interesting is that it keeps it duplicates what the physical body is wearing, which is quite amazing, and I never actually get over it, so to speak, you know. For example, on the top left picture, this is the guy who actually passed away, unfortunately, in accident, and those from the cameras are literally showing that his astral body is exactly the same like his dead body that is lying down, you know, on the ground, if you will, you know. So it's quite amazing. And during the sleeping time, you know, the astral body goes out and it starts to recharge, if you will, you know, on that energy which exists, you know. But the problem is it's quite limited, you know. And when someone starts to experiment with astral projection, you know, it gets really interesting. So pretty much that's some of what the ETs are actually doing with the orbs, if you will. You know, the astral body can stuck sometimes, and like I said, there is no silver cord to be cut or whatever, you know. So that's not the case. That's one of the main factors why people don't practice astral projection, if you will, you know. And the self-luminescent body, it's less dense than the astral body, but far more energetic, and its speed of vibration it's far more profound. With the astral body you cannot depart the planet. You reach around 40 Ks and then you reach like an invisible barrier, your astral projection cuts off and you wake up physically immediately. The same happens even when a spirit dies, for example. If it's still in the astral body, it cannot depart the planet at all. However, with a self-luminescent body it can depart the planet, and not even that. With the astral body, you cannot see the orbs, you cannot see the UFOs, you cannot see the aliens from time to time. But with a self-luminescent body, you can absolutely. That's how I figured it out. Pretty much most of the stuff which is happening. And comparing to the normal astral vehicle, if you will, the consciousness, this one is far more energetic, if you will, you know. And despite those four vehicles of the consciousness, that consciousness actually is utilizing, there are another 3 higher plasmic vehicles, but they're so far away. So pretty much the plasma is the one, the fourth state of matter. It's all about energy, if you will, and pretty much 99.9% of the matter in the visible universe is plasma. Depending on the thermal equilibrium, it can be defined as a thermal or not thermal plasma, heavily used in the crop circles, you know. So in 1964, Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev, he defined the 3 levels of civilization, type 1, 2, and 3, based on their capacity to harness and use power, as well as the amount of knowledge the civilization has access to. And our solar system has abundance of type 2 civilization, if you will, and the type 3 civilization is the one on the bottom right, where you can see the actual size of the sun marked with a white circle and the vehicle that just came out of it, if you will, you know. And there are different sizes of type 2, if you will, that are observed near. And the credit goes to Dr. Norman Bergman. His research was fundamental, and he had the guts to step forward and to tell his fellow doctors, you know, no guys, this is not what you're saying. Those electromagnetic vehicles are literally flying around the Saturn. They're creating those rings, you know. On 14th of March 1989, during the space shuttle mission STS-21, the Dr. Astronaut James Barclay, taken by excitement, said a phrase that leaves little to the imagination. He said, "Houston, this is Discovery. We still have the alien spacecraft under observance." So pretty much they understand what is happening, and it's always, this is from John Glenn, you know, when he took some photo with his private camera, supposedly from Apollo 30, but this was actually taken from the Earth's orbit. And it's there are a lot of stuff which are happening out there, if you will, you know. So it's quite amazing things. So even plasma things that are appearing, you know, everywhere, and they're seen, you know. They're just controlling pretty much everything that we can see. And today we are at the type 0 civilization. Hopefully, if we remain like that, you know, we will transit towards type 1 civilization in 100 to 200 years from now, you know. Type 3 civilization is a very interesting one, because it actually controls the stars, it can control supernovas, you know. It's quite impressive. And this object, which I already explained in different presentation, is just pure example of the object which actually shows a plasma beam which is only visible on one filter from the Solar Dynamic Observatory, not on the rest. And sometimes they open the sun gates, if you will, from inside out, and the objects come out. And as I mentioned, using the cosmic system, metro system, if you will, they're actually traveling through space. So this is how we look at the sun, and this is how our star looks to someone else. This is the X-rays. When they actually shoot a plasma beam, they open a sun gate which lasts for 1, 2, or 3 seconds. Even 3 seconds is too long, and then that's how fast they move, And I already explained this before, every time when there is a movement that you can see, like a trail which is left, from the vehicle, they're using a plasma, Literally, they create a thrust by using the plasma, and pretty much it's found in abundance in the solar system. It's quite amazing. Those ones are also worth to mention because I call those transporters. They shoot a plasma beam. They usually use a sound frequency which actually creates a disturbance in the solar plasma, and they either shoot 100, 200, 300 objects in, or they're sucked in from the sun itself, and then they literally shoot another plasma beam, if you will, to a different direction, maybe Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, whatever the case is. And on that location there is another vehicle which accepts that beam, if you will, and that's how the objects are transported. This is another example of what I'm saying. It's quite amazing what is out there, if you will. And to be frank, the military is always in the Solar Dynamic Observatory, and sometimes their server goes down for 1 to 2 days, until they clear up the anomalies. Sometimes they put like a black squares, where the object is seen if it's a large one. So pretty much it's a repetition. This is the interesting part. These beams of light were shot from Saturn, if you will. It's quite amazing piece of work, exactly what was described and seen. So NASA has a difficulty to explain those images. You can see a cylindrical object, huge. Like I said, just to remind you, the size of the sun itself is the white circle, at the bottom. And it's quite interesting. And the shadow government obviously knows about it, and unfortunately the abuse is huge. Quite often the females report strange stuff. So how does it work? Object comes, it releases orbs of light, and then those orbs of light, they come very close, they start to transmit certain frequencies, which Dr. Lear actually mapped some of those frequencies. They are they were very reserved for all the list of the frequencies that they have discovered, but the specific frequencies are literally tuning into, or how should I put it, they're activating the implant if there is one, and this implant creates a vibration and creates a sleeping paralysis, and then those beings come, if you will, and do whatever they're doing, And the crop circle, this is a very nice part, because in opposite with the negative ones, there is a strong positive alliance, and I've been in contact with this intelligence, and I'm grateful for everything they have taught me, and I was able to understand. But the shadow government definitely keeps an eye on every genuine crop circle formation that appears, through their surveillance system. They want to understand what is happening, and the thing is they're also using the plasma energy shield, because that's the common type of propulsion into use, and they're sending us the message definitely. And obviously the creatures have triple DNA, and also the different type of skin, and similar things, and they literally live on 3 parts in the solar system in parallel with us, Mars, and 4 dots of that was supposed to be Jupiter, if you will. So I've been in contact with these creatures for a long time, and they gave us a note back in 2001 that their population at the time was 12.7 billion, comparing to the human population, which was 6.2 billion at the time. And the Jupiter itself, they have actually put at 4 dots, because the Jupiter itself is huge, it's massive, its gravity can crush bones, but the 4 moons of Jupiter can provide suitable biological existence. And those are the magnetic particles that I was referring before, that were discovered in the crop circles. And obviously there is so much weird thing going on, like 2 counter-rotating vortices interacting with one another, So pretty much what they are doing, they are interconnected from what I was explained. Every generating crop circle emanates energy signature, which lasts about 6 weeks from what the researchers were able to detect. In other words, during those 6 weeks, it's interconnected with other crop circles and create like an acupuncture point on the planet itself. They're not just healing the planet, but they're disrupting the hologram which is uploaded into the astral plane, and they're also contacting the humankind, the representative from the humankind that are on the level of awakening, if you will, you know. So pretty much that's what's happening. But unfortunately, there is like a war going on, you know, right before our eyes, if you will. But we don't understand it, you know. The way to the point that I was able to understand, as soon as a positive genuine crop circle appears, the negative ones immediately dispose, you know, their craft, and they start to, let's say, dispose like a certain type of dark plasma which chokes the energy which is inside. So it's so much things that are going on around, you know, like a dark stuff which doesn't appear, you know, on the positive ones. And even Colin Andrews, you know, he was a huge asset, if you will, to the crop circle research, and unfortunately he started being funded by the Rockefeller, and he changed his story. Obviously there is so much evidence, and I always mention this example because it's very good. So it happened in 2012. A group of tourists actually went to see this crop circle. Unfortunately, as soon as they got very close, the military helicopter started harassing them to move them away. As soon as they backed off, the military helicopter started spraying something directly into the crop circle, if you will, you know. And in other words, if all the crop circles are made by jokers and with ropes and boards, so why is the military deploying scalar wave technology or microwave technology, if you will, you know? And as soon as the generating crop circle is created, it's so divine, it's so positive, you know, that even if you go inside and you have a health problem, it can help you, you know. Your hair starts to experience static, you know, a very, very powerful energy, if you will. But as soon as the military detects the generating crop circle, you know, they send their people to take samples, and sometimes they send the helicopters to radiate with the microwave energy. As the microwave energy radiates, you know, they're actually blowing the nodes, because the crop circle makers, which are not physical beings, I have to clear that. They are just utilizing plasma balls, like we were utilizing, let's say if we have a drone, and we just want to send the drone to fly, if you will, you know. So they're utilizing the plasma technology to flatten the crop, if you will. But nevertheless, that's what is happening. Before the military or the negative ones tamper with the crop circle is a divine place of divine energy. But as soon as they tamper, people report vomiting and similar stuff. Like I said, I'm just explaining the things that are missing, that are cannot be found out there. And quite often when you come to the genuine crop circle, you know, you come closer with your hands, you know, the energy and the blood goes down and up, you know, as you come, you know. It's quite amazing what is happening. And they were saying about the flower of life, about the seed of life, egg of life, flower of life, shield, which is fully explained in the books, you know, what needs to be done. It's quite amazing, and they are so positive. They have so much belief in humanity that it's just breaking me apart. And that was the driving force behind all the things that I have did in my life regarding to this research, because they were so kind, so positively, so oriented towards our human potential that we can pull this off, you know. That's just remarkable. I don't see that much any longer in people, unfortunately. So it's all happening, and I spoke with Wilson Kitch, you know, last year. He's also an amazing guy, you know, and he's saying, and this is another just short before we start to go towards the evolution of human consciousness.
A good example of an event that isn't visible to the human eye, but the cameras picked up clearly because they work in the infrared range and are very sensitive, was this summer at Adam's Grave. Now, an interesting series of events happened at Adam's Grave. On this particular night, 2 helicopters were flying a perimeter around Adam's Grave. What can only be described as a glowing ball of infrared light emerged from the ground. As it emerged from the ground, It hovered until the helicopters flew towards it. And as soon as the helicopters had committed to following it, it accelerated away 20 miles in a matter of a couple of seconds. That's 0 to 600 miles an hour in a couple of seconds. That's the kind of thing, and the human eye could not see it. I could not see it, the colour cameras could not see it. The infrared cameras could see it as clear as day. As you see, there'll be a glow, there we go, of the ball emerging from the ground. It then hovers while it attracts the attention of two helicopters that are about to appear from the right-hand side here. Here we go, the low helicopter and the higher one. And as it does, it then races off onto the horizon. So fast it just almost blinks out. There it is, there it goes. Horizon to horizon.
Yeah. So it takes a very expensive equipment, you know, to be able to detect all that stuff, you know. This is quite interesting because they detected, you know, quite interesting researchers. They detected like a ball of light, and one of the researchers actually went nearby and literally played hide and seek, you know, with a person, you know. This is another thing to understand why there is a conflict. We don't have much time yet. I have to wrap it up, but this is the case. Positive guys come, they want to flatten the crop. As soon as they start to, let's say, muck around, if you will, or just fly around the crop, you know, the negative discs or the balls of dark energy, if you will, they come and they chase them away. So this is what you will see from the video. If you will just pay attention that the dark ones will be coming from the 45 degrees angle, if you will, you know. Just give me a sec. Hold on. I really want you to see these guys. Yep, we can use this one.
That particular year, in 2006, suddenly two balls of light came from the air, down in the crop, sniffing around, flying around, and went away up in the air, gone. Another one came, did the same thing. Sniffing
Watch
around,
out,
flying
45
around,
degrees is
went
difficult
up
to
in
see.
the air, vanished.
Yep.
I also recorded some strange flashes, really bright flashes, in really sunny weather, just as now, today. But they appear on tape. And sometimes you do see flashes in the corner of your eyes. I always thought it was my imagination, but my films proved different. So they seem to be interested in crop circles just as we are. But I don't know why.
So what we're actually seeing is literally the negative type 2 that just came, you know. As soon as the orbital flight detected, you know, those two disks, they took off, you know, because there is a conflict. But I'm trying to say there is a hope. We are not alone in this mess, if you will. There is an intelligence which is trying to assist us, you know, but we have to do something also. We have to wake up and start using our potential. So those are some of the examples that what he was referring, you know, in his recording, you know, and there's so much different stuff, and the positive ones, when they are positive, you know, they usually directed straight towards the Asian horses in UK, and when they're the one that is disrupting, you can see they're literally. Let me just show you much better example. Do we have it here? So here, as you can see, you see it doesn't hit directly into the horse. It goes a bit to the side. Do you know what I'm trying to say? They try to disrupt the ley lines, the energy lines, which are there. You know, so it's so much different. They can write a code, if you will, which disrupts. And in this place, you can see when it's zoomed, it does show, you know, the little gray, if you will, with certain technology, which is there. You know, so in 2010, after a huge download of good quality data, the negative ones actually took the implant out. You know, it was hurting for 3, 4, even 5 months, you know, but healed. But nevertheless, I lost the contact, you know, at least to the degree that I had before. But nevertheless, I already understood the big picture, if you will, you know. And there is a complex web of communication between certain groups of extraterrestrials and super advanced computer on the moon. So these old slides I will just literally fly through, you know. It's a shame that we we couldn't actually share about more until we get to the point that it starts to make sense. It's quite amazing. It's a strange reality, and no one actually talks about it. When we go out of here and it's happening, and it's unreal. Just give me a few moments to get to the point. So this is the dynamic in general. That's what they do, and you can actually find for yourself as soon as you start to do a proper research. So certain type of UFOs, they come, they release orbs of light, they start to multiply, they go pretty much everywhere, they do the observance and similar things, Pretty much they can actually go, those are dividers, as you can see, from few orbs they can spread to hundreds, thousands, millions, even billions, And pretty much what is happening even here, this is how when you go outside with your astral body, you will not see much. When you go with a self-luminescent body, you will see exactly what the camera is showing. This is how the astral space looks like. It's all polluted, if you will, And even here, as I mentioned, those orbs are used, to project certain holographic visions, if you will, Fortunately, I don't have time for this. Another thing that I can actually show you, which is also important, I just have 2 minutes before I have to. Just give me a sec. Those are the plasma sheets that I was discussing before, and those are picked up as far as I was able to see by those craft. This one was actually recorded in 2013 in Gold Coast. So it's very close. So it's all happening, if you will. Those are unfortunately the problem. This is our problem. You see here. The ones that are coming out, that are glowing orbs, they're not the issue, but those are the issues, those ones. On the moon, the surface, as I mentioned, is holographically influenced, but inside is a holo. These things open and these creatures actually come out. We can see from the telescopes. And those are the ones that are causing the problems. The moon is put there for a purpose, and it's 400 times more than the sun, 4 times closer to the sun, and that this is not just dust or whatever, it's well observed in space also, So it's quite amazing what is happening, and even the phenomena which exist in space, it's not what it seems to be, It's just unreal, and they can control pretty much everything. Sometimes you get unexplained wave of anger, you want to crush someone, or whatever, and similar thoughts, that. But nevertheless, they're always observing, always observing in one form or another, So people call this paranormal or whatever, but it's always happening. So here we are. We have to conclude in 20 minutes from now. So there is a sufficient evidence to conclude that Type 2 and 3 civilizations have found ways to utilize everything in the electromagnetic spectrum, since everything talks to everything and everything is interconnected with everything. Knowing these interactions and interconnections would give these civilizations a huge advantage to experience a high quality of existence, but they do not follow a moral path. It also opens the door for subtle manipulation over all inferior living forms. As far as I was able to discover a special type of radio signal where information is encoded by polarization of electromagnetic vectors, manipulate human DNA, where installed pre-recorded holograms. In other words, the abductee suddenly gets unexplainable desire to take a day or two off from work to go camping in a remote area, and he or she feels an urge to do this urgently. Following the inner impulses, the abductee feels as he is her own, not aware of the deceptive and hypnotic nature of the projected holographic thoughts and feelings, goes to the remote area, and from there it's a usual story. Mysterious light appear in the sky and I've experienced missing time. After the genetic checkup, DNA extraction, replacement of implant, crossbreeding, or removal of fetus, or whatever the reason for the abduction is, the abductee is returned to the location where he or she was taken. The memories of the abduction scenario are masked. The abductee suddenly faces a state of confusion, often unexplained fear, strongly sensing that something very weird just happened, but he or she has no recollection of it. Sometimes bleeding from the nose or some strange marks on the body appear, which makes the taste in the mouth even bitter. Despite there are so many UFOs on Earth, they are constantly coming and going and engaged into various genetic programs. There would be a really waste of time to constantly check every single abductee in their farm. Therefore, in most cases, the first part of the talk, the task, if you will, is to physically abduct the subject and implant him or her with nanotechnological device that will be compatible with a larger DNA pulses or waves that are coming from the sophisticated alien Monsanto controlling system. Afterwards, most of the time, the holographic DNA programming comes directly from the special astral DNA waves, just remember this one, transmitted and amplified by certain type of UFOs and implemented via plasma orbs that are sent or remotely controlled, programmed to closely visit abductees' physical environment. The programmed or sophisticated alien remote drones, if you will, via glowing energetic pulses can easily hack the human DNA and produce any kind of desired behavior for whatever purpose is needed. So the thing is, they are monitoring every time when there is if you see a new life is born, if you will, or it's fused into the fetus, they actually know exactly that that's the place. So not to mention the spontaneous miscarriages, which are happening. So it's literally something which is very, very disturbing. So here we are, we have only 20 minutes to finalize everything. Planet Earth has become an elaborate zoo created by few hyper-intelligent alien species. Alien abduction programs, alien implant programs, alien hybridization programs, mind control, plasma or surveillance, hacking and full control of the astral plane on planet Earth, blocking the nexus and awakening process of the planet Earth. Shadow government is dealing with their own ways, but we have to awake. We have to actually understand that there is a problem. We cannot literally ignore. We cannot literally tune into our own stuff, doing our own stuff, meditation, and that this is not happening. It is happening. And the first thing is through just tuning into our own inner potential, start to realize how to activate the TNT in the pineal gland, which will expand our frontier of perception. And the more Kundalini energy awakes, it will activate the portion of the DNA and bring it. We have to actually resist what is happening through the psionic plasma, if you will. So pretty much there is only way out of here. That's a spiritual awakening. That's why we need to actually evolve, if you will. So this is the download. This is where everything streams into, if you will. That's the base, the core of where everything starts, the evolution of the human consciousness. And currently, in parallel with many other existing programs that humanity is not aware of, there is a covert alien genetic program that causes a genetic mutation. How long it's going to take until this starts to kick in, the children will start to be born with high telepathic and telekinetic abilities, is difficult to say. It could be a few decades, it could be hundreds of years, it could be 1,000 or more, whatever. But it will happen since the process of the genetic mutation and the subtle DNA reactivation has already begun. In 2011, the first official boy with triple DNA was born, and they made it as a disease, but more and more are born nowadays. And those kids are different, if you will. They can tune into the universe much more differently than most of us. And they are not interested into food or whatever, but they are interested, their heart is in the stars, if you will. As those kids will grow, they will interact, and even the further generations of the special children will be even more special. As these children grow, they will start to experience and see things that no one around them will, and that the advantage will provide them higher knowledge and understanding. And this is already happening. People are actually separating from the old element. They are tuning into oneness. They let go and they refuse the old system of living. They respect the animals. They stop eating meat and similar stuff. And so this is definitely something that we need to all reconsider, if you will. They understand that by consuming a dead and tortured animal flesh, we are polluting our energetic field, and by developing the chi energy, and it will make us stronger, because the life force doesn't come from the meat or whatever. So it's quite interesting note. It says, I alone cannot change society for the better, but I can radically transform my own consciousness, overtuning the conditioning that limits my potential. We can all do this one by one. Over time, we can change ourselves to the degree that society changes from the inside out. giving birth to a new way of being, manifesting our birthright of living in a peaceful and abundant world. Have no fear, trust yourself, live to your full potential, and that's what is advisable to be done. You know, and that's what many people are actually seeing. As these people that are born different, they will grow. Their mothers will be more open, and they will understand the meaning of the universe. They will be in tune to the cosmic internet, if you will. You know. But in order to understand where exactly this is going to lead, we need to go back in time, towards the beginning of time. So, to the best of my understanding, what I was shown, everything that we see in the universe today originates from something that was created by the primal cosmic source consciousness, or the great cosmic designer, if you will, at the beginning of time. This source consciousness, for purposes still unknown to us, left the freedom of choice in this universe by giving it two polarities. It produced light and darkness, if you will. Even today, these primal forces, a total opposite of each other, are still the primal impulses of all intelligent movement in the visible universe. Every second something is born and something dies, something is created and something is destroyed. Pretty much it's intelligent everywhere. Those are the forces of the darkness that we can see in the universe, and those are the forces of the light, which are completely opposite. And through those emanations, if you will, the consciousness actually arises. So one force pushes towards the evolution, while the other one pushes against the evolution, if you will. The purpose of creation of this universe was to serve as an evolutionary catalyst, a school that conscious living forms would learn, mature, and evolve through a variety of cosmic experiences. The primary source, superconsciousness, if you will, created this universe as a cosmic womb to deliver a new baby source consciousness. I know that it sounds very far out, but please hear me out. The ultimate purpose of all existence in the universe is giving birth to another gigantic cosmic consciousness that will learn, grow, mature, and evolve to the point where it will be capable of performing complex cosmic multidimensional tasks that are beyond human understanding. Anyway, it is becoming obvious that during the eons of time, those two rival forces, if you will, have grown to a point that they understood that in order for the universe to exist at all, and all conscious living forms in it, there must be a balance. And that's why we are seeing this balance pretty much everywhere in the universe. The intelligence comes from the cores of the galaxies, if you will, in a form of the double helix or higher helix. You know, that's how it literally happens around the space. So there are many cosmic species living in the universe, and many of them discovered the psionic powers of the consciousness long before human species appeared on the cosmic scene. Some cosmic species use those powers for greater good and unselfish purposes, and in order to grow, while the others for evil, selfish and destructive purposes. The ones that they use the powers of evil were falling deeper into the darkness, slavery, and misery. The more powerful they got abusing other species, the more they were lost in ultimate evil. However, certain percentage of cosmic species that were utilizing the powers of consciousness for greater good evolved into something more profound. They have separated from the material phenomena and are now in superior immaterial state of cosmic existence. It is very interesting that in most positive species, the process of conscious evolution started in a similar way, through their children being born different, advanced, and more superior, if you will. They first became telepathic and psychokinetic, and then they slowly started to utilize more complex cosmic psionic powers of the consciousness. It is actually not mind over matter, it's actually mind over plasma, the energy. To continue, in time, like magnets, these children often start to be fascinated and attracted to each other and start gathering into groups. After a number of generations, things often progress to a stage that over 50% of children of certain species are born special or genetically superior, if you will, what intelligence and access to the psionic force is concerned, comparing to the old element. At this stage, these gifted children, as they grow and develop even more, becoming extraordinary young individuals, they start to realize that the next step is to explore the idea of making a telepathic bond and uniting their powers. A form of experimentation begins as they tuning into meditative oneness. They start to feel the presence of something very powerful, observing and guiding their every move, something divine and beyond the material plane of existence. Relatively quickly, they realize that this meditative oneness is so powerful and so efficient that provides a lot higher insight of the hidden sequence of the universe and stronger connection to everything that there is. This further leads towards longer and more extended fuse of the individual spark of consciousness into one huge group consciousness, until no individual consciousness wants to separate from the whole and wants to get back to the individual body. In the next stage, while their bodies will be in static, in sitting, lying, standing mode, or levitating in deep meditative trance, their consciousness will experience divine bliss inside the group superconsciousness, where there is no need for dominance or fight for equality, since millions of individual sparks of consciousness are one and function as one. They will become a single entity, a single interconnected consciousness, as we ourselves are the sums of our myriad cells. From this stage, it usually does not take long when this oneness bonds with the mysterious driving force that was behind everything from the very start, a far more superior gigantic cosmic consciousness. By now, this superior cosmic consciousness is the sum of so many cosmic species. Long ago it left the tyranny of the material behind, material world. Even since it was always trying to grow, extend its powers and its awareness of its universe, and it's always conscious of the intelligence everywhere. When it recognized that some species is almost ready, it sends its emissaries, genetic engineers, to do its bidding, to prepare the species for the ultimate transformation. In the final stage of the transformation process, a direct contact and bonding with a gigantic cosmic mega superconsciousness is established. All those millions of species born in this universe, bonded in divine oneness, have been waiting for the new species to join them, and now the time is ripe for that to happen. In other words, at this final stage, the unity consciousness of the entire single species will be getting ready for the dimensional jump and the final metamorphosis, if you will, with the cosmic consciousness, and they will actually achieve it. So summarized, in most cases in the cosmos, the evolutionary process of intelligent species will go through three phases. The first phase will be awakening and basic interconnection. The second phase will be higher interconnection, self-exploration, generation of universal knowledge, and testing the limits of its power and intelligence. The final and the third phase will be ultimate interconnection, ultimate growth of power and intelligence, and ultimate oneness with the divine cosmic consciousness of the cosmos. In 7 billion people, I have found only one reference what I was told, and that is an old book from Arthur Clarke, and it's called Childhood's End. And it's something very, very close to what I was shown, so definitely I recommend that one. So just to conclude, in ancient past, the Lemurians came as closest to what was just described. That's why the ultimate intelligent darkness sent one of its armies, dark plasma creatures, if you will, to stop the fusing process with the consciousness of the cosmos that was almost in final stages. So what we are seeing here is the meditative oneness that I just explained. They were able to tune into one super consciousness, not just able to do astral traveling, they were able to terraform the planet itself. They were so powerful. And that's where it ended, but unfortunately with the dark forces observed that that's the case, they are ready for the merging with the super consciousness, or departing from the material cosmos, if you will. They send out the dark ones. But nevertheless, they actually, many of those, they departed, they left the system, if you will. So all this stuff that you are seeing in the ancient Buddha structures is the same meditative oneness that I'm actually describing, are fused into one immaterial, but as I mentioned, it was disrupted by the negative ones. So still after thousands of years, the conscious evolution of interconnected minds is emerging again. The process has begun and is happening within. And in time, those humans will start to actually do some more. There will be more and more special humans that will be born. And they will not be born just with triple DNA and far more functional brain, but it also with a superior intelligence and amazing ability to utilize psionic plasma force of the universe. And it won't be long until they will see beyond the deception which is happening in this solar system. They will become one with the soul of the universe, if you will. So for the last 11,600 years, planet Earth and the entire solar system has been under control of the dark deceiving forces. But there is a contra force which is pushing towards the evolution. And those kids will be very special, as I mentioned. They will utilize the power of the flower of life shield, if you will. And that's the ultimate message of the crop circle makers. And there is so much stuff that it's all already described in the books. They will unleash their potential. They will interconnect into oneness, and eventually they will break free. They will remove the deception from this solar system with a divine energy, and they will create a heaven on earth, like once was in the time of Lemuria, if you will. So the unconditional love is the internal vibrational resonance of source consciousness that holds the fabric of the universe together, and that's the main driving force of my existence. So it took me 30 years to process all this data, and now my task is done. So during this presentation, I tried my best to give you a gift, I'm missing pieces of the puzzle, if you will, which will probably trigger further research to every single one. And the people who are into meditation, who wants to transform, there is abundance of information given in my books, how to tune into altered states of consciousness and visit the immaterial space, if you will, and also to establish a contact. So pretty much my journey has been, the purpose of my journey has been to deliver this information. So 30 years of processing of data of the various subjects and fields, if you will, they will just come to this. So in a sense, I was a conduit between the human and non-human intelligence, and now the message is delivered, and I hope that this information will be recorded and given to the future generations, that we'll be able to cope with it, and they will be able to take it further. So I will start and finish, with the same thought. I honor that place in you where the universe resides, and when I'm in that place in me and you are in that place in you, we are all one. And thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was worth of that. Guys, we have only 5 minutes. Is there any questions? Yeah, that's a good one, huh?
Any questions? Yeah, you want to stand?
Can we have an afterglow group starting in Brisbane?
Afterglow?
Sorry?
Can we have a group starting in Brisbane as an afterglow?
I'm retiring from this field. This is my last appearance.
So if you haven't written down your name and email address, make sure you do it before you leave. We'll send out some information, and whoever wants to gather, then please do that.
I'm happy to host.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Just put a little star next to your name. All right, so once again, please join me in welcoming and thanking Pane for an incredible day. Incredible day. If you haven't grabbed his books yet, I highly encourage you to do them. You do, because they are beyond coffee table editions. They are reference manuals that you can go back to over time and time and time again to pull out that information. If you have any questions, then feel free to connect with Pane or myself via the Facebook event page that you would have booked through, or at least seen the information. And if you, like I said previously, if you haven't given us your name and email address and you'd like to remain on the contact list, so to speak, then please do that before you go as well. So again, thank you, Pane. Fantastic, fantastic. All right, so we wish you a fantastic Sunday evening, and you can make your way out the same way, down the lift, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Definitely a recipe, that isn't it?